Hey, SBG Solution Based Gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon Bracy in the wildest wake up morning show salute. Big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute. Brownsville, SBG Solution Based Gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are you doing? I don't know what is actually happening. I don't know who or what is the issue, but clearly somebody got an issue. I don't know what the problem is. What is the issue? Why do so many men have issues and cannot explain what is going on? Who are you talking about and what are you talking about? Who are you talking about and what are you talking about? Why are you coming in my chat before anything happens? I understand that it is Wild Out Wednesday, and I understand you want to live up to the name, but who are you speaking to and why are you speaking to me in this way? Mean you got an issue that I don't know about? Who is you? Do I know you? What's your problem? What up, Chatter King? What is your problem? What is the issue? How before anything is being said, you have an issue? Let me see. What did Knight say? Knight said something to you? Hold on. Let me see. He said, good morning. And he said, hello, party people. Whatever issues y'all got. I get it. It is Wild Out Wednesday, but I don't understand what's going on. What is the issue? Why everybody so up and out? Isn't it a beautiful day? Sheesh. Let's enjoy ourselves. Enjoy yourself and me. We're supposed to be showing up. This is Men Mental Health Month. God damn it. We're supposed to be calling up our brothers and asking them, hey, are you okay? And mean this shit when you ask. When you ask your brother, call up one of your brothers because it is Men Mental Health Month. Stupid ass. Call them up. Say, hey, brother, how you doing? And say, hey, and make sure you reference and you tell them, hey, I'm not talking about that. You just getting me, I'm fine, I'm just doing okay. Shit. No, how are you doing? How are you? What's going on? Because I know you're a strong brother. You my brother, so I know you're strong. I know you don't have too many people to lean on, but today I'm giving you that shoulder if you need it. What's going on with you? What's really happening? Are you okay? Don't give me that bullshit, vague, fine shit. Because we do understand. For a lot of brothers, they just say, I'm good, I'm fine, because they know that it is a lot of things that they got in their mind. They don't want to really unload that on one of their brothers like that. If you and Knight got a problem, don't bring it over into my chat. I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't know what that is. What up, Mike? Mike, how are you doing today? Let me say, hey, my brothers want to have a conversation and really say what's going on. Because clearly something is going on. Clearly something is going on with my brothers. What's really going on? Are you really okay? All right, I'm better than I was yesterday. I like that answer. Because we need to start checking in on our goddamn brothers. I don't know what happened. What happened, Knight? Knight, hit the link. What's going on, Knight? What the hell happened? What up, Davey? How you doing? Thank you so much, Maya Reed. We really need to have an understanding that we need to talk to our brothers and make sure they can, especially during Men's Mental Health Month. What is really going on? What are you going through? Is the load getting too goddamn heavy? Be sleazy. No, this is the month that we focus on it. It's not that we don't care about it through the rest of the year, but this is when we focus on it. During the month, we pay more attention to see who needs our help as men, because men go through a lot of different scenarios. They go through a lot of different emotions through the day, and a lot of men do not have a place to put these emotions. And another issue that we have, men got a very small, they don't have an extensive crayon box to paint their emotions with. They only got about 4 colors. They only got about 4 emotions that they know about. They know sadness. They know calmness. They know fear. They know happy. And they know anger. What you mean you getting bald in ass? Bald head? You looking like a crayon. No, Nidus, you need more in the crayon box. That is the issue that we have, man. We need more colors to paint with. Too many of our brothers do not have enough colors in the crayon box to color with. And that's why we have so much issues. And this is why so many of our brothers are afraid to just come and tell one of their brothers and say, hey, I'm not doing well. Which Michael Beasley interview, Next Level? Damn, sorry to hear that, Bubba. See, these are the things that some of our brothers are going through in real time. That is something that is heavy on your mind. These are some things that not all the time we be able to communicate these things. Good day to you, Candy Kane. What up, Too Strong? I'm in a fight with a business partner and I might be forced to screw him, which I don't want to do, but he is doing unreasonable. Also, I have 2 employees that are beefing over nonsense. I am tired. Get that off your chest, my brother. I'm glad that you said that. Oh, I didn't do that one yet. Next Level. I should review that. I'm glad you got that a little bit. I hope that make your day a little bit lighter. Just getting that out, texting that out, getting that out there, getting it off your chest just a little bit. If you was 50 pounds, hopefully you're about a good 40 pounds. You just took 10 pounds off because you still got a lot of issues that you got to figure out if you're going to have to do what you seem like you are leaning towards you're going to have to do. But hopefully you're 10 pounds lighter now because it seems like you already made the decision. It's not an easy decision. Sometimes we got to make the tough decisions to keep things moving. And we really need to be having these conversations sometimes. We don't know what our brothers are going through sometimes. That's a heavy load. He said a good friend and then a good business partner. And he's going to have to do something because this business partner possibly is going through something. And that's why he's being so goddamn unreasonable. Why are you being unreasonable all of a sudden? Bubba don't know. Bubba trying to figure it out. He want to know what's going on. Why are you being so unreasonable? What you got going on in your life? And sometimes we got to take the time out and say, hey, what the F is going on? We got to find out from our brothers what's going on actually. Take the time out. we need to really start taking the time out, especially during these times. It's wild out here. Good day. Welcome to the show. Rush Labuto. Good day. How you doing? How you feeling? What's really going on with you today?
Yo, salute, man. Good morning to you, brother. Just tapping in,
Mm,
man. I think it's dope that you're kind of expounding on like men's I guess mental state. I mean, because a lot of times, men do go through a lot. They have really nobody really to politic with
hmm
about the situation. So I think that's kind of dope that you're expounding on that. I mean.
Absolutely. What's up, Shicey Love? So, what are some things that you are going through that you were not able to communicate with the people that is a part of your life every day because you feel like it's too heavy for them, and maybe you could release some of that weight with a couple of perfect strangers? What are some things that's too heavy that's on your
I
mind?
mean, I'm good, man. I mean, I'm made out of steel. You know what I mean? But like you mean that right there. Most people won't have the ability to really open up like that. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of showing your vulnerability towards the people. You know?
Mm, mm. Maybe I need to try to do this once every 3 weeks or something, just so make it get that a little bit of weight off their chest. I can't lift it all off, but maybe I could get about like 10 pounds off your chest. You feel me?
Well, no, no doubt. But I'm good though, man. Know what I mean? What about you though? What you going through? That's kind of heavy with you though, King.
Well, I'm not talking about just you. I'm just talking about in general, right? We need to have a real space for our brothers to release some goddamn energies, release some ideas, release some stress, because you never know. Like the thing that Bubba Homeschool is going through, right? He said that he's going through some business turmoil. He might have to do something that he don't want to do to a friend and a business partner. That is something that weighs heavy on a man sometimes, right? And a lot of times as a man, you don't have the proper avenues to have this conversation about how heavy that actually is to make that decision about one of your best homies that you decide to even do business with. That could be a lot on your mind and mental. And so maybe I
Yeah,
need to figure out a way
as
where we can create something like maybe not just, I'm not saying that I got any solutions for anybody, but maybe I could just be a open ear to somebody to just say what's on their mind. And that's just a little bit of weight sometimes, you know?
Yeah, no, that'd be dope, man. Like for somebody, kind of like to vent to you. You know what I mean? Like, on some, not on some Dr. Cheyenne type shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you're not proclaiming to, yeah, but it'd be good to, for somebody to, I guess, to vent to you, man. Because sometimes, man, that's what some people need to do, man. They vent. You know what I mean? And get a few words of wisdom for somebody that's been experienced with that similar situation. Because a lot of times, our generation is real prideful. The whole thought process of
Mm.
having like a mentor or somebody that knows more than that individual, guiding them on how to move and handle certain situations, man. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I agree 100%. But I know you said I'm not a doctor, but we do have a doctor in the house. Good day. Welcome to the show. PH Diva, Dr. Supreme Vaginal Vessel.
What's up? How you
Good day
doing?
to you. Diva, so how should I go about setting up a show where I'm talking to my brother, have something heavy on their chest, and they need to just get it off and speak it out? Because I ain't going to be able to help them for real, but at least I can help them take at least 10 pounds off their chest or whatever as holding them weight-wise in making a decision. What you think of how I should approach that?
What do you mean? I mean, so drop the link and then they can come tell you.
Mm.
I mean, What you supposed to do? I don't know. I probably am not the best one to ask
You the
because
best.
no. But I don't hurt my head trying to figure stuff out for black men, right? So
So, but I'm not gonna hurt my head neither. I'm gonna hear him out, and I'm gonna ask him if he wants some advice or he just want to be heard. And if he just want to be heard, hey, I'm gonna leave it right there. Because not every time somebody have a problem that they want to actually want somebody to give you a PowerPoint presentation how to fix it. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, you let them talk long enough, they're gonna tell you exactly what they need to do anyway.
right.
And I think because it's Men's Mental Health Month, Diva, and I think our brothers really need some goddamn healing. Goddamn it! Because
Uh,
wait to me of our brothers, Diva. They want to smoke it away. They want to drink it away. They want to party away. They want to sex it away. And we all understand that those are usually telltale signs that something is going on when you're trying to do those things.
mm-hmm.
And I just want to give them an outlet to let them understand, like, hey, like doing those things is just putting a band-aid on it. It ain't actually doing anything. You are going around the actual problem. You need to go ahead and deal with it. Put that weed away, put that alcohol away, put all those 10 different vaginas that you're trying to get away, and go ahead and deal with whatever that problem is.
Yo, it's funny you say that, man. I think RZA made a record based on that.
Who?
RZA.
What do you say? What's the name of the song?
The hook goes like, you can't sex your life away, smoke your life away, drink your life away, and that song is based on having a negative outlet or whatever issues that you're dealing with, and RZA expounded on that record, and it's funny you use that for an example. I'm like, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Right,
because it's
but
a true thing. What you said, Diva?
well, so ultimately, the problem is the fact that they are conquered men, right? They got another group of men standing on top of them. That's ultimately, and so until they done had enough and decide that they want to sit down and figure out how to get themselves out of that situation where it's another group of men standing on their necks, then too bad.
It got to start somewhere, and for
Okay.
some men, they can figure that out and understand that, hey, we got to get some kind of form of independence, and they willing to go ahead and put the work in to get that form of independence. But
I'm
there's
not
a
even
lot of
talking
men that
about
are afraid to go get
independence.
that independence, Diva.
It's not about independence, right? We in a
For the
society.
men, it is though,
No,
because you got to
because
understand, you gotta remember, Diva. You got to communicate on a level that they understand. Not everybody's gonna be as high level, because we got to meet them where they at, Diva.
right, and meeting them where they at is pointing out that, hey, y'all do realize that they let that Asian man go home for deleting that 14-year-old black boy.
Mm.
Right. That ain't the
Mm.
first time it done happened, right? It keep happening. And so again, until you figure out how to solve your root problem, all that other stuff is for naught.
Ignorant TV, you can hit the link. The link is pinned so I can understand why you asking if I'm a man or not. That's just ridiculous. What do you mean I'm disingenuous?
But so I
I
wanted
think
to hold
I
on. Can
think
I
this is
go ahead?
yeah. You got it, Diva.
No, so I want to
You want to say something? Go ahead, Diva.
drill down a little bit
Yeah, I
on
think
that
she got a phone call probably.
situation. Huh? I got what? Can you hear me?
Oh no, I was good. You good?
Okay. So I want to drill down just because I only really started paying attention to that issue yesterday after the verdict because I was trying to figure out like, well, what happened or whatever. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the stuff that I heard was just like, huh? So, and I've lived in
Mm.
South Carolina before,
Okay.
and it was a while ago. But even then, I was looking
Mm.
around like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Like, why are they running around like the Civil War just ended? Like, the black people there had a really weird slave mentality. And I say that to say in 2020 something, from 2018 up till now, at least,
Mm.
those Asian people in that gas station had been treating those N words like N words. They had to come in,
Mm.
drop their bags at the door. They was always accusing him of stealing something, and that wasn't the first time that he had shot people or shot at people who he thought was stealing something. He was
Wow.
able to chase a black woman out the door. She got in her car and was backing out and leaving. He shot her car up with 6 bullets. And then the cop said it was self-defense, but that's fine, right? Because there's a community there, and it's a rough community. And so the men in that community should have been able to handle that. You don't need your open enemies to come and get justice for you. Get it yourself. That's number
Mm.
one. Because now they done went back and I think they burnt the thing down. But you could have did it while they was in there before the
Mm.
boy got deleted. So that's one thing, that they were sitting in there still patronizing these people when they was treating them like garbage. And far
Mm.
too often, we as black people, and especially black men, will do that. Interact with people, patronize people, and let them treat them like dogs.
Mm.
The other issue, the little 14-year-old boy, they found a gun on him. There were pictures of him on social media with a gun. Like I said, it was a rough neighborhood, but he's 14 and he toting a gun around. And I have no doubt in my mind, knowing what I know about young black males, otherwise known as YNs, that he wouldn't have hesitated to pull that gun out and point it at another black person and pull that trigger. But he ran from an Asian and he had a gun on him. You gonna run from somebody and you got a gun on you? Y'all better start thinking about saving y'all lives first. Y'all the ones who sat up there and said it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. But you'll let them tote you up out of here. I'm disgusted because ain't nothing gonna change. And so going back to yesterday, when they asked me, when the question was why I'm single, I'm sorry. I don't look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't see them as real men. I just don't. And I would never attach myself to somebody who ain't a real man.
Man, that's a lot. Because I know all those things. I know all those details neither about. And like for the and when the issue that I have with that story, especially if every detail you said is 100% true, is that when it's time to be a degenerate, that's when you choose not to be one. That's the craziest part to me. If any time was a time for everybody to say, well, your ass shouldn't be in that neighborhood, so we could all say, hey, yep, we chasing all these businesses out, that was the time. Because guess what? When the Nigerians in this country over here, they started doing some weird things. What those men did, they got them up out of there. So you know, uh,
Right. And that's the thing, right? Because that man gonna still be able to walk around. And I'd be like, how do I have a more I don't know. Because that man got a son. He got a wife.
I mean, from what I understand, I believe the wife was the one that created the whole hoopla in the first place, right? She's the one that's found the young man around in the store.
Right. But the thing is, when it's time to jump in your demonic bag, right? So we got to start thinking. He got a son. He got a wife. But they become pacifists. And as a matter of fact, I was at it was like a community center or
You're on
whatever, but
mute.
they were having a conversation about like the diaspora, whatever. But there was a guy from, was it Burkina Faso? He was from somewhere that I hadn't met anybody from. He was fine though. He was like 6'5", body together. Yeah, he was fine. The women, they said something about going to lunch after the little conversation, and them women was lining up, baby. I went home because I was like, absolutely not. But anyways, um when it came to, when the issue of being conquered men globally came up, and how they could just dish rag you and you won't do nothing about it, he said, oh well, that's what makes us gods. No, it don't. It make you dead. And so black men, please stop thinking that being a pacifist with your open enemy somehow elevates you or something. No, it'll just get you toted out.
Yo, Sharon, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you get me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
It is a interesting thing to hear because, listen, they would attack my goddamn wife and children for nothing. Now it's a real community situation. I don't know what's been. I don't know. I don't know. Well, all I'm saying is that when it's time for when we will have a understanding where we'll be like, hey, we don't condone that kind of behavior, but we understand. That's the time where we don't do anything. That's the only weird part about it for me. That part is very weird to me.
They scared.
But how they gonna be scared in a city where they outnumber those people?
It don't matter. It don't matter when you have that type of mentality. Like, numbers aren't the determination, aren't going to be the determining factor in how you move, right? So it's the analogy they always give, like with the horse, right? So if you tie a horse up to something for a while, at some point all you got to do is put the tie on the horse. You don't even have to attach it to anything, and the horse will stay in place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's one of those type things.
That's a lot of years of ass whooping then. Because to do that, you got to do that from when he was a baby, right? You got to put the stick in the ground when he wasn't strong enough to pull the stick. And then now that he's full grown, now he's more than capable of pulling the stick. He still believes that stick holds some kind of anchor or power over him.
Mm-hmm.
That is some heavy mental
Yes.
situation. I think sometimes that's why I get fought back so much, because I don't think a lot of times people are not adjusted to thinking for themselves, and so they feel attacked. But when we bring it into this situation where we have a whole bunch of supposedly ignorant people out there in the world, especially ignorant men out there in the world that's just out here, we allow any conservative come up here, they would say how ignorant black men are. They just pulling out guns and they doing all these reckless things. But when it comes time to do I don't know what to call it, I guess a Pyrrhic victory, right? Because somebody got to go to jail for it, right? Even when you do it, but regardless, you're gonna do somebody.
They
So
don't care
why be
about
it?
going to jail. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, no, you got to. I'm just brainstorming, like, I'm just brainstorming on the new information that you gave because I didn't know too much about the case. Somebody did ask me, am I going to cover it? I'm like, I don't know too much about it.
Right.
I'm not from, so I didn't want to just jump out there not knowing anything about it.
Yeah, I get it. Because like I said, I didn't know anything about it until I started trying to look into a little bit more. I watched a few videos and they was giving kind of that background context that just floored me. But Montavious and Deja, $5. That's y'all and racism. Okay, Montavious.
I wonder what that means. That's y'all racism. What does that mean? That's y'all racism.
Child, I don't know. But yeah, some black men think if they ignore it, they can just rise above it. Okay, if it works for you.
If you just ignore it, you could rise above it.
Who said that?
I don't know. No, I thought that's what you just said.
Oh, no. I said if you ignore it. Oh yeah, then
No.
it'll stop or whatever. It won't exist if you ignore it. Like they think it's a figment of our imagination, right?
Mm,
Somehow we're
right.
creating it by being able to recognize it.
Okay, let me see. Go ahead, Diva. Let's see if we can understand that.
Montavious and Deja, $5. Sharon, in order to understand context, you must read every word of it. You must read every word of it, turns it into a different statement, laugh out loud. What? Child, okay. See, this the thing. When that fourth grade reading level kick in, that's y'all and racism. Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome to the show, Shadow the Time Was. Do you know about this story and why? Shadow is on. Okay, I think he's back. I'm not sure. Shadow, you back? You there?
Yeah, I'm back. No, I don't know a lot about it. I'm catching up with what y'all are saying. And I'm going to do some research on what y'all are doing.
All right, so while you catching up, let's bring in the doctor. Doctor versus doctor. What do you mean by those statements, Mont?
How you doing, Diva?
Montavious,
How you doing today?
today.
You look nice.
I always do.
Okay, I know that's right. But Mr. Sharon, in order to understand the context of a statement, you must read every single word. So when you say, for example, that's y'all racism, that means something different than that's y'all and racism. So what I meant by that was, the analogy that Diva gave of the horse that's tied up, and if you tie it up, when it's young, it'll still think that it's tied up when it's an adult, even if you remove the leash or whatever. I think that's y'all in racism. Well, most of us in racism. I think people think that racism will hold them back for their entire lives, and they use it as an excuse. While I'm out here, I'm gonna have it my way, and I want everybody else to have it their way. But they think racism holding them back.
So, okay, that's so you saying the stick is racism holding them back. That's what the represents for you. The stick is racism and it's holding black men back.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that racism isn't real, right? But I don't think that racism is big enough to hold most of us back at all.
Well, it was big enough to end that child's life, so that's pretty big.
I don't know what situation y'all talking about. I'm not privy. I just pulled up. So
yeah, okay. Well, that's what it was.
It seems like a lot of us, but to be fair, it seems like a lot of us don't really know the magnitude of this this case. When did this actually happen, PhD Diva?
In 2023.
They just ruled on it recently, though.
Yeah, they just ruled on it.
Yeah, because he went to trial. He sat in jail for about 3 years.
Damn.
Yeah, I say, you got a problem with our community, Sharon? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Are
can
you,
hear you.
the problem with our community is super niggas. Super niggas
Oh
like,
wow.
count me up. Make sure I pay you today. Super niggas like Mont, they go out and since they super niggas and they go out and accomplish the world, they go out and they beat the racism. They say, you know what? All black people supposed to be like us. All black people to be able to go past it, and what they don't realize is that they're like the top 1% or 10% of men. And so being able to put that quote unquote standard on the rest of the black community or the rest of the black men is an unrealistic expectation. And I understand what Martin's saying. Hey, go out there, build a business. I done jumped through so much racism in the state of Washington, opening up businesses in certain areas that I would be a fool to say, hey, you know what? It's not affecting us. I know for a fact that between me and my brother, we spend over $100,000 just making a point that we was gonna open up a business in the hood, that we didn't even have to fight in certain neighborhoods. So we gotta come to the reality and really just have this conversation is racism exists. It's just some people have enough money and they have enough talent to be able to make it appear that it does not exist. In the midst.
That is a very good message. Let me before you respond. Let me read this orange super chat. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Diva. That was a great point, Eda Man. I want to see what Mont says in response.
It was
Go ahead,
Eda Man.
Diva.
Agreed. Love Wisdom 6458 20 ball. The sad part is that when black men fought back, Micah Johnson and Gavin Long, black men were condemning them, even the pro-black ones. It's okay to debate and scream, but when it's time to be about that life, they cower.
Oh, that's a
Scathing
potent
indictment.
That was potent right there. God damn. Go ahead, Mont.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you, Eda Man, when it comes to the fact of racism being real. I acknowledge that. But you've articulated how you still are a pretty, successful, pretty successful man, right? And you've dealt with racism. So my thing is, like, we men at the end of the day, right? You can throw anything at me. You think it's gonna make me lay down? I think that's the problem. A lot of people are laying down. Like, you look at me, you like, all right, man, you a super nigga. And granted, I am a super nigga, right? However, right, that doesn't mean that
Name
I'm not the
Montavious.
standard. Yeah, I like that name too. However, I'm not the standard. I don't need to be the standard, right? You don't gotta be where I'm at. You don't gotta be 1% of all men, right? You can be 5%. You can be 10%. You can be the top 20%, right? You don't gotta try to get here. You just gotta try to do something. Be more than what we are. Like, so when I come on here and I talk to guys, I'm like, yo, you can do a lot better. Guys don't listen. They don't be like, yo, tell me more, right? They be like, fuck you. No, we can't. Right? They don't say, oh, you doing good. They don't look at Sharon and be like, yo, Sharon, how you take care of your family and all that? Like, they don't ask those questions. And that's all they have to do is when you see somebody that's doing, that's doing all right, ask for a perspective. You don't gotta take my route, but just gain perspective. Start to look at men who are doing, like, talk to Eda Man. Eda Man, how you do real estate or whatever you got going on, right? How are you comfortable? Right? That's all they gotta do, but they don't want to do none of that. And then when you try to put somebody on, you try to help somebody, they don't even want to do no work. They want everything for free, and then they want to waste it once you give it to them for free. That's all I'm saying is, racism may be a real thing, but I know it's not about to hold me back. And even if it's attempted, I will never stop. That's it. I'm a man. That's all I know is go. All I know is until I die, until my brain doesn't work no more, I'm gonna keep moving. That's the problem. People stop moving.
Yeah, so I'm not disagreeing. Like I said, I understand. I've been grinding since 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, it's only 7 o'clock on the West Coast, right? Like, I get the idea of going, being able to do that. But I also understand the capacity of others. When I start managing people, I say, oh, you know what? Hey, it's easy for me to say go, 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 go. And then look at somebody that's like, I don't want to name nobody, but somebody in the space to say, hey, he don't have that capacity. And I get what you're saying. You can build that capacity. And I like what you said. Be the top 20%. You're right. The top 20% is going to flourish. but it always will be the 80%. And if that means that majority of the people in the black community of black men will always be affected by racism and they cannot get past that. It's a conversation that we have to talk about. Now that don't give me that don't make me stop waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. That don't make me driving 3-4 hours to make sure my stores and stuff got inventory. Like all those things I still have to do. I'm just saying that I have empathy for the individuals that say, hey, you know what I'm saying? I can't do what you do. And I think they're telling the truth.
So that's the thing where we disagree, right? You're pretty much, what I understand is that you're saying that for that bottom 80% or whatever large chunk, their issue is not themselves. Their issue is racism. And my argument is that their issue is themselves for the most part, right? For example, I think the bottom 80%, those are the people who go to the club the most. Those are the people who smoke the most. They buying eighths every day, right? Those are the people who drink the most. Those are the people who do the most nonsense and debauchery, right? Because listen, man, I went to the school in the hood, and I went to school in the suburbs also, and I got to study people in the hood, right? I got to study, like when I was in high school in the hood. I'm in the back of the class with with all the bad kids, right? My teacher, he come down, he like, yo, I peep you, like you smart. Why don't you come up to the front, right? But I got to actually, the way that I am now, I study people. I like psychology and stuff like that. I always study people, and I always watch the choices that people make. So kind of when I get older and I'm still observing choices, and then we got a lot of us look at it and we tell people, oh no, it wasn't the choices that you were making, right? It's racism and things like that. And I'm just saying that for the most part, I think it's choices.
Yeah. So let me be clear, right? I hate that narrative that just because a person is not winning in life, that mean they must be a drug addict. They must have been drinking and they must have been doing all this. Like I know a lot of stand-up dudes who their profession is a school teacher. He's never gonna be wealthy. He's never gonna be in a situation that he's really kind of getting to the bag. Or we talking about mid, six figures. It's just never gonna happen, right? And so I understand that you can say he can invest his way to 65, right? But he's still put in a system. Like we can't not acknowledge the system. We can play the game, man. I understand what people say. Take all my black pictures down when I'm getting the appraisal. Put up some white pictures. I can play the racist game. That doesn't mean that the racist game does not exist. And yes, we can keep having this conversation like it's a way around it. But why do we got to go around it only because we're black? That's the acknowledgement that I'm asking for.
Yeah, you saying why do we have to go? So, okay, I'm willing to accept that form of racism is an issue, right?
Wait,
And
but you
while
didn't answer his question.
I'm
Why
sorry,
do you have to go around just because you're black?
why do we have to go around just because we're black?
Hmm.
Because racism is real.
No, that's not what it is. It's because you don't own and control nothing.
Okay, I'll accept that answer. Yeah. How? What was I about to say? She cut me off because she rude. Um, Shit. What was I going into? What you say, Eat Man, so I can respond to it again. You
Well,
was
yeah,
talking
I,
about
I,
the why we got to go around certain things and stuff like that.
yeah, we gotta go around it. We gotta play that game. Like we racism never really went away. It just some people learn how to play the game better than others. And then what we do, and I have been a victim of this, but I said, oh, you just not trying hard enough. And you know what I did? I started personally investing into black businesses. I personally started like, let me invest, and I was like this, that, and third. And I was like, I had to teach people how to be a part of the system. Hey man, you know what? You need to change up your email. You can't talk black in your emails if you want to get this grant and this loan and fill out these applications and different things like that. Like we start asking these questions, how, and this is the conversation, people, why do you got to make yourself look not black to win?
Mm-hmm.
Why you got to communicate not black? Like what is so bad about being black that people have to do this code switching PhD was saying to be able to be somebody different to typically win, because most people ain't got it where they can still be black and win. So you got to understand that this is an attack on blackness.
When you say communicate not black in in your email and stuff like that, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, in general, like if typically, and I'm not saying like just use proper English. I'm just saying if you don't know, you don't know. I like
Black,
like
are
I,
you using black vernacular English in the emails?
I mean, yo, either man got a point, man.
Do
Like,
I
yo,
do I
when it comes
communicate
to
black, or how do I
melanated
communicate?
folks, we do have a social disadvantage when it comes to the dominant race within this country or whatever. And on top of that, you got to factor in like systemic racism as well too. So we can't pretend
That's
that does
literally what
not
we're talking
exist.
about.
You know what I mean?
but
Either
this
man,
is,
do I communicate black?
well, I don't know from a professional point of view. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it was certain things that I
What?
remember I was sitting back watching. Let me help you understand what I'm saying, Mike. I was sitting back watching, and I saw like a dude who couldn't get a contract. He removed his picture. You know how people have their pictures in their email, and changed his like. And it wasn't that he was talking with slang. It wasn't that he was talking with black. It was just that since people knew he was black,
Yeah.
he had a disadvantage. And I'm saying,
Okay.
as in America, we should not just have a disadvantage just because we black if we check all the other boxes.
Yes, you should, right? Because again, we are in a group-based competition for resources. And if you got to go to them for resources, you should always be at a disadvantage. They not gonna treat you like they treat themselves. That don't even make sense.
I'm so happy. I've been waiting for you to get here. Now, when I asked you for my $27 loan with a balloon payment, and we in this group, I'm trying to create my own. I need it, Diva. I see. We need you. We need you, black women, to support us to a point. So yeah, I knew you was gonna jump in there right on time.
That's
Nah, but
over. That's over. That's not gonna happen either, man.
no, but no. The point that I'm saying is, we keep saying create our own system, create our own system. It sounds good, but I don't even think it's realistic.
It's not.
I really don't. I
Well,
don't think
that's
it's realistic in
well,
America
I
to
don't
create.
think you need your own system.
either man. That's called defeatism.
Call it whatever you
No,
want.
we gotta be realistic. But this is my thing, Eda, man. I think that this is my ultimate, my main point, right? I think that if most men actually listen to me and what I'm saying, I think they would be much further in every realistic measure than if they listen to you and what you're saying right now in our both of our arguments, right? If I say, yo, come on, like, let's go get some money, let's go build, let's go put some work in, right? Before you start asking for stuff, let's put work in, right? And
But
then don't even worry about the other side. Just do the work, right? I think that if they listen to me right now and our arguments right now, they would be much further than if they listen to you.
But you're a separatist.
What do you mean by that?
You find all kind of ways to separate things. You don't believe in collectivism.
Expound.
You talk about ageism, you talk about colorism, you talk about all that divisive stuff.
When you
you said you made a man dye his beard black.
I did.
That's separate.
I did the other day.
Montavious pushed him around.
So now you came up here with a gripe for me about the light skin stuff and
I don't have a gripe, sir. I don't have a gripe,
sure?
sir. Yeah.
I
believe,
sorry if you want.
I believe in collectivism. I would find a way to work with you. I wouldn't find a way to be divisive.
Nah, I can work with light skinned niggas, man.
Wait.
Well,
the question is that. Wait,
I'm sorry.
There's a whole nother question then, based on what you just said. Mont's saying that everybody has the capability to reach it. Like, I disagree with what he's saying too. He's like, oh, some people just don't have the capacity to grow past X, Y, and Z. But that's not the case, because even a dummy can still make money move. Like, you just have to be able to teach them how to do it in a way that works for them. Yeah, we're in a system, but as long as we're working within that system, everybody can still grow. I actually fully agree with Mont on this one. I think he's
individualistically.
letting people. That's not individualistic. That's saying that I don't believe that I have to leave you behind because you're stupid. That's me saying, even if you are stupid, I believe that you can still make it too. Different story.
And that's great. But do you believe everybody thinks like you?
No, but I think that's a cultural issue. I
What's a
think
cultural issue?
because I think Diva, you say it all the time. We're built to be beaten down. And if
I
that's
didn't
the
say
case,
that.
then we're.
I
hold
didn't
on,
say
if
that.
that's the- How did you say it? Because I want to make sure. You know I don't quote you correctly, so I want to make sure I do. How
Y'all
do you?
socialize
Because
to
you
be
say
idiots, is what I said.
so. We're
Socialize
trained
to
to be
idiots.
stupid.
Yeah.
You disagree with that, Shadow?
Absolutely.
We have an anti-intellectual sentiment about this community. We will say that you're a white boy if you try to be intelligent and move supposedly correctly.
Ida just used the phrase talking black. And when Mont asked, what do you mean by talking black? His response was, and I quote, I'm going to make sure I say, if you don't know, you don't know. Like, make that, like, yes, we all speak English. Like, English is the primary language most of us speak. So speaking English shouldn't be the issue. It's whenever we're adding things that are not professional in that sense that become an issue. And if that's what you mean by talking black, that's an entirely different conversation.
Well,
If you're
Shadow,
saying slang is unacceptable, that's a different story.
we hear people come on here and tell us that, you know, we say ax instead of ask. And they said when you say ax, they can already hear that you black. We have a thing they call code switching, right? So what's the switch? What is the switch?
Wait, but the word is ask. Wait, hold on. The word is ask.
Okay,
Yes,
and
you're
we pronounce
saying
it
it
X,
differently.
so what?
I know, that's fine. David, you just want to argue. I'm not arguing with you.
No,
on that.
I'm just saying. So
No,
what?
no.
What is okay? So I say X. What is it? What's the
Okay,
problem?
so in reality, if you're communicating with people who the primary language is ask, and you're saying something that they're not quote unquote correlating, which I think is ridiculous anyway, then it creates other issues. It's easier if you're just communicating with the people that you're communicating with in the way that they communicate.
No,
Listen, if your
it's
name is
18%?
Quantavious on the
actually
application,
Hold on.
that's the beaten down mentality, right? Because you're doing all that, but look around you, sir.
Right.
we in somebody else's house is the point, Shadow.
Not only
Yeah,
that, so
we're
when
18%
when the
of the
China,
people
so
that
hold
are
on,
here.
Shadow. So when the Chinese man is mispronouncing words, are people on his neck about that and say you talking Chinese?
No, I mean, no,
Okay.
not
and
necessarily.
so-
You want fly
Not
lies?
necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay. So and
But that ain't a problem.
And so that's the
That
issue.
ain't a problem though.
Because they still willing to do business with them. They still willing to give them loans, but for some reason, because I say ask instead of ask, I say tooken instead of taken.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I said it in a proper context. Just answer. Just engage in the conversation.
Sharon, you know,
Yes.
I would prefer not to hire a Chinese man that couldn't speak proper English if I could get around it. I
You
would.
can get
right?
around it. And just because
Yeah.
you would don't mean that they would, right? Because they have made it clear they don't care. They'll bring people in from other countries to stand on top of your head. So the way you think and the way they think ain't the same.
But most Asians
that's
are
the
getting
bigger
loans
point.
from other Asians. They're going through Asian banks. Like,
Right, but that's the
especially
bigger
out in
point.
Houston, there's a whole Chinese like banking area that they come from all over the Metro Houston area to go to.
Right.
So I
Shadow,
And when
understand
I'm
what you're
in my
saying.
bank, I still see them there with business accounts.
Yes.
And
Yo,
I don't
Right.
bank at one of their banks.
if we're
Check.
being completely honest, the
That's fair.
Chinese people,
Okay.
the Chinese
Right.
people,
But
Chinese
this is
people,
why I don't like you, Shadow. I be trying, but this is why I don't.
I'm pretty sure you have like 800 reasons and maybe another one every other time.
if we're
Okay.
being honest,
It's
Chinese
always
people
hold
who
on.
speak.
Hold on. Let me read this Cash App real quick. Shout out to my guy. Long time no see. Good to see you back. Racism don't care about your status and success. Damn.
At all.
Sound like niggas without status and success. However, what I about to say? No, the Chinese people who speak proper English, they get much further over here. Like
They get further.
Chinese
Period.
people.
Whether they speak bad or
Right.
speak straight.
Yo,
And so now
y'all
explain
making
that.
excuses. Y'all making an excuse for one. They
No,
gotta like.
explain
Oh, we
it. Explain the
sure.
finding that regardless of where they're from, right? And so where they're from is going to correlate with how well they speak the English language. And so across that, right, whether they're from here and they speak perfect American English, or they from somewhere else and they say fly lice,
Yeah.
they all doing better than you. And so then
Mhm.
what does that tell you, right? How you talk ain't the issue.
Yeah, it would be more like plenty of other things, like for maybe even family life.
Your
You think
black
that's a factor?
skin. Yeah.
You think family life is a factor?
No,
But
I
what
think
about
your
the
black
Africans
skin
here
is
that
the
are doing
factor.
well?
The
But what about the
Africans do what?
Africans here that
Hold
are
on,
doing
They
hold
not.
on. The
What
what?
about what about the Africans here that are doing well? Because there's
They're not.
entire
What about
communities
them?
of DFW. There's entire communities of DFW of
Uh-huh,
people from Africa who are doing
uh-huh.
pretty well.
Oh,
So
okay.
it can't.
Well,
But
per
clearly,
the
they're not
U.S.
being disabled.
government, they ain't, because about 50% of them get public assistance.
Public.
So
Yeah, they on
miss
welfare.
me.
So do the
Wait, hold
Jewish
up.
people.
And
Don't other
but even
large
And
communities also get that
they
same public
have more
assistance?
working adults living in their home. So if you got 4 grown MFs all pulling a paycheck, I hope you can do something.
even better than that. So let's get back to the so-called FBA or ADOS people. When them people in
Probably got
Minnesota is winning like that, and almost all the women I seen in that little clip was pregnant. I'm talking about them Somalians. Why ain't the FBAs not doing the same thing with the money? Not only do they get the welfare stuff, they got people in politics in position to make sure they keep getting the welfare and the
Preach.
biggest checks.
Preach. Hold on, and before, because I want to get Marvelous in there. I want to get 651 in there.
What up,
Get Diva read this, and
What up?
because we're not sure where Marvelous at, he might be, somewhere where he have limited time. So read this real quick, Diva, and then we get Marvelous and 651 in there, and then we just get it back to open panel. Go ahead, Diva.
All righty. So this is Gordy 513, $10. We have been enslaved for 300 years. We only been free as a people for 80 years. That's why we will never have power or control, even if they did give us reparations. How long ago did they drop a bomb on Japan?
Not that long.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
nothing.
That was about 80 years ago, right?
One more.
CJ Brooks. Oh, my bad. CJ Brooks,
good, Diva.
facts and receipts, $10. The higher the property tax, the better the school. Access to the best education should be available to everyone. Education is where you can make real change. Okay, but see, now then the thing is, there have been several reports showing that Black people are overcharged in terms of property taxes, and so then the school should be better, right? Since the quality of the education is
should.
based on the property taxes.
It should.
But it don't.
It
And so
definitely
this is
should.
what be right. But this is the thing. Black people come up with all these explanations. And it's a lot of research that's out there that's showing that ain't none of them it. None of them. The answer is look in your mirror. That's the answer.
All right. Let me
And
welcome into the show. Marvelous opinion. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts? And then we got 651.
Oh, how you guys doing? It's been a minute. I'm still out here, middle ocean. Thanks for having me on, Sharon. One thing I would add to this conversation, because you guys are talking about identity, and I get it. I would say look at who defined it, where it came from, and how it's accepted. Not just for those who identify as Black, but those who actually subscribe to those ideas and what it is to be Black and what it means to them as well. And then you have to look back at yourself and say, did I define myself, or did I take up a script and put on this mask that says this is what Black is and follow suit? You know what I'm saying? So I look at it like that. I look at things that are given to us. We should be mindful of So even if you were given your history, you're given your title, you're given all these things without question. And that's the thing. You never applied question to any of the things that you put forth. And you take on all that is. You inherit all that is because you're told that you're supposed to.
Yes.
I just want you to know that that's a lot of heavy burden for any person, for any one soul to take on. And then you have to ask yourself this: where was I? Did I have anything to say about it, or something I just had to take on myself? That's what I'd really say about that. Because I mean, at the end of the day, you guys are trying to mine out something that I believe is unfair in a sense, because it's not that you chose this identity; it was given to you and defined, reshaped throughout generations, and you kind of feel hopeless in the sense of how can we have direction? We don't really control the narrative, and that's what I'm getting at. The narrative itself is not controlled by blacks. It never was, and it wasn't even created by so-called blacks. But yet we still take up the moniker, and that is, I think, that's the issue in my opinion.
And that's defeatism again.
And before,
let me say this right quick. The dude that said 80 years free, his Abby is an ape with a cap on. CJ Brooks has said something about property taxes. I know Rick James said use and abuse them. That's what I used to do. But these people still use and abuse you. They want you to be, what's the dude name? I think it's John Henry. They had to go up against the steam engine and he died at the end of it. That's what they want from you. You are the magic nigga. They want you to go out here and do this super stuff and use and abuse you. We're not going back to Negro leagues. These black folks ain't gonna quit the NFL. They're gonna keep getting that check from that white man. They're not finna quit the NBA. Come on, y'all. And Marv, you're right. We pick up a script and we repeat the same stuff. We were slaves and the man is on our back and Black Wall Street and Seneca Village and
all right. Let me read this Cash App. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Mont. This Cash App is for you, Mont. Your status is a uneducated high school dropout. Sheesh. You want to respond to that, Mont? Yeah.
I mean, no, I guess this person know me better than I do. So yeah.
Mont, I do have a question for you, sir.
Sure.
Were you an athlete?
To a degree, yeah. I hurt my knee playing football in high school.
Oh, okay, but not like past high school or college.
No, I never went to
Okay.
college.
So he's Al Bundy. He did well at Polk High.
Stop.
Too young for that
reference. Let me welcome 651 because he is cleaning up his garage. Clearly, let me welcome.
No, I'm cooking. No, I'm just enjoying. I'm just enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying this conversation, so I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna eat and just enjoy the conversation. Good job, people. Let me go on mute. Sorry about that.
What's going on?
Welcome into the
Hey,
show.
Sharon.
What's going on?
Sharon. Real quick, can I say something?
Yeah.
It's for Mo. Hey, Mo. You still there?
Yeah, I got ready to go. What's up?
Hey, the book was fired. Good job.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Man, appreciate it, bro.
Okay.
We enjoy
Let me
hearing
also
from you,
welcome.
Marvelous. I'm sorry.
Yes, I enjoy hearing from you as well, Marvelous. You read my mind that time, Diva.
Shout out, Marvelous.
Yes.
Peace, brother.
Yes, good to hear
All
from
right,
you.
peace and love, guys. Y'all take care, all right?
Yeah, you too.
All right, stay safe. Let me welcome AR, Auntie, and then Alawan into the show. So we got AR, Auntie, Alawan. Go ahead.
What's up? Good morning. I'm just listening for now.
Okay, go ahead, Auntie.
All right. I don't know. You mentioned AR first, so you can go first.
He did already.
Oh, okay. No, I was just gonna say because I came in when y'all were talking about the banks, the Asians in the banks, and other demographics in banks. There's just more to it when you go into a bank than whether or not you're just going in for a loan. For the most part, especially that demographic, they understand the system of credit and how to use the banks. So banks, for the most part, compete for their business. If you're talking about the interest interest rates and predatory lending practices that most of these banks target, I was still talking.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about that. We were just talking about them having their own banks to get funding.
No, that I agree with. I agree with that. They do have their own banks, but because they have their own banks, they still understand how to use the American system of credit and the global system of credit too, which is why American banks still compete for their business.
But they
That's
still
one of the
lock out
reasons
black
why.
people.
And then yeah, they the reason why they do for the most part is because most of those Asians refuse to be victims of predatory lending, as a lot of black folks consider it a badge of honor to be a victim of predatory lending by American banks.
Goddamn.
That's
That's
the
crazy.
difference. Okay. If most of them Asians, if
That's
they
an
go into
interesting.
that bank and have that consult with that advisor or that broker, and they offer the same interest rates that they offer some a lot of black folks when it comes to homes or business loans or anything like that, they would laugh and walk the hell out.
Yeah, but Auntie,
Damn,
we don't have a
that's
we
an
don't have a
interesting.
black ecosystem, and we don't practice collectivism. I never heard about Byron Allen
And that's a fact.
hooking up with Jay-Z or hooking up with Robert Smith. They are all individualistic.
And then when they do,
Okay.
a lot of times it ain't on the up and up. I was just reading something about Fawn Weaver, the lady who started Uncle Nearest. Well, her and her husband did. And she had gotten a $20 million loan from Jay-Z's venture capital firm. And they're accusing her of fraud now because rather than, send it through the business account and the proper channels, she subverted it to her personal holding company in order to hide it from the bank.
And
But the
Brother
thing is,
Nearest,
Damn.
even though she got a loan from a black man, and she still went on the up and up with it, right? You gonna try to, if you got the right mindset, and this is why mindset is so important, because we got a lot of
It
different
is.
mindsets in the black community. I was listening to Brooklyn St. Michael. He got a channel on YouTube. He reads books, and he's reading one now called Desegregating the Dollar. And it talks about the history of how like white companies realized, hey, we need to market to these people. This is a cash cow here. Because after during Reconstruction and after up until about the 20s, they considered black people like sharecroppers, low wage workers, but that wasn't the case for everybody, right? So then they start figuring this thing out. But the point is, black people in many instances want to go and be in bed and in league with white people. They will choose them even when there's a black alternative. And that's part of the problem, right? You gonna go to the
All right.
people
So
who kicking you in the teeth?
Damn.
Matt,
Let me read this.
Matt,
Let me read this cash chat. Let me read this cash chat. Diva, you can read the super chat. We're gonna pass it to Alawan. All right. So Mont, you said you didn't finish high school. I didn't say it. Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Marvelous 0071, $10. Peace and love. God bless. God bless you too, Marvelous.
Absolutely. You want to address that, Mont? Did you say you didn't graduate high school?
I went to military school, so I graduated from there. I wasn't doing well in regular school, so they sent me to military school.
No, hard-headed mother effer, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So you graduated from military school for the people that want to know. Go ahead, Alawan. What was your question?
Yeah, I just had a question. PhD, you brought up earlier in regards to the property taxes in the black neighborhoods and stuff like that being so high. Would you be on board with executing school choice as a policy for those neighborhoods?
School choice?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. School choice for those areas that have really crappy school districts and stuff like that within the black communities, to where the communities could pick which school they would want to go to. So basically, the check would stay with the student. The student then can go whatever school he or she chooses to within a radius.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So there have been a couple studies on that have showed that all that really equates to is defunding the public schools and giving rich whites a subsidy for their kids who are already in private school. typically those vouchers or whatever that they give to the kid aren't enough to pay for a year's tuition at a private school, right? The ones I know of are about like $10,000. Typically,
They're
you
not
ain't getting in
choosing
no.
private
Oh,
school.
go ahead.
which is
Go
going to
ahead.
But
cover
they,
that's going to cover a semester maybe at a lot of those schools.
but
Um,
here's the
Right.
but
here's
she's
the
right
thing.
about
Though,
that.
but here's the thing, though. They shouldn't have to. So in these communities, if you have predatory lending and you're overcharging people, and their property taxes are the highest, the school should be better because of the amount of money they're charging people for taxes. But again, as I said earlier, they're comfortable with using and abusing you. They'll overcharge you to get garbage, trash, the worst, and you'll love it. Icy had a song a long time ago called "Shut Up and Be Happy," and that was about no matter what abuse you're going through, smile and be happy.
Yeah, it's the smile and be happy because it could still get worse. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I wanted to ask PhD because she mentioned that woman that took I guess she took an
Ron
investment from
Weaver.
Jay-Z. Yeah, with his venture capital firm. Do you know like the stipulations of the venture capital deal? Like if he was supposed to take on some of the debt as well, or if it was just a loan that she got, or if he took some kind of percentage. Like, do you know about this? I'm just curious because
Yeah.
when it comes to venture, and I just want to elaborate a little bit. When it comes to the venture capital, it really depends on the type of deal you negotiate right there. So you can get a loan but still stay in debt and end up losing your whole damn business and end up messed up. So I'm just curious.
So no, what I read didn't talk about the stipulations of the loan. Did say it was a loan though.
Um,
But one thing to note is that they're under receivership, and the receiver has accused her of fraud. Even the judge saying you are not credible, lady,
mm,
and I think you're doing something fraudulent.
Damn.
yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and
that
that's the
sucks.
part about being used and abused. So
Yeah.
another good one we could take is the 19 black families that bought something that they was going to call Freedom Town, and why that failed. Because every turn they made, it was always some issue. And that's because we don't collectivize. There is no ecosystem, and we don't support each other. So when they got there, they couldn't even get the plumbing together. They couldn't get electrical together. They didn't understand how to work out the Wi-Fi. So that big story about Freedom Town is over. There's no more Freedom Town.
Right, but see, that's all stuff that you find out before you even buy a property like that, right? Is it hooked up
Yeah.
to utilities, or does it have wells? Like, there's like surveys and stuff, so you're supposed to know all this stuff before you get into it. So a lot of times, I think we don't do the necessary background research, but at the same time, I don't think we should have to know everything and be perfect in order to have good outcomes.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we gotta stay the course. I want Mike to make sure he understand. I'm not talking about not the hustle and go out here and get it out the mud. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can talk about the racism in the system and also go out there and use the system for my advantage. I actually think you don't have to know everything. I'm a prime example of getting into stuff, didn't know it, and just had the will not to quit, the will to run through a wall. So you don't have to know everything. And trust me, if you can't find somebody black to do it, you can find somebody Mexican to do it. So I don't know why people keep talking about people don't work together and all that craziness. That's what
that's a beautiful thing. But once again, that's individualism, John Henry. Okay, you're gonna go up against the steam engine, but every single time we try to recreate a Black Wall Street, what was the dude name? They tried to do it again and he scammed all them people. The brother, Jay Morrison. Jay Morrison. So
Jay
that's
Morrison.
the thing. A
Also
lot of these
fun.
things end up being scams.
Well, no, people gonna scam each other. See, and this is the problem I had with some of the conversation. We act like only black people scaring black people. It's white people scared of what, like the
I'm not white,
scammers
though.
are
I
in
don't
it.
care what
Hold
white
on.
people do.
every day.
But that's the point. The point that I'm telling you is that we would never get rid of the bad apples. I know we can paint these narratives that if you just keep on making these points, it's a pointless point because it's always somebody who's trying to take advantage of the race. And it
So
always will be.
So then you're misunderstanding me, because I keep hearing people say something about a community, a community. And we have all these examples of people that's anti-community, individualistic, and they doing their own thing. And because they have successes, they say you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps. They're liars.
Well, no, they're not liars because they did it. They can't be lying about something they did.
They're
And they're
individual. You said so. You just didn't hear what
Hold
I
on,
just
hold
said.
on. Let me respond to
Individuals
you.
having money
Hold
doesn't
on.
make the
Okay, hold on.
community.
Bro.
Hold on. He don't want to argue. He think that he's misunderstood. Hold on. But I want Nice to reiterate the point so this way he can be understood, and then get an email. You can respond. But I also want to say, hey, we can have double the people here if y'all just hit the like and the share. Maybe some of y'all forgot to hit the like button. Maybe some of y'all forgot to hit the share button. But that's one thing we could do together as a collective is just to hit the like and the share button. We should be it should be very easy for us to hit 200. Simple and plain. Really good discussion. Learn how to support your own people. Hit the like and the share button. All right, go ahead, Knight, finish up your statement. So, and then Either Man, go ahead and respond.
What I'm saying is this, Either Man. I believe there's pockets of people that practice community. So I would say like the Nation of Islam, that's a community. Hebrew Israelites, they're a community. But whenever we practice collectivism, that's when they come in like they did to Black Wall Street, and then boom, and it's people getting whatever else. That's why I brought up Freedom Town. Every time we try to do the thing that you're talking about, even when you think about I think it was Jay Prince, Suge Knight, and Irv Gotti that try to get a distribution thing going on. They got a federal case, and then they came out with Napster. They start streaming, and now they can't count streams. So you get 1 million streams. It's about getting back to direct to consumer, so I can actually know exactly how much money I'm getting. So now they got to do bundles when it comes to making your money. So you got to have merchandise, a concert ticket, and all this other stuff to make money, and they can't even make those numbers make sense.
Well, what you just explained was the evolution of business, right? We can't expect our business, but I talk to a lot of people who say, let's unintegrate. That's kind of what I'm hearing you saying. Let's unintegrate, right? And then we say, well, let me give you an examples of the Black community doing this. And you said it's small groups. I think the news flash is in every race is small groups. Now, with white people, it looks like it's a bigger group because they have a bigger impact, but it's never going to be the whole race. Like, it's never going to be this kumbaya that all the Black Americans are going to get together. We always going to have these small pockets. The question is, how can we edify the small pocket and make the small pocket actually have power? Because if we go to any other race, these small pockets have a whole bunch of power. That's why we think they run things, but the majority of them do not.
All right, hold up. Either Man, let me jump in there for a second, real quick, because I know he just got another panelist up here. I don't think it's that Blacks, for the most part, are a target. It's that the financially illiterate are always going to be a target of the system because they don't understand the concept of money. It just so happens that in America, a large percentage of them people are Black. So it looks like Black folks are a target.
To accept the fact that no, they target you. They're targeting you. They told us this. They did. In fact, they literally told us this. And y'all will sit up here and say, "Oh no, it ain't because of that. It's because of whatever stupid shit you can come up with." They done told you it's because you Black. My God,
Right.
accept it, Black men. They don't like you.
Yeah. How to sell to the Negro. Go watch it. It's on YouTube.
No, I think we definitely was targeted. I can't take that approach. We wouldn't have targeted if you look at the criminal system. Somebody's background's really bad. If you look,
Sharon, the bounty's on, because I'm finna go ahead and get him up out of here. We don't with all that noise today. We having a serious conversation. The bounty's on, Sharon.
Better roll up your window, Jay. Hurry up before she
All
take you
right.
out. Oh, damn. I see the he gave her. Ooh. Now, listen, the point that I'm saying is that we definitely been targeted criminally, business-wise. We know the biggest way to create wealth is through real estate. Come on now. We can't act like we haven't been targeted as black people. That's crazy.
And Jay, brother
Okay.
Jay, put
Let
that
me-
camera back on your face. We don't want to see your whole body, sir.
Let me see. Jay, can you hear us? Let me see. Let's see. Can you hear us?
There you go.
You can hear us, Jay?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
All right. Okay. What's your thoughts? Goddamn.
Oh yeah, she finna get him up out of here.
Hold on. Technical difficulty. Hold up.
We can hear you.
Oh, all right. Hold on one. Now, ask the question again, brother. My bad. I was trying to get the notes.
Man, go to the next person, man. You need to listen.
All right, we're gonna let you catch up to the
you
conversation. Welcome to
multitasking.
the show. Yeah, welcome to the show, XL. Good day, XL. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Y'all gonna hear better.
He just as bad. What's that sound?
That's what I said. I'm at work. I ain't gonna say much. I'm listening to what y'all got to say though.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Hello, NT. I got a question for NT. So, when you say black people haven't been targeted, right? I know here in McDonald's with my family, they doing eminent domain and taking people land, and happened to be the black people. They said it was for city use, and then they sold it to a corporation like Kroger's and Walmart. That you can't tell me that that's city use, right? Quote unquote, right? So when you say that black people are not being targeted, what do you mean by that? Because it's nowhere in our history I can show that we wasn't targeted.
Why NT? Because he probably stepped away from the microphone real quick. Jay,
Or
you
anybody who
my bad. Can you hear me now?
I got. Yes, hold on one second. I got y'all. Jay, would you like to answer that question? Were black people targeted? Go ahead, Jay.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Nice to meet you, brother.
The patience of Sharon. Sharon got patience to make you look bad.
No, to answer each question real quick, I never said that that it wasn't black folks that were targeted. I said that the financially illiterate were the ones that were being targeted, and a bunch of them, just a majority of folks, has happened to be black.
No, but
That's
that's
the
not
thing
true.
about it.
They
Well,
literally did studies and showed even when you had the same credit score and the same credit worthiness as people from other races, you were not given the same terms. And so what's that called, Auntie?
it's called predatory lending practices. But
Right,
when
and
you're
they targeted black people. They literally said they targeted black women. And so now if they
absolutely,
telling us they targeted them, then why are you sitting up here saying it wasn't? It was
I'm
just
gonna
because they
tell.
was financially illiterate.
Nah,
They didn't say they targeted the financially illiterate.
well,
They
they
said they
target,
targeted
and
black people.
I'm explaining why they targeted them, because they'll
No,
still sign
boy, you
on the
can't
line
explain
because
nothing.
of their I can't explain it. I
No,
was
you
just asked
can't.
a question, and I'm not allowed to explain the answer. That's amazing.
Because you can't speak for them. You didn't even know. You sat up here and said they wasn't doing it. So now you're gonna
Yo,
explain
this
why
is
they was doing it
hilarious.
when you just said they wasn't doing
Like,
it.
I'll finish, and then you can
Right.
rebuttal me.
No. You said they
I
wasn't
think
doing it first,
it's
and now you finna tell us why they was
well.
doing it. And
I'll
so
tell you what I'm
no
going to tell you
credibility.
after I
You're
tell
not
you that.
credible,
You know what I'm
sir.
saying?
You're not
But it sounds like
credible.
you're telling me what I'm about to tell
You're
you,
not
and that
credible
doesn't make
because you
sense.
said that they wasn't doing it first, but now you finna explain to us why they was doing the thing that you said they wasn't doing.
No, okay.
Oh,
They
okay.
target people that will sign on the line that is
No,
dotted.
they targeted
Okay,
black
they
people.
target
They
people that'll
literally
sign on
said
the
it. So
line
you
that is
can't
dotted,
explain
even though it's
anything if
against their
they
best
said they was
interest.
targeting black
And you probably
people.
couldn't even repeat what I just
Right?
said because you didn't hear it.
They said they targeted black
So
people.
yeah.
So, and we supposed to listen to you? Why? Because you
Well,
done
you
been able
can.
to shove
I'll be
your
more than
narrow
happy
face
to
down
listen
into the
to
ground,
you
sucking all
after
of
I'm
that, showing
finished
that?
answering the
That's why we
question.
supposed to listen to you?
But no, hold on, NT.
Okay,
So
good.
I want to understand this mindset. So if a white woman or a white man can go get a loan for 2%, and a black person go get that same loan for 7%, apples are the same. We understand that most businesses, especially if you're trying to do a large business, you're gonna need the loan. How can you say I'm irresponsible when I need the loan to get ahead?
Okay, well, you need the loan to get ahead. You think you need the loan to get ahead. What you need to do is be able to know when to exercise your leverage and not take the loan.
I agree with that, but some
When they know that you will still take the loan no matter what, then yeah, you're a target.
Well, hold on.
What's the
So I went to
leverage if they
Chase.
already?
Hello, Kate. Hello, because
Hold on. So I want I got you, Knight. You be able to jump in, but let NT and Edelman finish up their conversation real quick. They got a couple of more back and forths. Also, let me shout out to the Cash App that says, "I'm here, but I'm not here." LOL. Good day, Sharon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, beautiful.
So NT,
go ahead, Edelman.
So, NT, the reason I think your argument is full of crap, brother, is because what if I went to Chase? And Chase told me 7%. I went to Bank of America. Bank of America told me 7%. It wasn't that, and I need the loan to get ahead because we understand that people have leveraged loans in business. Most businesses got loans. Like, we ain't got to go down that rabbit hole. So when you're saying it's going to cost me 5% more because I'm black, like I am being targeted, and it's not because I'm illiterate, but I need the money. So I have to pay what we call a black tax in this lending world because I am black.
If you know that your loan is 5% high, like your interest rate is 5% higher just because you're black, would you still who would still take that loan?
Yes, I have no choice.
I'm just saying most people wouldn't even take the loan. Most people just don't even know. Like they don't even know.
They knew. Right.
And that's what I mean. They don't know. That goes to financial, with a lack of financial literacy.
No, it doesn't,
Right.
because even when I get loans, I don't know what they're giving a similarly situated white person. They could be doing me in for a couple decimal percentage points. You get what I'm saying? And so you wouldn't know unless you have a comparator there. And that's why in those types of cases, when you report a bank to the government, they look for comparators. Y'all shut up when you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying.
And also,
in
let
this
me
world,
say,
you're always
before
going
you
to
go,
be punished
NT,
for what you don't
before
know.
you go, NT, hold on 1 second. Jay in the back, you got a few more minutes. Somebody paid to drop you, so either you got to pay 20 to come back, or you just wait your time. Go ahead, NT.
I'm just saying you're always going to be punished for what it is that you do not know. You're never exempt. Like the not knowing is never an excuse. So if you don't know, you're going to be a victim of these things.
No, but they weren't doing that same thing to financially illiterate white people, and or Asians. And so, right, again,
Good
they
point.
told us they targeted us. Black men, y'all really erect a lot of defense mechanisms to try to lie to yourself and say you ain't in the situation that you're actually in, and it's pretty disturbing.
I don't know what happened, but you went from $1,000 internet to $2. Just me?
I thought it was me. No, it was me too. I thought it was just me.
Nah, I think she might gotta go out and go out. But that's all I'm saying is like the one thing is I don't want to play stupid, and I think sometimes when I have these conversations.
You're doing it very well. You're doing it very eloquently. You're very
Go ahead,
excellent
Knight.
in your playing ignorant.
Go ahead,
you're
Knight.
trying to say that every time we try to collectivize, they don't come through and try to destroy it. You're saying that when banks had that predatory lending, a 2% versus, the difference that make? If I can get the same loan at 2% as a black person, now I have enough money to be able to save and invest and do whatever else. That 5% difference makes a difference. Y'all are up here capping this morning. I don't understand why. And black tax is not what you say it is. Black tax is you make money in the family while everybody else is broken. You feel
I know for a fact.
to take care. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. Waterhead.
I got you. Let him finish.
Waterhead. I know your head swole up and you got that dunce cap sitting in that corner, but let me say to you, the black tax is when you are successful and you feel you got to take care of the rest of the family. That's what black tax is.
Okay. Go ahead, eat him in.
Yeah. So I guess Knight just wanted to argue with me because he just, I guess, agreed with me. He said a lot of stuff that I said and said, yes, I was right. But the point that I'm saying is that I just don't want people to play stupid, like to think that we're equal and that we got the same opportunity in this country as everybody else. Once we can acknowledge that, then we can move to my level. What do we do about it? How do we combat it? But until we acknowledge that, hey, we're not equal, and that if we are gonna have a black tax, or we're gonna have certain things we got to do over and above, make us look better than others to actually strive, then we can move forward.
Listen, I can't listen to a fat dude with a big water head and a dingy V-neck sitting in a dunce cap in a corner talk crazy to me like you're an intellectual. Don't do that, Eat-a man. Eat-a man is crazy too. What do you mean by eat the man? What does that mean?
Did you take your medicine today, son?
Hold on. Yes, clearly he did. But so when we talk about our black folks doing the right things, and you know, Jay-Z was brought up earlier, and it seems like, you know, something going on with the uncle. Yeah, the uncle. What was it called? Uncle Nearest.
Uncle Nearest.
Nearest, yeah, Uncle Nearest. Seems like it's something going on with that. It got to be something going on with Jay-Z getting back on stage with all those people. Like, I think that's kind of weird to me as well. If you are actually a billionaire, well, you still performing?
Well, Sharon, Uncle Nearest is the guy who created Jack Daniels. They stole it from him.
We know, Nidus. Now, come on. Damn.
Well, I don't think, Sharon, you know that? You knew that
give
already?
us some history?
Yeah.
Yes, you don't
Yeah,
have
I
on
knew
nerves
that.
already.
Well, he was
Well, I
there.
get on your nerves easily, ex-work wife. Spend 50 and drop me off for the day.
So, and I just, you know, I don't know. It's just that we have to figure out something where we got to stop just being the face of things. That's what I think about when I think of Jay-Z now, right? That he's just the face of businesses and not actually the owner of businesses. I just can't imagine performing as a billionaire.
I can. Yeah, I think that's a bad take because you got to be the face to be the owner. Because now he's a partial owner of a football team, right? He's a partial owner, I think, of a hockey team. Like this idea that
What football teams?
He's the. Let me look it up. If I'm not, it's the Jets. It's even good football team.
Sharon is right.
Hold on. Yeah, he worked for the NFL. He have a job with the NFL to set up the Super Bowl. That's what he got with the NFL, as far as I understand.
Yeah, it's a Rock Nation.
The reason why he got the job is because of Colin Kaepernick. So he got y'all to believe that he was somehow pro-black when he pro-business. That man is not pro-black.
Pro-business.
And he did not
He ain't
turn them
pro-black.
wigs into that Macy Gray wig he had on the other day. And then bars was trash.
Not Macy Gray, but what I'm saying is that, like, we need to stop being the face of things and start actually putting the work in and start owning some things. It's no excuse for Ray J to be getting paid whatever he got paid to get that knot on his goddamn forehead by somebody that's only 25 years old. A 25-year-old white man, Aiden Ross, is the owner of this whole whatever that event was.
Yeah, shout out to
That's
the
kind
small
of
hats
crazy.
again. Hey, listen.
We gotta
Not
start.
only
We gotta
is he a
start. We gotta
small
start
hat,
thinking. We gotta start thinking collectively different. This is what I've been for the past couple of weeks. I'm saying that us as black men, we gotta change the culture, the way how we think as black men. This degenerate thought process needs to be ended immediately.
Well, step one is stop kicking your kids out.
Well, I'm just saying, businesses
Step
have
one.
had spokesmen and facemen and women for centuries. Like, that's not new. So that's a marketing gimmick that, I mean, businesses have been using since the beginning of business. So, I mean, what do you expect? They're going to use people's faces and likenesses to sell stuff.
So let's stay right there. The new marketing image should stop being tough guy, because you're not all that tough. You being embarrassed when it comes to toughness, and be the smart guy. Let that be the focus. And all you intellectuals, so supposedly talented 10th, or what they call them, people that's all the fraternities and sororities, they call themselves the D9, I guess. We need our intellectuals to help out our slow people, and it's just too many slow people.
Hey, Sharon, you know what I'm sick and
No.
tired of? All these old niggas, they did what they did and telling us what we need to do. Nigga, they had 70 years to accomplish all this stuff they telling us to do, and they ain't accomplished nothing. And now they saying, this is what y'all need to do.
You're
Man,
a
I don't wanna hear
liar.
that shit.
You're
Y'all ain't even do it.
waterhead boy that sits in the corner with the dunce cap. You're a liar. At one point, they called Bill Cosby the father of America.
He
And what
owned
happened when
nothing.
1 second, sir. Let me finish, and I'll let you go ahead and try to get back because you ain't got no chance, fat boy. And I'm a fat boy. Call me a fat boy. This is the thing right here. When he was the father of America, that was the peak of black men going to college. HBCUs got all of the love. We was walking around with kente cloth and African this, and we so pro-black and blah, blah, blah. But since they call him Bill Cosby, and that's how easy it is to take us away from being collectivized, that's what they do to us. You hate yourself.
But
He
also,
said all that.
hey,
Hold on. He literally said all that to say we accomplished absolutely nothing. He said that he was the face. He's bragging. Hold on. He's criticizing Jay-Z for being the face by edifying Bill Cosby for being the face.
but hold on, I've
Jay-Z
even
was
got
never
a
face.
wait a second. I've actually got a rebuttal for Nidish's argument because he mentioned about Black Wall Street being burnt down. When Bill Cosby was America's dad, unquote, and he was allegedly about to buy Viacom, then his son ended up found murked.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time,
And then
while
came all of that stuff.
So, Auntie, let's stay right there.
So
at the same
hold on. So hold on, Knight. I want to understand. So you brought that up. What does that mean? That when he wanted to buy it, they deleted his child. So what does that mean?
That was Auntie that said that.
No, I said it, but I
Yes.
mean, he mentioned Black Wall Street being burned down. So maybe you have a point that as soon as a black man tries to handle things or purchase things, all of a sudden something bad happens. Same thing with, they said Michael Jackson was possibly about to purchase Sony and a bunch of other things. And then all of a sudden, he's gone. You know, same with Prince. Let's go.
So, Auntie, that's
Okay.
a fact. That's what I said multiple times. I said that when it came to Master P, Irv Gotti, and them trying to control distribution. I said the same thing about Black Wall Street. I say the same thing about when Cosby was trying to buy NBC. Every time we get into the position, they do the same thing. But here's the thing. All the old things work. You're not supposed to stop. Do it again.
Right.
You are not supposed to stop revolting. Keep revolting.
But you never started, Nightish. That's the point. When people look at my generation, go ahead.
Wait. You saying Gen X didn't do nothing? Is that what you saying, big head?
I said you.
No, that's not what I said.
Sir, I was involved in a church, Allen Temple, with scouts, Cubs and boys. I've been involved with politicians in my city. I did that stuff for about 13 years until I just got old and tired. Then people still contact. What are you talking about, Goofy? You came Goofy up here. You a lame.
Now I'm lame.
You
See
should
how he
hush
gotta
your
go to the
mouth.
personal? He got to go to a personal attack because I'm cooking him up in Sharon. I asked him what did he do. He said I went to a meeting.
Of course,
I went to a
fat dude.
and we
Of
ain't
course a
changed
fat dude
nothing
would-
in California. But I went to a
Respectfully.
meeting. I need my credit, boss, for going to the meeting.
Respectfully, of course, a fat dude would be talking about cooking.
Let me also welcome into the show White Josh. Good day. Welcome to the show, White Josh.
Nah, fuck that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you see the tag down there, sir, Shadow. You see it down there. It says White Power. White Power. That's what it says, sir. Anyways, the idea that intellectuals should lead society is actually a very dangerous idea.
That man is getting his ass whipped by an Asian woman.
We got Ghostface on the panel.
Historically speaking, intellectuals are a direct threat to society because they upset status quo. So, like going all the way back to say like the Roman Empire, right? The Greeks were the intellectuals. They rounded them up and basically, hung them. And there's a reason for it. Is anything that directly competes with the status quo of society becomes a target.
Isn't it weird that
Can I
And Shadow,
wait? Let me respond to Josh. Josh, you are pulling a rich.
you can't
And that
because
age of
Shadow
1
Shadow
second.
paid good money to get rid of the white power. You can't. You could respond to me later. Sharon,
Josh, is that for
Super chat.
Hey Josh, is that for Josh?
You know
Hey,
damn
Shadow,
well
is
it
that for
is.
Josh?
Hey, I just put a bullet.
No,
I just got a bullet in the chamber right now.
Okay.
He's waiting.
White Josh, I got a question. Why did you think that you should come up and start talking about people being hanged? Like, what was in your mind to go to that?
Hanging is actually a very common method of execution, historically speaking. You thought black people getting hung from trees were like it was just you guys? Y'all ain't special. Everybody got it.
But no, hold on. I'm trying to understand, why did you feel that you should have came up with a whole bunch of black people and started talking about hanging, but nobody introduced that to the situation?
Because the idea, Nidus basically prescribed the idea that intellectuals should stand up and basically educate the whatever you want to call the lower educated, right? And I consider the premise to be like a way of basically eradicating your intellectuals. If you consider intellectuals to be a resource in society, doing that thing, basically having them promote and go against the status quo in society, would directly paint them as a target. This has historically been true not only for the United States, but for every empire you can think of, going all the way back to the Roman Empire.
My next question is, you said,
automatically.
Well, what Edelman? He
hold
said
on,
my
hold
name.
on.
Let me. He
Oh,
said
go
my
ahead.
name. Let me respond.
You're right, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's a such thing called crabs in a bucket. I have a picture on the side of my left side. Is a brother lifting another brother up out of chaos and confusion and destruction. So if you're an intellectual and you know some kind of way, if you really are into the black thing, why wouldn't you help your brother up?
See, now I would
Just
lay
like the
claim
taste out of your
that
mouth.
for
I'd like to see it.
We got to be mindful of white people talking about we ain't special, but you make a special appearance to be around us. And then in the words they choose, he could have articulated his point a lot where he didn't have to use hanging. So, like, you got to watch these white dudes, bro.
Shadow. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Mr.
Believe it or
Tom
not,
Borders talking about we should
either man,
watch
I
these white
think
people is
that's
crazy.
that's actually a big problem, is watching them when you really should just be ignoring them. And I don't care what type of sense that they talk in. What is his purpose of even wanting to enter into this conversation with black folks about black issues? You know,
Well,
Exactly.
Who said that?
you said ignore the white man?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care how much sense he's making. Just the fact that he's even coming up here thinking that he has a right to make sense in a conversation full of black folks about
I
black
got
issues
what
just
you
shows
said.
a lot of nerve. It
You
shows
said
a
in
lot of
the
nerve, and
YouTube,
that
you said in the
disrespect shouldn't be
YouTube.
tolerated.
No, you said in the YouTube aspect, like ignore them, don't let them speak on your platform. I thought you meant like ignore the white man. I was like, that's not realistic.
When it comes to a conversation like the one we're having, he has no place.
I got you.
Yeah, he
We
just has no
listening.
place
I
in there.
got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
But the thing is this though. Let's give some respect to Sharon. Sharon say everybody should have the opportunity to speak, but that's why the bounties are up. So come up here and say some weird stuff, and then you can suffer the consequences of opening your mouth in the wrong place. So that's why I said to Shadow, thank you for getting him up out of here.
But did you really hear what he said? He came up
I
and told you
did.
he's gonna kill your intellectuals.
No. He not. No. He believes in because he said it to me multiple times. Might is right. So it's not about the intellectuals. It's about getting everybody up out the way. So here's the thing that they talk about.
He
and
told
they've said
you
it
on
to
his own mouth.
Wait. Let me finish, Big Head. The thing they have told us is that they believe in manifest destiny. So if they see it, it belongs to them. God ordained it.
That's crazy.
Listen,
Your woman. Well, 1 second, brother. Your woman, your house, the Native Americans, The Native Americans was annihilated and put on reservations because they believe that land belonged to them.
Damn.
And God said so.
Let either man get a chance. Let either man get a chance to respond. Go ahead, E.
This is what I'm saying. Nidish was telling us, hey, you know, keep fighting the fight. I'm too old to fight now, so keep fighting the fight. Go out there. And then he had in real time a white man say, hey, this is what's going on in history, and we gonna do it again. That's literally what the white man told you. Hey, this is if your intellectual stand up, and he said it in a bypassing way. I give you that. But he said if your intellectual stand up, we gonna deal with them. So then we start asking the question, do we do the way that Nidish said and Sharon said that doesn't work? Or do we take more of a segregated approach that Mott said? I'm not saying either one of those ways are right or wrong, but it sounds like, you know, to keep doing the same thing, getting the same result, don't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's insanity, but that's not what I said. What I said was that if we practice collectivism, you wouldn't let the intellectuals be separated from our military side. So the military side really ain't so militant. They tough with us. A black man will definitely knock a black man off. But when you go up against this opposing enemy that's coming through to take away Freedom Village, that'll take away Seneca Village, that'll take away Rosewood, that'll take away Tulsa. So it's the same thing, same fight, and just fighting. You got a bunch of people out. You got a bunch of people. You have what?
How do we attack the boogeyman? Because it's not a person. How you telling this story is like it's a man, and once we take out the man, it's over. It is a whole system. So I'm asking you the question: how do we actually attack this boogeyman that you're talking about?
Hold on. Do you think voting
David
for
gave
Trump
us that
was
answer.
supporting this? Do you think voting for Trump supported the system more than not voting for Trump?
Hey, Sean,
that's to you either, man.
Say it again. I'm sorry. You came in.
Do you think voting for Trump and supporting people like him is supporting the system that you are supposedly against?
I'm not against the system.
AR,
Okay,
can I respond to your question? Can I respond to it?
Okay,
I think that when them dudes do that, they're being submissive. They're pulling
They're cucks.
That's funny.
No. We have two different arguments. I think Sharon and Nidish is making the argument to be revolutionists, to revelize and whatever those words is. I gotta mess up something. It's been an hour. And they said fight. Go on out there and fight. Lose your life like Martin Luther King. Lose your life just like Malcolm X. Just keep fighting, because if you keep fighting against the system, eventually you're gonna win. I'm saying I do think that we're supposed to be using the system like Monty saying, but that means that we can also acknowledge that racism is there. That's the only point I'm making.
I'm not finna let you sit here and disrespect me and Sharon. If you just want to bend it over, boss.
So, Knight, you telling everybody else to fight while you sit in that chair?
I'm not telling nobody to fight. I didn't say that at all. But I'll tell you this, Amon, if I was in front of your face and I feel some kind of way, I'm going to take that. I'm positive you can whip me because you're younger, but I'm definitely going to hit you in your jaw.
You ain't getting up out that chair.
The little time that I can stand up, I'm throwing that punch, Brody.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand. So you just say this idea of just keep fighting, even a fight that you can't win.
All we can
is
do.
that pride? Hold on.
That's all. No, that's all we can do.
No, Sharon, is that pride? To keep fighting a fight that is not designed for you to win.
No, I don't think that's pride. I think that's seeing a thing through.
Yeah, that's literally what fighting is about.
Generations?
Wait, sure. You were talking crazy, homie. The whole point of a fight is if it's an uphill battle, you still persevere and go through it. You're saying we're not designed to win the fight, so we shouldn't fight. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm telling you, you should be smarter. So let me give you an example.
You're a defeatist.
Hello, I got you. I got you.
All right. So Eda Band says it's gonna make you smarter to leave the fight. Mott, do you agree with that? Does it make you smarter to leave the fight?
I didn't say leave the fight.
Hold up. Say it again.
All All right. So what was the question, Either Man? Because then now I'm confused.
So what? This is what I was saying. I was saying, why keep fighting a fight the same way that it's designed for us to lose? I'm not saying we should leave the fight. I think we should get a new strategy and understand how to fight. Because if Mutt go in a situation, I know Big Bad Mutt go in a situation, you fighting 30 people, it doesn't make sense for him to say, I'm just gonna go fight this fight if it's an impossible fight to win. He need to find a strategy to be able to, maybe he need to bring 25 people to be able to have a strategy that's actually a winning outcome. Does that make sense, Sharon?
Okay. I don't know if it
go
makes
after
sense
mine?
yet. Yeah. Also, AR, do you want to jump in on this part of the conversation
go
as well?
ahead,
Because I know you said.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Go ahead, Mott. Mott then Knight.
You know, I'm with I mean, Either Man is just saying what Ben said. Like, I've been acknowledged racism, but I said get the fuck up and do something. Like, get some money. I think using the system to your advantage is how anything is going to happen. Use the system, play the game, and then eventually, if not you, your kids, your grandkids, your great, like eventually somebody is going to be able to make a move, and they're going to have the grounds to make a move. So that's my perspective.
Go ahead, Knight.
Literally, the only way you can win a fight is by fighting. You can't win a fight without fighting.
Yeah, then you're being if you're not even fighting, you just being submissive.
But also,
my thing is this:
you
I
can't
like.
win a fight that you fight with no strategy.
So here's my thing. I always talk about this. I know it may be annoying. It's a TV show called Yellowstone. It has a prequel called 1923. It has a pre-prequel called 1883. In that story right there, and when we're talking about this fight that we're having, it doesn't matter what you do, Either Man. They're going to keep knocking you down because they look at you as a submissive. They don't look at you as a man, period. So when they try to say in 2026, you're not 3/4 of a human being, that's a lie. They just tell you that they look at you as an equal. No matter how smart you are, no matter what strategy you have, no matter what you do, they're going to keep knocking you down. But that doesn't mean you stop fighting. So that's the conversation.
It means you change the way you fight. It means you fight with a different strategy.
Correct.
Like, while I agree with you, what does it have to do with Yellowstone? Like,
well,
what?
the thing is that they're saying that if you fight
as an analogy about fighting.
No. See, what I'm saying is, as a black man, if I show up in the courtroom, I understand. If I show up by myself, I'm at disadvantage. I'm saying the new strategy is I'm gonna make enough money where I can hire a Jewish lawyer who have connections in that courtroom, so that I. Go ahead, bro.
Call him a small head.
But the problem is, hold on. All right, so the problem is that plan hasn't worked neither.
None of them have.
When you go and hire that person, they still working behind your back to put you under the bus because they went to school together. He know the judge, he know the lawyer. So even though you got yourself up to a point where you could hire them and they could work for you, they still not going past the bro code or the race code, and that's something that we need to, I guess, adopt. Possibly, I'm not sure.
And
However,
Sharon, I don't want to.
That strategy of hiring them as lawyers, that strategy of going to them as doctors, that strategy of things that they do is better than our own has not worked.
So you said the strategy.
What you would want, the best method is actually to have a black judge with a black courtroom and a black lawyer who went to college with that black judge who understands what happened in that case and looks at it unbiasedly. How do you say that?
But also, Either Man.
Look
like
at
I gotta
on in the round with the judges. Stop it, like this. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna switch it for a second. Like when Mont was talking about like strategy and things like that, we were talking about. Well, I was talking about the predatory lending practices. For example, when the housing market crashed, a bunch of people got foreclosed on. People used balloon mortgages and reverse mortgages, but mainly balloon mortgages as a tool. you know what I'm saying, to target, you know what I'm saying, black folks. Now, there are a lot of people that won with balloon mortgages. Those were the people that were flipping, not just living in those places. Do you agree?
Sure. Yes, I agree with that.
So that's what I'm talking about when it comes to strategy. You can say that, yeah, I was the target. I got hit with the balloon mortgage, didn't understand, whatever, but you didn't use it for its intended purpose. You could have won the game, but you would have had to flip, and the interest rates wouldn't have been that big. It wouldn't even have been an issue.
No, let me help you understand this, right? 'Cause
But,
I'm
but,
very
but
familiar.
wait,
Hold on, wait. Let me address what he said.
And that's just one example.
Cool.
Yeah.
But explain why you agree with the balloon stuff.
No, I agree with what he's saying, that people can leverage balloon type mortgages to be able to leverage, being able to do rehabs, to be able to make more money into money. But what Auntie's not acknowledging, with a balloon mortgage, they would say, hey, these black lenders, let's call their loan due. Well, they have to be able to do it. And let's give these white lenders 6 more months. I'm very familiar with this, to give them more time to pay it. So even if I'm playing the strategy exactly the way that you do, a balloon mortgage should be called due at any time. And that's a fact. So this idea that racism still doesn't matter, I just got to know the strategy and I got to know the system. I'm trying to explain to you, Auntie, is still is deep in the system. And for us to say that it doesn't matter is just being dishonest.
Oh, okay. So
I'm not going to say that it doesn't matter. It's definitely a factor. I'm not going to disagree with you when you say that, of course, it matters and it's a factor, but I still do think it's a way to get around it and use the system to your advantage. That's when strategy comes into play.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the super ninja. That's the point I keep saying. Yes, the super ninja is gonna go around it. He's gonna find it. People like Mont, he's gonna say, I'm gonna figure it out. But I'm telling you, the average black man don't have a chance that we say. Yeah, can he make $60,000, $70,000? Can he put himself in a situation where he has the ability to take care of his family? Yes, but actually taking advantage to advancing to the level we talking about, he really don't have a chance unless he have a superpower.
So that's the point, and
That's
I don't want
wild.
you to deviate from that. So that's the systemic racism right there, because if the other person got 6 months, I get a balloon payment and I got to pay right now, and I did do a flip, and it is what they're saying is that I want $30,000 right now. And if that house don't sell right now, then I'm gonna lose a house. But the other guy gets 6 months to sell a house.
So
that's systemic racism. That's the point.
But at the same time, that means your strategy has to change. And you need to have the house sold before you even close on it your damn self. Already have your buyer, all of that stuff in line.
That's not realistic, brother.
People do it all the time, bro.
So that's my point, Auntie. They want you to be a magic nigga, or what Edelman said.
Not just a little smarter than your average.
No. What they want you to be is John Henry. They want you to go up against the steam engine and survive when you get out. But John Henry died going up against the steam machine. And when you say these things that I said earlier, and somehow Edelman and me are having some differentiation, it's confusing to me. No, the plan is set up for you to fail.
But on that same note, even if you fail, the people behind you, the people who watched John Henry win, still turned around and won behind him. That steam engine still ended up failing because they were inspired by the strength of John Henry.
And then they
like I'm
changed
saying,
the
y'all
rules.
saying to stop fighting. Change the rules. Fight the rules then.
No, listen, I'm telling you.
Wait.
They changed the rules. Soon as they figured out that John
They're
Henry
not
failed.
gonna change the rules, because if they keep the rules the same, they win. And I agree with what Shadow is saying. You don't stop fighting.
No, listen, I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. They changed the rules in real time. They said, hey, Sharon, you need a 580 credit score, right? And then guess what? As soon as he get a 580 score, they said, by the way, the rules changed. You need 630. He get a 630. They say, hey, by the way, Sharon, the rules changed again. You need a 750. I'm telling you, like this idea, racism was never removed from it. They just disguised it better.
But get this, we have methods to fight against that. Hold on, we have methods to even fight what you just said. because you
How
can
do you fight
literally
against
find
this?
out. You can literally find out if you are personally being discriminated against by comparing yourself to someone of a similar stature, location, and credit score in the same, like Diva mentioned. I don't think it was Diva. I think it might have been Anthony, but somebody had mentioned it earlier. You can actually find out if you're being preyed on, and when you find out you are being preyed on, then you intellectually attack the people preyed on.
Let me
You
tell you what
actually
they
have
did.
legal protections for that.
No, Josh,
That was the
that's why
point
they
that I
came
was
out with.
trying to
That's it.
make.
Hold on, that's why they came
That's
out
a
with
great point.
privacy. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me read the super chat. I'm not sure Diva microphone is back yet. Maybe not. Love Wisdom 6458 with the 1999. Thank you so much, Love. We want to hustle our way out of our condition. The book, We Will Shoot Back, Armed Resistance. It speaks on how self-defense is key in developing political and social relationships. We still live in fantasy. Ooh,
Yeah.
she got some balls for us today.
I think Michael Jackson said it best. Michael Jackson said it's too high to get over, it's too low to get under. We stuck in the middle, and the pain is thunder. So I don't know what
Anybody want to address? Anybody want to address Love? Super chat. This is kind of powerful, man. That's
I think it's her
I
perspective, and I
actually
think
agree
it's
with
the
her. Oh,
perspective
sorry.
of. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
Mark.
was about to say, I
You
think a
good,
lot
Mark?
of people read things, right, and they take it as law, which is fine, right? You can read something and you can identify with it and be like, you know what, I think this is the right way to go. However, it is a perspective. That's all. I just want to acknowledge that that's a perspective that you think would work. But as far as us arming ourselves, to a degree, yeah, I think that makes sense. But I don't think that's the key to getting where we need to be.
So can I?
Mark,
Okay, hold on. Can I address the super chat?
Yep. Yes, sir. You got permission.
All right. So get this. I agree with her in regarding to self-defense, but self-defense isn't only limited to physical self-defense. You can intellectually be able to defend yourself against being preyed on. You can realistically financially protect yourself. Again, I think it was Mon who said it earlier. People who are making irresponsible financial decisions, who are going out clubbing every weekend, spending whatever money they do have in their check that they could use to be able to expand what they're doing. Instead, they're not being defensive ahead of time to protect themselves, to be able to grow. You have to be ready to protect yourself and then prepare to be protected when it comes to it. But if you don't know how to protect yourself, you're not going to.
So how do you
Yeah, so-
intellectually protect yourself, Shadow?
live below your means.
No, not only live, but
That's one
like
way.
learn what you're trying to grow in. Hey, I feel like I have the ability to be able to do this. So then take the time to learn how to do it. That doesn't mean you have to go to school. Hey, you can literally learn from someone else. I need to be able to earn $40 more this week. So I'm gonna start mowing lawns. Do something to be able to grow past the limitation you're setting on yourself.
No, I'm
You're
trying
the
to
ones.
understand.
Eat a
Hold
man.
on.
Eat a man.
Hold
Eat a
on,
man.
wait.
Eat a
Let me
man.
Shadow have just a back and forth.
Let him
Hold on.
answer. Yeah, let me answer.
So I'm trying to understand what in your life you think the white man can't take from you, Shadow.
Oh,
My ability to fight and keep going. Because to this day, I've yet to be stopped. When I got knocked back, I put my boots back on, I tied them up, and I said, I'm not done, and I kept fighting forward.
No, but hold on. I want you to realize that that's not even tangible. That means he can take everything away from you, but your ability to fight. He can put you in the hole. You can't fight in the hole. Who you gonna fight? If you was in the hole, who you was fighting?
I waited till I got out, and then I fought again.
Hold on. Listen.
No.
Idea.
Wait. A temporary cripple isn't a permanent disability. What it is, it's a temporary. What a lot of people hit the ground and then they hit rock bottom and say they can't go. I don't want to get back up. But when you're at rock bottom, you can't go any lower. That's why it's called rock bottom. So guess what? There's only one direction to go, and it's up.
Wait. Shadow. Shadow, say it again. Say the same thing one more again.
that was a bar.
He can't.
Yes, I can't, bro. My whole life has been as a fighter. That's the one thing I know. Even when you lose, you can train to get better. You can do something to get better. You can grow past your lower limits, break whatever limit you think you have, and exceed. Find out what's inhibiting you, and take a step further, even if it's something small. Hell, if I made $10 more than I did last week, I still progressed. Maybe I'll make 20 next week. Maybe I'll make 40 the week after. You have the capability to grow. Just know where your bottom is.
Hold on. The idea that you make more money doesn't mean that you progress. We gotta stop this.
Well,
Right?
I'm not equating. First of all, I don't equate money with success.
Shadow.
My bad.
No, if people understand how inflation is, just because you made $10 more than you made last week doesn't mean that you made more money. Like that it's a crazy argument, right? This appearance, because this is what you're saying. The appearance is that I did more. The appearance is I made more money. And I'm telling you, Shadow, if you understand finances, that is not true.
That was not what he said.
Wait, hold on. No. Let's do the actual math then, because if I made 980 this week and I make 990 next week, did I make more money than the week prior?
No.
How?
Okay.
Then clearly you don't understand math, because I literally made $10 more. Wait a minute.
Shadow, hold on, Shadow. Let him explain so we could get an understanding why that's not more.
All right, so it's not more. If last week I made 980 and this week I made 910, but gas cost me $10 more to fill up, I make the exact same amount of money. If you understand inflation, you did not make any more money.
That's true, but the issue is this, though, Edom Man, and you are exactly right. So people ask for a livable wage, and they double people's pay, and then they raise everything twice the price, so it's the same thing. But the thing is this: you don't lay down. So why are you disagreeing with Shadow when he's saying whatever the situation is, keep fighting? What's the disagreement?
Well, hold on, because let me tell you the disagreement. It's because all of y'all are really laying down. The white man just convinced you that you're fighting. That's the whole point that I keep making. Y'all are literally laying down.
Okay.
Y'all have no control of nothing in your life, and you gonna tell me you fighting?
Yeah. We got to get Edom Man up out of here.
Hold on.
Let me send some.
Okay, hold on. Shadow. All right, Shadow want to jump in on that. Do you believe what Edom Man just said, that you believe you are fighting, but actually you are laying down?
Nope, because I can actually see where my work has gained. I like how he tried to twist it. It was pretty. It's a real pretty sentence. Oh, just because you made $10 extra, the economy made you spend that extra $10. He missed the fact that I also, the $10 that I made this week went into something that meant that I don't have to spend $30 next week. So now that he's trying to make it make sense, because we'll talk about the economy, so we'll make it larger numbers so he can't try to whittle his ass out of it. So I went in, I decided not only did I make 970, fuck that. I did 970 this week. I decided to Uber and make another $500. Ain't enough money, ain't enough inflation in a week to make that change. Now tell me how the fuck I didn't stay still, E. Tell me where my growth is not.
I want you to acknowledge what I said.
Hold on, E. He did acknowledge it, I believe. But we're gonna get back to. I want to see how the other brothers feel about laying down, even though they feel like they're fighting. Do you believe what Edom Man said, that you believe that you are fighting the good fight, but actually you are laying down?
Hell no, I don't believe what Edom Man talking about.
And why not?
I understand inflation, but for you to say that, essentially it sounds like you're saying there's no point in making more money. Yes, it is a point in making more money, even with inflation, Edom Man. You should make more money. You should strive to make more money. You know what's interesting, right? If you a black man, you get some money, you go and move to a better place, and you take your kids there, right? And the crazy thing is, it's only gonna be white girls there for your kids to grow up with around, and they're gonna end up making white people eventually, right? And I think that if actually more black people move to nice areas, then they wouldn't be making more white people, because your kids would have black people to date. You know?
Well, hold on.
I was just thinking about that.
Hold on, let me explain my fight because I think y'all don't understand what I'm saying, right? Oh, go ahead.
But before you explain, let me get Knightish in there as well. Knight, do you believe that your fight, you are not actually fighting, but you are laying down? Do you believe what Edelman said with that?
No, because let's say bread double in price. If I'm in with my significant other, can she make bread? It's way cheaper if she make the bread for us from scratch. It's way cheaper if we get a garden. It's way cheaper if I have a relationship with Shadow and he raising cows and pigs and chickens, and I buy my cows and pigs. The thing that we're doing is we're not collectivizing. We're not working together. I'm going to get, if I can get him to give me some venison and whatever else, and I give me a deep freezer, and if I work the way we used to work, if I go back to the old things, no, I won't be. The only thing that would be an issue is the things that I can't produce myself. So if gas get up to $7, that will be the expensive thing. But if I can make $10 more, and I got somebody that got a farmer's market, and they selling me fresh fruit for cheap price. I got somebody that's, like I say, somebody got a farm, and they got chickens or whatever else, and that's a set price. I'm Gucci. But that's the thing. He keeps thinking about the white man is God. And since the white man rose up the taxes and he gonna keep you down, you shouldn't fight. No, you should keep on fighting.
Okay, so y'all didn't understand.
Hold on, Josh. Hold on, because I want you to be, yes. Josh, do you believe that the people believe that they're fighting, but they are actually laying down?
No, everybody's laying down in our society.
What's like the taste out of your mouth?
Everybody.
I'd like to see it.
And clearly, Josh, the black Josh said, "Your ass is laying down too." Go ahead, Edelman Williams, so you can rebuttal.
All right. So I think y'all don't understand what I'm saying. What did Shadow really say? Shadow said, let me tell you how he's laying down. Shadow ain't go and create something beside the white man system to make money. We will be having a different. He said, I chose to lay down, submit to Uber, the white man system. I'm going to submit to, listen, I'm going to be a part of the white system, and I'm going to do exactly what the white man want me to do, make the white man money. He's going to make more money off my effort than me. And then he going to say, I didn't lay down. I was standing up. I was fighting, Sharon. Like, that's the point.
Just because you loud don't make you right.
Yeah, it's okay. Let him finish it. Let him finish
Please
it.
let me respond afterwards, because I know how to beat that.
So what the point that I'm telling him is he literally submitted by driving Uber to the white man system, and he think that he's fighting because the white man gave him money to say that he was standing up.
All right, go ahead, Shadow.
So since E decided he wanted to stick to a specific point, E has no idea what I actually did with those additional funds. Here's what I actually did with those additional funds outside that system. I then used the money that I made with Uber to fund the martial arts studio where I'm teaching young black kids how to sword fight every weekend. Oh, wait, and that became an individualistic one that isn't associated with the white man at all. Dang, so I actually used what I got to do something that helped myself get in a better position because I used the money to make more money.
But you prove that you're not fighting against the system. You're not fighting this fight. Hold on, listen. Just because they playing with swords and
I want to go after Edelman. I want to go after Edelman.
Just because he's teaching some kids how to sword fight, right? Listen, I'm trying to help y'all understand this. He's really saying, let me work with the system, like what me and Mont was saying, instead of against the system. Nothing he said was against the system. He didn't say he was teaching young black men how to be entrepreneurs, to be able to create their own system. He said, I'm teaching young black men how to physically protect themselves in the white man system. Like this, I'm just saying, if we really look at it, a lot of people are laying down. They're submitting to the system. They're not taking the Sharon process. I'm going to completely reject this system and do something totally different. That's what the fight really looks like. They said, I'm going to be a part of it. I'm going to get along to go along. And then I'm gonna, as long as I have some achievements of what I did, that means that I was fighting when you really was laying down.
Go ahead, Knight.
In real time, Shadow keeps spanking a white man, keep putting him down, keep making him submissive. And you sitting up here saying that if a man be educated and listen, this is a real thing. Let's go back to slavery. So the house N words used to put glass in their master's food and slowly delete them. And they would go outside and give them field N words, chicken and bread and whatever else, because they still felt like we was one thing. You're sitting up here saying that there's no way the white man is God, and no matter what you do, he always gonna win. That's a defeatist mindset, sir.
Okay, you can say that 10 times. Okay, the point
You're
that I'm
a
telling you,
defeatist. Yeah.
hello. The point that I'm telling you
A
is
big waterhead,
I
dingy
think we're
V-neck
proving.
defeatist.
Let him respond.
I think what we're proving is people are not really fighting. People are not rejecting the system that they have in place. They're actually participating in the system. That's the point that I'm making. It's like, if you really ask yourself, what fight is you really doing other than running your mouth?
In the society we live in,
if I'm a
you have to
boxer,
be a part of the system to help your people. But the thing is, are you helping your people, or are you individualistic and just taking care of yourself?
Well, I'm definitely helping my people because I decided to invest in my people instead of taking a job that I could have been making $175,000 a year. See that I'm doing what y'all say y'all doing, but y'all are literally
You said
participating in my
how did you
system.
how did you get to the point to where you could do that?
I rejected the system for real.
But
That's
you
what I'm
rejected
saying.
it entirely.
Hello.
You collected no money from these white people ever.
No, you missing
Okay.
the point. I think you're
No,
missing the
I
point
just
that I'm
understand how
saying.
finances work. So I understand how commerce works. And you're saying that, oh, I just rejected the system, but you had to take part in that system to be able to reject them. You're saying most people could.
Okay.
The first thing you said today is most people couldn't do that. I'm telling you, most people can. They just need to fight in the boxing ring and then learn fucking Muay Thai. I'm telling you, there's a difference. Take step one before you take step two. You don't believe they can take step one. I do.
Okay, hold on. So, Edelman, can you explain what fight in the system actually look like? Because maybe that's where the disconnect is at.
So what fighting the system is actually rejecting the system and saying, I'm going to create my own infrastructure, my own ecosystem. For example, I'm going to employ the people in my community. And it's all about your capacity. Instead of them actually have to go and do what Shadow's saying, work for the white man and try to blackmail him of playing behind his back to do something different. If we make a system where the money is flowing through us, coming through our quote unquote, I go to our barbershops, our this and our that. What I'm telling you, what happens is now level of loyalty in our system that really fights the system, fight the white man system, because it take money out of the white system.
So Sharon, now we saying what I said. He's saying
Where
everything.
did that money come from? Even the initial money he's talking about still came from the white man, and then you repurposed it for the black man. Congratulations, E. You're doing the same fucking thing that I did.
Thank you.
But you don't have the system. No, it's not. Like y'all are missing what I'm saying. Like this idea. So
You're just further in the system than I am. You're just further out into it than I am.
So you agree that you're speaking from theory and I'm speaking from fact.
So I'm saying that what I'm saying is
that hold on. No. So Edelman, what he's saying is that he is doing the same game plan. You just started it a little early, so you got time on him.
He started it first and made it there.
What I'm telling you,
he's just saying it's a time difference. So he's saying that he is agreeing that I think at this moment y'all actually agree with the game plan that you got to use the system to eventually go against the system if you have the proper plan. That's what everybody is actually saying.
No, but this is what I'm telling you, and this is the point that I'm saying. I had the same mindset as Shadow. I'm at the finish line of where he's going. I'm trying to tell him the
Mhm.
final
But
result.
why are you yelling
Hold
when
on,
you
no, hold on.
agreeing?
You not listen. Oh my. Okay, y'all just want to talk.
Okay,
I'm
hold
telling
on.
you.
No, hold on. So, either man, so you saying you have the final results of what it likes to fight the system.
Yes, and I'm
Is that
telling you,
correct?
it's
Okay.
yeah, and I'm telling you, when you get to the finish line, you're gonna realize it all was an illusion. It
It's
wasn't
not a.
real. The
It's
fight.
not.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. He's trying to hold on. He's saying after. So what he's saying, Night and Shadow, is that y'all are at the beginning of the race. He said he finished the race and he realized that he thought he was going against the system, but actually he's not going against the
Yeah,
system. So now,
because he's
explain
slow.
to us how. Explain to us how you are still laying down when
So
you thought you was fighting.
So when we look at it, I don't know if y'all ever read this book called A Spook Who Sat at the Door. He went and joined the FBI and learned all the information to be able to learn strategically how to, do all kind of wild stuff. So he went into, I said this earlier. So it's the house in word supporting the field in word. And he just said the same thing. I don't know why he think he's saying something different than what me and Shadow was saying. He's agreeing with us. If we in a system where the so-called white man run everything and you got to work through him to get this money and do whatever, you said the same thing. You just arguing to argue.
In fact, he went even further than that. What you said is, I made it to the end of the race you're currently still running in. I agree with you, Eda Man. But guess what you also said? That you're no longer part of the system because you made your own ecosystem. So guess what you actually said? Hey, I used the white man to. You literally said, did you not say you're not in that ecosystem anymore?
I am in the ecosystem. That's the point.
In the white man's ecosystem or your ecosystem?
I'm in the white man ecosystem. If you would have let Sharon let me finish this, I'm telling you, I've been building this ecosystem, Shadow. And at the end, I was like, I have my own system, this, that, and the third. Do you know what I realized, Josh, Shadow? This is what I realized when I got to the finish line, Shadow. I realized I don't know why we feel like we got to just checkmate and not have conversations. Like, this is a great conversation, but we feel like we got to do this. No, Shadow. So I created this whole ecosystem.
You didn't create shit.
Shadow? My ecosystem is just inside of the white man ecosystem.
Right, so you didn't create shit.
No, I did. Hello. Okay, you're right. You're right, Nidus. Go ahead.
You are part of a system, and that's where the black tax kicks in. So you be a part of the system, and then you help you. I said this about the house and word and the field and word. You don't understand that you agreeing with us?
No, you're not even letting me.
You didn't create no ecosystem.
I did.
Because if we had our own ecosystem, then you would be going along with what PhD was said earlier, that we don't have to go to somebody else. But no, you got to go to that white man. So you don't have your own ecosystem. No, you are a damn, what do they call it when it's something hook on to something and they feed from it? That's a
parasite.
You a parasite, nigga.
Okay, so now, Sharon, can I explain what it looks like at the finish line? Because I don't know why they feel like they know, and I'm telling them, I created all this system. I employed all these people, and you know what I realized in the system? I still had to have license for the white man. Listen. I'm trying to explain to you guys. You think that you're creating an ecosystem apart from the white man, but the government is still going to be involved in the system that you created. And so what you're going to realize, Shadow, at the end of the finish line, I know what it feels like at the beginning. At the end of the finish line, you're going to think you created something separate. And then you're going to realize that literally at the snap of a finger, they can take something away to make your ecosystem not valid anymore.
Checkmate.
They can say, hey, check this out. You no longer can do business because you don't have XYZ. I can start talking about excise taxes, talking about rezoning locations. How I seen the whole city get rezoned. It says that now you quote unquote can't do business in a certain place. I'm trying to tell you, your ecosystem will always be inside of their ecosystem.
So, Eda, ironic. I I hate the fact I'm going to do this, but I'm actually going to agree with Diva completely. It's because we're not in the positions to have the power to actually change anything. So in order to do that, to create a true ecosystem, we need to be the people who make the laws. Our children need to be trained to run the government. Our children need to be the police. Do you know the interesting thing about the Asian community? They're not discriminated against the type of Asian they do business with. Chinatown works with Chinese, Koreans, South Korean, North Korean, Vietnamese. It doesn't matter because they all go to the same bank. And guess what? Those same banks look out for all of them. If that same thing happened,
that's not a true statement.
I was in Chinatown not 4 days ago.
And you said the Chinese people work with the Japanese people, the Korean people, and
the Chinese bank is on Harry Hines. The Japanese bank, where they are doing business together, is on fucking Preston. Yes, they're literally right beside each other.
Okay,
you can literally walk. You can walk 6 feet to get to the other one.
You got more credibility than the Asian community than me. You're right.
No. But that's
right.
What the fuck?
That's come on, Edom, man. That's facts.
Okay,
What do they call that shit? They got something they call what they call that shit when Asians go after, because most Asian people get their money under their mattress. I think they call it clocking. I forget what they call it. But no, they just work with each other, period. And they understand systemically that they got to work up under these other people. And the fact that you think that you disagreeing with us and you saying the same thing we saying is crazy work. You gotta, 1 second, sir. You gotta work with that white man and then take the resources you give. PhD was right.
So again, what I'm telling you is, you know what Asian people realize, if we being honest? They said, I have to be a part of the white system. I know.
Wrong.
Okay. All right.
Let him finish it, though. Let him finish it so this way you can explain to him why he's wrong. But go ahead, E.
This idea that Asian people haven't embraced the white system is full of crap. Listen, they literally follow all the white laws. They literally said, let's create a system inside of the white system. They never, their whole goal was never to create a system apart from the white system. That's why they're still protected by the white laws. So that's the point that I keep telling you, this idea that we saying let's fight. In reality, if Shadow's being honest, he's really not fighting. He's laying down. He's just at the beginning stages of it, that he can't see it because they painted the illusion. I get what Shadow said. Shadow said, let's get our own lawyers.
Just because you yelling don't make you right, sir. And we keep trying to have the conversation with you. Asian people came over here and brought up most of America because America is for sale. China and Russia owns America right now. Your enemy owns your infrastructure.
What infrastructure?
No, they don't. The government owns it. All of them, all them pay the government taxes.
You've been yapping this whole time. What infrastructure do they own, Nidish?
Good morning.
Infrastructure.
Can I jump in?
Nidish. What do they own?
In the middle of the vid, it was, I don't want to say these names because I'm concerned about TOS and I don't want to say nothing when it comes to Sharon's channel. But you know the names of these people that came here and bought. Do you understand that I live in Oakland? I've been 1 second, sir. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Most of what do they own? What infrastructure? You said infrastructure. What infrastructure? Just name the infrastructure.
I'm gonna say what I'm saying.
California,
just because.
So PNG, do they own PNG?
No. Let's talk about California. Do you understand that most of California? Let me talk to you, brother. Let me talk to you. I live in Oakland. We had three teams. We had the Raiders, we had the Warriors, and we had the A's. All three of them teams are gone. So most of our what they call it our. Come on, y'all. He asked me a question. I want to answer it.
I thought you asked us for help.
He asked me. So in LA and Oakland and most of California, it's a bunch of abandoned business infrastructure. So that's why you see all these remote jobs online. So most of that brick and mortar is empty. And then people came here and bought most of the brick and mortar. So even though they're not physically in it, they own it.
They don't own it. The government.
Okay, no, just
They
let him-
bought
just-
it. What
bro,
you
he
mean
know
they
what
don't
he
own it?
talking
Hold on, hold on. So
you don't know what he's talking about.
So go ahead, AR. You can say, get with your statement about this part of the conversation. I'm gonna bring in Afro Nerd. Go ahead, AR.
I ain't got nothing. He's just a little slow.
No, you a little slow.
Hold on. So you don't got a statement for that?
What else was to say? He's just yapping.
Okay.
Prove it.
Just like, there's abandoned buildings. The Chinese own it. Like, what are you talking about? What are you
Hold on.
talking
I don't want to argue just to argue, but if you have
That's why I'm trying to move
statement,
past it because there's nothing to talk about with him. He's not
Because
bringing
that's
anything
not
up.
infrastructure. Buying
That's
a building
real
is not
estate. First of all, that's not
infrastructure.
infrastructure. It has nothing to do with him.
Physical buildings
Okay, hold on,
are
Mike.
infrastructure.
Okay.
It's tangible.
Hold on, yeah, hold on. It's okay. He said he don't.
U.S. public.
Wait, Sharon, but let me respond to what he just said. Physical
But it's okay to
buildings
respond.
are
You don't
tangible
need to-
things.
Hold on, Knight. You don't need to respond to because he didn't respond to what you actually said, so it's okay. Go ahead, Afro Nerd.
What's up, people? So I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about. I kind of get the gist. So first of all, I think the conversation is kind of all over the place. You're talking about like present day Asian people and how they move versus how they were brought over here historically, right?
No. That's not what the conversation is. I can explain what the conversation is. The conversation is about
Can he not be the
power.
one to explain? Can someone else explain?
He said he doesn't understand what the conversation is about. So all I'm doing is elaborating about what the conversation is about. And I understand you and your bussy, but calm down for just a moment. The conversation is about ownership, empowerment, and people who own what we are doing. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay. I thought I was on the right track. What I'm saying, basically, from what I gather, is that you talked about Chinese people in the present day buying property in the Americas, right? Versus how they came over here, how they're treated, how they're juxtaposed with the black community. You must understand something with black people in this country. You were created as a buffer class, right? There's got to be winners and losers, and unfortunately, we're on the losing side of the scale, right? With Asian people, early Asian folk had their issues. Let's be clear about that. But their proximity to whiteness and every other ethnic group's proximity to whiteness plays a role in where we are and where they are when you go into the history, right? You have to look at these, do a fair share of reading, look at the metrics. You have to see exactly the cases that were litigated. There were a number of cases with Asian people where they clearly said, look, we're not white and we're not black, and we want to make sure that we are not put into the same position, let's say academically, with schooling. There are cases about this where they clearly said, we do not want to be categorized in such a way where we have to go to segregated schools, right? At My Hampton, there are photographs of Native Americans in school, in classrooms with Black Americans, right? Which I thought was pretty cool, but I mean, literally, that was a Native American and Black school. Asian folks did not want that same kind of trajectory, right?
They laid down.
Leave him alone so I can whoop his ass when he finished. Go ahead, Afro Nerd.
But you do agree that they laid down to the white man.
Wait.
I just want to ask that question and he's going to finish.
No, let him finish, please.
So what I'm saying is, ultimately, in the present day, Black people are going to have to figure out a way to take away some of their money, some of their dependence on the white infrastructure. Because when we were segregated, that money was circulating a whole lot differently. And even how we were operating at that time. When I'm researching Tulsa, for instance, there's some amazing stuff about that Tulsa thing that not too many people know about. When Tulsa was destroyed, right, there was an insurance claim. You know, these were well-heeled, educated Black people. They did submit an insurance claim. This is my industry, right? I think it was anywhere between $1.8 to $4 million was alleged that Black lawyers were actively pursuing. But when it came down to the policy, how it was written, they did not want to claim that it was a massacre. They put it down as a riot. So in insurance language, you cannot collect. You're going to be denied. You're going to be denied because of something like that. So they were denied. Now, 6 years later, Tulsa was resurrected, but not
Rebuilt,
through it.
exactly.
But there was no, well, I'm using resurrected because I'm being very intentional. It was burned down. But like a phoenix, black folks got together, brought it back.
They dropped things on it. Boom, boom, boom. But go ahead. I'm finna whoop his ass. It's easy work.
Don't interrupt them while I interrupt them. You see that, Sharon?
Okay.
Go ahead, Afro.
Okay, so black folks had to get that money together. That's what the problem is. Even though they brought the Tulsa back, actually with more businesses, ironically, they imagine bringing back your life, but that deduction that was owed to you never got back to you, right? Because of a false insurance claim. It was faulty. It was clearly something that was covered, but white folks were in control of the industry. They denied those claims for an active massacre. Just a matter of terminology. So what I'm telling you, in the present day, going fast forward, we have to start to take away our reliance on white corporate structures. We have to start not being consumers. We're too consumer oriented. There are things, and I spoke to you this last time, Sharon, that we have black values. We have certain things that we just toss away. We don't keep it in house, and we have to stop doing that. We can't keep on throwing out terms like I mentioned. Black Twitter. Black Twitter was a thing that went into Elon Musk's pocket, right? We should have made all that energy and viewership that was going to Elon, but was black. We didn't keep it in house, right? So we do this on repetition. We repeatedly give out our ideas, our IPs to white people, right? So, and I'll just close on this. When I've had my housework done, right? On occasion, I will use, let's say, someone who's from Guyana. Guyanese brother will have 4 or 5 other Guyanese cats come through to work on my roof. There's other people, now I use black talent too, but there's a knee-jerk tendency when I see other people get down ethically, they just automatically get 4 or 5 Chinese guys or women. They get 6 or 7 Latin people. They automatically stay tribal when it comes to how that money works on a very visceral, basic level. But when it comes to black people, we are discouraged from working together. We are the buffer class for everybody else to come up off of us, off of our talent, but we don't stay tribal enough. If we started to be a bit more tribal, just a little bit, we would be able to move a little bit forward. That's all I got to say.
Long-winded, annoying, and if your auntie was your uncle, I don't know what that would be. What did he just say? He said a bunch of nothing.
So
and that is why we're offended, and that is why you prove my point.
Afro, hold on, Afro. Let him get it out, Afro. Go ahead.
Let me go after Nilish, do his attack on the black man. Go ahead,
because it's hilarious. We keep making the same points. You're saying the same thing, sir. You have to go among somebody else's ecosystem. And the reason why you have to go among somebody else's ecosystem, because they won't even let you get the legs to create your ecosystem. Let me say it slower. I named a bunch of stuff up here. Every time we try to establish something, they knock it down. And they knock it down. And they knock it down. Everybody else comes here and they do this thing called assimilation. So the Asians come here and assimilate, and they were allowed to, you know what they allowed to do to what you call the buffer class? Use M&A money. So Arabs, Asians, everybody else come here and put liquor stores in our community. They buy it here.
Because they lay down. They're not fighting.
Don't finish. Because I want because he talking to Afro. I want Afro to get a chance to respond in kind.
Yeah. Go ahead, Edom Man, because you making my point. I don't have to talk. Edom Man and Afro Nerd is making my point. So y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Can I respond to that?
I guess So we're gonna let Edelman, he want Edelman to respond, and then after that you can respond to both.
But that's the point that I keep trying to tell Nightish is everybody keep talking like the Asians are fighting. The Asians didn't fight. They came in a submissive position of laying down. They said, hey, I don't want you to treat us like them, but we're going to submit and follow all of your rules and be in the submissive position. And now people look at them and say they got their own community because they did not fight. It was given to them by white people.
Okay, go ahead after Nerd.
All right, so a few things. When Knight talked, I thought it was Knight. When Knight said something about these people are coming into your neighborhoods and liquor stores and all these businesses, doesn't mean you have to patronize them. Like if you were really hardcore, especially what happened with this young man that was shot in the back, you would not patronize that business. That would be shut down, right? Matter of fact, when other ethnic groups do business in among another ethnic group, they are seen by someone. The Italian man will come to see you and say, you have to hire a few Italian people in this business. You have to give us a cut. The community comes and sees you and lays down the law if you're going to do business in their territory. I don't think black folks are in that same kind of discussion. Now, I think old school blacks probably did something like that, right?
Thank you. I was about to say, what the fuck are you saying right now?
Hold on.
Okay, God, man, somebody's had too much coffee. Look, all I'm saying is there are things that we could be doing internally to keep the money inside, right? We did it before, and this emotional thing about, well, they knocked this down, they keep on doing this. So what? Look, if I could talk about the 1925 black folks that were decimated to the ground, didn't get that insurance money, but still came back. See, that's the story that, for the most part, is not really talked about. It's always, well, it burnt down and went away. No, it was brought back, and then, unfortunately, the government came back and put a highway through.
I'm finna whoop your ass soon as you finish.
Wait,
You just
what,
saying
what,
shit.
hold on. I'm going to say this, I'm going to leave. There's no
Don't
wicked
leave,
ass in
lame.
this state.
Stay here so I can whoop your ass.
Okay, a couple of things. I don't know what kind of, you want to make me lose. I'm trying to be composed here, Sharon, because I can testify like everybody else.
Gotta be composed, man. It's wild.
No. Well, I don't want to be. I'm called Afro for a reason. I don't want to be this way. I don't want to be a grown man.
You
You
call yourself that. Nobody else calls you that.
know what? You know what, Diva. You know what, Diva. I want to make a correction.
No, don't.
I want to. No, so it's too late. I want to make a correction. Someone said you ain't SHIT. Yes, you are, Diva. You are hot, steamy,
Why are you
and
talking
brown.
to her like that? You wasn't talking to Irish like that.
No. I can choose. No.
But why?
I'm talking about. I'm talking about serious stuff, and you bring whatever. What? Well, yeah. You know about that. So
yeah, because you don't respect a man, and you don't respect my ex-wife too, nigga. You better watch your mouth, nigga.
See, this as we tap dance, we lose.
No.
So you Negroes clowning and shucking it and juggling watermelons means nothing to me. Continue juggling your watermelons while you lose. No, it's not ridiculous. I gave a lot of. Whatever, Negro. Whatever.
Yeah.
You don't count.
Okay,
you don't count.
Go ahead and shoot him.
You get rid of me because you hate the truth. So I'm ready.
Go ahead and shoot him. Look, you had all the smoke for Diva. Nah, bro, you had all the smoke for Diva, but Knight was just digging in your ass.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Nah, fuck that goofy ass nigga. You had all the smoke for Diva, but you wouldn't talk shit to Knight when he was trashing you. Nah, bro, stand on what the fuck you mean.
It wasn't for Afro Nerd.
I know, but Shadow dropped Afro now.
Oh, okay.
But what I keep telling y'all, if y'all think that the Asians didn't lay down, y'all need to go study Asian history. That's exactly what they did. They laid down. They was in the submissive.
What do you mean by lay down? Can you tell us what you mean by lay down?
They submitted to the white man system.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me read this. Let me read this guy chat. They own the bridges and highways. That's the infrastructure.
Bridges are owned by the federal government.
Yeah, they lied. The Asians don't own the bridges. That's what I'm saying. And then he was making this point. He said, well, they bought a building that they pay taxes on. Nigga, they don't own that. The government owned it. It's leased to them. They leased them a building.
All right, and let me read a couple of these super chats. Go ahead, Diva.
Peasy ain't going. All right, Peasy, don't go. $10. Shadow the Titan Wasps, $10.
And that was so he could, because he already had an extra $10, so he would know what that was for.
Brother Noomzi, $2.
Thank you so much. And also, as soon as you said it, he's like, I ain't getting that slap. Bye, Nidus. Learn to shut the F up.
I use it on somebody else then.
Oh, y'all better be careful. She got credit.
Now, you know what the Asians did do? They said, I'm going to play your game. I'm just going to play it better than you. But they're definitely a part of the white system.
You keep on. All right, first of all, you're referring to Asians as a monolith, but if you break down the Asian households, it's like specific Asians from specific countries that have like this disparity in wealth and whatnot. But there's plenty of others that don't. Right.
Yeah.
So to say like all Asians were somehow submissive and that's why they're ahead. But if you look at,
why
I
don't
think
you have to say
Cambodian,
all Asian? Because that's not the argument.
if you look at
I
something
didn't
like
make all. Like you making a strong man argument
Asians,
for no
right?
reason.
Did you say Asians?
Yeah, but you
Okay,
said
so if
all.
you say Asians, you're talking about as a monolith, right? Because you're not saying
No, we're
Chinese Asians
not.
or Japanese Asians.
It's a generalization.
It's a generalization. I'm
Yes,
not talking
that's
about
the
all.
point.
Speaking, they do have assimilationist cultures.
But that's fine. But what I'm saying is that if you're saying Asians, but you're only the general that you're speaking about, the generalities that you're giving only apply to certain Asians, then it's not. You can't speak about it in general. You can speak about
Of Asians?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand your argument. Because when we say white
I wish you
people,
would stop talking so I could hear Diva.
Okay.
no,
Y'all go
no,
ahead.
no. Because when we say white people got power, we know most white people ain't got no power.
Hold on. Go ahead, Diva.
Night Slayer, $5.10, $10. Drop PH Diva.
You should have slapped her. It would have been funny, even though she would have came back. I ain't never seen her get slapped. But no, that's the point that I'm saying. Is
I'm still confused about what you mean by submissive.
No,
because if you're saying, well, they
I got you.
follow
Hold on. Let's
quote unquote
first
white
this.
people. Oh my
When we say
If you're
white
saying
people
they-
got, hold on. When we say white
You've been
people got
talking all
power,
day. What do you mean? Hold on.
well, because I'm trying to have a back and forth and it sound like you're not.
Okay, well,
Do you
let me get
just
the
want to
sentence
talk?
out, and then you can respond.
Sure, go ahead, brother.
I'm still confused about what you mean by submissive because all you said was, well, they followed white law, like white people's quote unquote white people's law, American law. That's all you said. But someone can say the same thing about the black community. They follow the law.
That's
so
my
I'm confused
point.
about what the
That's my
Go ahead.
point.
You want to talk? You want to talk? Go ahead.
The point that I said, a lot of people think they fight and they really laying down. And so if you say black people, Asian, following the laws, hey, they actually working within the white system, they're really not fighting.
Okay, but
The
what does that have to
argument
do
is
with
about
you're saying that Asians have gotten ahead because they were submissive, and then you're turning around and saying, yeah, most black people are also submissive. What are you talking about?
That means you're agreeing with me, AR, because if Sharon will tell
I'm not
you,
agreeing to anything.
Hold on. My point was people are really not fighting. They're really submitting to the system and they have this illusion that they're fighting.
But what does that have to do with you saying, if people are saying, hey, black people are, at the bottom or whatever the case may be, they're not as successful as these other groups of people. And you respond with, yeah, because those other groups of people were submissive. They came here and they laid down. That's why. And then 2 seconds later, you're like, yeah, well, most black people are also submissive. Then what are you talking about? You're contradicting yourself.
You're
It can't be the
missing the
reasoning that
argument.
Asians.
You're missing my whole.
What's the argument?
The argument is a lot of people believe that they're fighting in America, but what they really doing is being submitted in America. That's my whole argument. And you just said most people are in the submissive state. So if that's the
That's what you
case,
said.
go ahead, bro.
What is your argument? So if someone says, hey, Asians are ahead, you respond with, they're because they are submissive, right? That's what you said. They played the game and they used it or whatever the hell you said, right?
What the point that I'm making is everybody think that they fighting and they really not fighting. And do you agree with that? A lot of people, like Shadow was giving an example of how he was fighting against the white man, and he didn't explain to us how he was really being submitted to the white man.
No, I don't necessarily agree with
Huh.
that.
Like if he
Nah,
said, I went to go get my government job, and then I went to go drive the white man Uber to make money, and then what the white man did is gave me a license to teach sword fighting, and the only way I can do the sword fighting teaching if the white man gave me the license and gave me permission to do it. Tell me how that's fighting against the system.
Okay, man.
All
You can
right, that means you
utilize the
also
system
don't
to fight
understand that
against
because
it.
you don't need the. Sorry.
I don't know why we value either man's opinion on this as if he doesn't vote the way he votes. Like, it would be different if he was voting a certain way and, you know, the person wasn't surrounded by self-avowed white nationalists doing things to take away from black history in the United States, black people in power, striking out, you know, as Secretary of Defense, striking out black women or women and black people, generally speaking, from promotion boards, and stuff like that. And he supported it, right? He voted for this guy. He voted for the guy that put him in power, and he supports it. And then he comes on here and he goes, "Oh man, you see what they're doing to us? Like, they, you know, the people in power, they don't let you get a loan because of this, or they don't do that, or this, that, and the other." You support it. So what are you complaining? I don't understand what you're complaining about. That happens. You said the black taxes, you know, if you go, you're not going to get a loan just because you're black. You got to take your picture off of a thing or whatever. And you said that as if it was a negative thing, but you support it. You support the people that support it. So I'm confused.
I'm saying that y'all need to acknowledge that black people are in. You want me to respond?
And he does exactly like his daddy Trump do.
Like, that's the point. Is a lot of
Go
people
ahead.
don't
Go
want to
ahead.
have a conversation.
Go
They
ahead.
just want to make a got you moment and hope you be quiet.
It's not a gotcha moment. It's just
Well,
the
can
truth.
I respond to what you said? Is that okay, AR?
Try to respond to it.
So what I am telling you is I am acknowledging that black people have to play in the white system. You got to use it. This is what Mike was saying earlier. I'm not saying that it's not racist, but we got to the idea of us creating a separate system than what we currently got is really not realistic.
He wanted me to stop talking so he could repeat this dumbass shit that had nothing to do with what I
Well,
just said.
it was a
Address the fact that I
response to
just
what
brought.
you
No,
said.
address what I said about. You're saying, oh, let's just say what you're saying is correct, right? Black people have to play in the system. They have to go to the banks, what quote unquote white people banks, and get loans from them. They have to join the military, go through the quote unquote white man's military, whatever you want to say, and go through the ranks. How does you voting for a piece of shit that puts white nationalists in power to strike black people away from those promotions and to remove the history, how does that help the black community succeed in this system?
I believe voting for Donald Trump helped the actual business owner.
Okay, thank you. You said it before, and I wanted to hit that too. So you said no, that's cool. You've been finishing all day.
You really don't want to have a conversation. You see this, Sharon? I let him say all what he wanted to say, and as soon as I try to answer the question he asked me, he said, "Oh no, I ain't gonna let him finish his point."
And so I already know what you're gonna say. You said it before. Oh, well, I voted for Trump
well,
because
let
it
him
helps
just
with the
talk.
business.
Well, let him talk then. If this is a one-sided conversation, go ahead, AR.
He said it before. I don't like talking to parasites. Like you're like, what is the point of you even?
You don't even want to have a conversation.
Not with you.
That's the point. Then why are you
There's
asking
7
me
other
questions?
people on here, or 6 other people on here. I can have a conversation.
You see that, Sharon? He's asking me
anymore.
questions. He don't want me to answer the
Right.
answer.
So he has came out here and said the same thing before. Oh, I voted for him because my business, it helps my business. So he chooses his business over the community. The community at large is hurt by Trump and his policies and the people that he put in power. But it's okay to eat, man, because his business is doing better. But he comes on here and talks about the black community needs to be more of a community. It needs to be more of a collective. They need to help each other. He's pathetic. If we're being real, like, how can you come on here and say, oh, black people need to help each other, X, Y, and Z? I voted for Trump though because he helps my personal business. I don't care what he does to the black community at large. I don't care what he does to the black people in positions of power in various federal organizations or the military or anything else. And he doesn't answer. He just starts yapping, doing some bullshit that his daddy Trump do. And it's pathetic. So
shout out to Christian nationalism, white power, white power.
You want to respond to him, Either Man?
He said he don't want to talk to me. Why waste time with somebody who don't want to talk to me? You might as well talk to somebody else. That's what I'm saying. Like if you don't want to talk to me, he gonna
he want to.
So Sharon, if
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
If he just gonna paint a narrative, not have the conversation, that's what he wanted to paint that narrative. So K to go, you here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadows.
Welcome.
The Titan was. You know who to drop. Drop that mofo.
Damn. Go ahead.
Look, he said he wanted to have a conversation and decided not to have the conversation. I wasn't okay with that.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying is that what does it really look like, I guess, Shadow, for us moving forward and fighting? Because I'm trying to identify what the fight really is.
Stuff y'all don't want to do.
I know Sharon was introducing Kay, but I'll answer once everybody's back. So Sharon, just let me know when I got your mayor. Did you want me to respond now? Okay.
Yeah, you can answer, and KT could go right after you.
Okay, so right now the FDIC is primarily run by Caucasian people. In order to fix that, we need to start teaching our kids and our future generations how to become the leaders of those financial institutions, how to become the leaders in those courts, how to become the leaders in those legal positions, how to own our own insurance companies. If we want to create an infrastructure that's separated from that infrastructure, or take over the primary infrastructure that's already there, you're going to have to learn how to put people in the position to do so. And a lot of that begins with education.
So let me ask you a question. So if we going to start our own insurance company, do we have to get licensed by the government?
Yes, we will.
And then if we get licensed by the insurance commissioner, don't they have the right to dictate how we do business?
Yes, they do. So if one of us is that insurance commissioner,
there are still rules and regulations that are already in place before the person takes over.
Right.
And
So in order to make,
no, go ahead.
I'm just saying, in order to be able to change the way a system works, even if you're fighting from within the system to begin with, you can ultimately become the top of that area by fighting through it. Yeah, it takes time and it takes a little bit of effort, but yes, you can ultimately win. That's my only point.
What I'm saying is you
how y'all don't be understanding basic stuff, right? Because in order to progress through that system, you're going to have to demonstrate that you are on board or in line with whatever they got going on. If you are the person that's out of line, you are not getting promoted up in that organization. It just doesn't work that way.
Yes. And so what you're saying is be a double agent. Live a life of lies saying that you're down for the system. And then after being a part of the system for 30, 40 years, just change up at the end. And that's not how people do. People typically show who they are. They're not this professional double agent.
Then we need to learn how to be professional double agents. We need to do what it takes for us to become the leaders in those systems. Whatever that takes, it needs to be done.
You're still the leader in another man's system.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying, like, if we want to make the change, this is what I constantly talk about. Y'all disagree and say it's illegal stuff we're doing, but again, like, you can't work in the system and beat the system just because the system is literally made for certain people to get in positions. So when you talking about putting black people in positions in order to take control, well, you think the white infrastructure already built doesn't understand which pivotal positions do the most control? They're definitely not giving it to us. So if we want to make a system, like we can do an insurance company, but as he was saying, it can't be federally backed. Like that'll be illegal, but that's the only way we can actually make a separate system outside the system.
No, it's not though. That's the thing, KT. I don't understand how you think. It doesn't have to be illegal, right? You can call it something else and insure people in a different way. Y'all got to think, and that's the biggest problem. You can't think your way out of paper bag.
Damn.
Well, no, that doesn't work. I gotta say real quick, that's not true. Because again, they make the system. So when you name something and they don't have parts in that system, well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to regulate it. They're going to change it. They're going to even make it something illegal because they're not profiting off of it.
So what she's
Hey,
saying
they
is
got to
instead
know
of
you're
us,
doing it. Go ahead. E.
yeah. So instead of me saying that this is insurance, I can say, hey, we are a backing company and we back you for any problems you might have, right? If I completely change the wording and I'm only dealing from a client to client basis and I'm taking care of my clients, they have a break in, they have whatever, I'm paying out this money, even though it looks like I'm an insurance company, now I'm completely separate from them, but still doing the same function of insurance. That's what she's saying. Thinking outside the box, where I can be able to do the same function, but I'm wording it and positioning myself where I don't have to have be back federally. Does that make sense? Okay to go?
No, for sure. But
You would still
federal
call them
regulation
the
isn't
same federal
federal
regulations.
regulation.
Right.
It isn't backing. They don't have to give you $1 to regulate, and that's the thing. Any industry. Kim said in the chat like they still not regulated cryptocurrencies. Good point. Who are the main leaders of cryptocurrencies? White people. They're not going to regulate that, right? But what happens is when it's some type of black something, they do figure out some way to say, that doesn't go with what the FDA doesn't approve. They will find a way to say we need to place regulations so that it's quote unquote properly done. And properly done means white man gets his cut.
Damn. Let me also welcome into the show the beautiful Love Wisdom. Good day. Thank you for joining the panel. What's your thoughts?
Good day, everyone. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Hi.
Respectfully, the smart, dumb Negro mentality is going to destroy us all. I'm sorry, not sorry. The whole time I'm listening, I'm like, everyone agrees with each other, but saying it in a different way. You can operate in the system. To Shadow's point, you operate in the system and you give back. Deng Xiaoping once told the Chinese people, feign weakness while harboring your strengths. Work in that white man's system, but give back to your people. Build the Chinatowns, the little Tokyos, the little Manilas. Build back. You work in his system and you give back to your people. That's what our ancestors did. When they were working in the steel mills in Gary, working in Detroit at the assembly line, they took that money and built their own businesses, built their own neighborhoods, and it kept going. What happened was everybody got into an individualistic mindset. I got mine, don't worry about his, and we broke away from helping each other collectively. That's the problem. So when people are saying, oh, it's nothing we can do because we're in the white man's system, that's BS. Latinos are in the white man's system and they got neighborhoods and grants and all of those things. We can do it, we just got lazy. We can do it, we just got individualistic. And just to go back to the child that was killed by the Asian man, I agree with PhD 1,000%. And that's why I brought up Gavin Long and Micah Johnson. See, people talk all this mess online about you got to get rid of the cracker, you got to stand up to the cracker. And when it counts, everybody fade like Shinobi. Because them two men did fight back. Had a whole manifesto and everything as to why they were doing what they were doing. What everybody said, oh, I wouldn't have did that. We couldn't have did that. One content creator was crying because them boys was at his door because one of them took a picture with him. So when other groups of people see us as a threat, what do? They eliminate the threat. And because they've already got their political power within the system by creating their own system within the system, they're able to skate away. What we do is yell and scream. You can't do that. That's not how it works. And that's why I also put up, we shot back. You got to defend yourself. So when stuff like this happens, you know how to clap back. You get respect that way. You clap back with your businesses. You clap back with your political people by defending yourself. You can't debate and argue your way out of your situation. That's why they keep steamrolling over us, because we're a threat. And guess what? You eliminate the threat. We even see each other as a threat and we eliminate it. but George Zimmerman and the gang, Chud the Building, all of them, still breathing and still chilling. So at what point do we stop the Wakandan fantasies and get down to business? That's all I gotta say. That's it.
Well, love wisdom. Us participating in the system, would you agree that that is a form of laying down to the system, even if it's temporary?
Absolutely not, because no, it's not laying down, because understand something, globally, you're in the white man system. You're in the United States of America. This is his system. We all work. Some of us work in corporate, some of us are entrepreneurs. FDIC, you name it, it's backed by the white man. So why can't you take what you get paid by the white man, whatever have you, and pour it back into your communities? That was the Shadow's point. I could work for Uber and still build a martial arts studio to teach children how to fight back. I can work for an insurance company. I could work for AIG and build my own insurance agents and teach my people how to deal with insurance to help each other out. Each one teach one. You can still do it within the system. That's not laying down. That's standing up. Just like everybody else. The Arabs do it.
Well, hold on, because you said so you said, so this idea that, say you're writing policies for AIG, you still have to go through their underwriting system and they can approve or disapprove regardless of what your agent says.
Yeah, but that's not her point. Her point is effectively is you create your own system. Nobody's saying it's going to take overnight. They're saying start with this system, build up your businesses, and use your businesses to fight back.
And that's I agree. I agree, but
hold on,
at the finish line, you're gonna realize, Josh, is that you really didn't build your own system. You create a system that they can control. Go ahead, Katie, go.
Look,
well, no, you would effectively be creating a lobby group.
Please. You cannot create a group. I mean, a system within the system. That's a fault. We talking about Wakanda fantasies. That's the main fantasy. Nobody's building a system within the system. Do you know why love wisdom, when you said we changed into being more self-concerning? Well, guess what? America was literally segregated. You had no choice. Like we can't take that away. Even when we go past segregation, well, we increased the GDP exponentially when they integrated us. So those white people benefited mostly from our integration, because what they did was say, okay, yeah, integration is allowed, but we're still, like he just said, when you're building something, it doesn't just implement itself in a day. So it may have took 15, 20 years, but they were still allowing white people to come to your neighborhood and make really low offers for your home. And those white led systems are saying, we approve. You need to get the fuck out, black man, black woman, grandmother, whoever you are. Get the fuck out of here. We're about to build a highway over here. Get the fuck out of here. So,
well, yeah. Now that is the point of the might makes. Basically, forget the right part. The might makes, right? The problem here is there's a crossover, right? Obviously, at this point, like if we're just starting in 2026, the idea would be to build up your businesses. However, at some point, just like Tulsa, where they just can dehouse, like I think it's estimated like 10,000 black residents, they'll get you up out of there. You have to be prepared to fight. So you not only have to fight your way through the system, you also have to fight for your own existence. I don't think, if you're asking me, I personally, honestly don't think that the black man is that much of a threat. Right now, I'd say, politically speaking, it's the brown man.
No, but that would be a fallacy, right? Even while y'all trying to change this into today, well, history is this, sir. For most of this America, they've literally said the main threat, and it's not brown people even today, it's white people. The government says the main threat is white men.
I'm white. I'm not going to see myself as a threat. I'm going to see myself as...
No, we're talking about what the government says is the threat. That's all I'm saying. They acknowledge that y'all are the threat more than anything. Even if we talking about the change, you don't go to no brown men. But what I will say is they understand that black people carry... We're the innovators, I guess you could say. Like nothing's really acceptable until black people agree with it for some odd reason. Even white people kind of feel like that. So, I mean, they understand that power we have. Now, what they also understand is how to control it. Like they're doing it now. They've got us saying, hey, instead of being a responsible person, you need to be a female trying to get on baddies because you can get paid and that could take your life out the hood. Or
Well,
you need to be an Instagram, some Instagram guy who's constantly lying and
but
just presenting some bullshit.
But K to go, what I'm hearing is y'all bought into the lie of hope. Hold on, love, because everybody, I'm telling you what it is. Y'all bought into the lie of hope. And when y'all say, okay, we got this hope that it's going to get better and one day it's going to change. And we go through our whole history, it never changed. They just delete it and make you start over. So black people literally on this hamster wheel. And they're running inside of this system and they're running over and over and over again. And then you have the illusion that one way it will be different. Love.
I mean, well, you know, I ain't with that. That ain't me. They may have felt, you know, ain't no y'all with me because I'm the one be saying we need to grab guns. We need to train our kids. We need to do this, that, and the third. Again, it's a lot of people get up here and say, "Oh, why you got to do it this violent way?" Again, like I don't care what y'all saying. Y'all could, if we're going off of history, when we make this, the shit will be banned. It will be illegal.
Wait,
because it's something
who's saying that you don't have to? Who's saying on this panel that you don't have to do it violently? I think we all tend to agree.
Oh no, most people up here done told me I'm being really crazy about saying those things.
That's how white people did it everywhere.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying. We are. How many times have I pointed out in this show, black people in America, for some reason, we want to play by some fucking rules. White people aren't playing by rules. They're saying, hey, get in where I fit in. If I have to fuck over my wife and kids in order to get this million, I'm going to do it. And the problem we're having as black people in this country now is, again, like from the beginning of the conversation that I heard, at least, we are assimilating. We've gotten tired of fighting, and now we said, all right, well, fuck it. If you can't beat them, join them. But we're still unhappy, and we're kind of trying to figure that out. But again, we're going to be unhappy until we actually, because bringing up these other countries, I always say it does not make sense. Mexicans have Mexico. Chinese people have China. It doesn't make sense, because guess what? If I come to America as a Chinese man, I could say, hey, I'm going to stay here for 10 years. I'm going to send a portion of my money back home that invests into my national countries that focuses on my nationality mostly. I'm going to send it back to them, help them. And guess what? When I'm done with America, I'm going to go back the fuck to China. And guess what? We're going to make really big businesses there. That
No,
America
it's not. That's a lie. I don't know why people keep thinking sending money back to your natural economy benefits you. It's no benefit to you at all.
It benefits the literal economy that
No, it does
on
not.
Your nationality. So China doesn't focus on Chinese nationality, sir.
No, what I'm telling you is if a man from China come over here and work and send money, they spend it to take care of his family. It helps his family. It does not help him. He can't go and build these. Hello, I promise you in China, you can't just go build these businesses, big businesses with money there. Their infrastructure is not that way.
No, not if you're American, because that's their culture. That's a whole different thing. But you're really facetious. We could even
that's
talk about
that's not true.
Yeah.
So hold on. I want to be clear. So you believe a person can come over to America, make all this money that K the Goat want to do? Because when they send the money back, they're not sending a whole bunch of. Neither here or there, right? So the point that I'm saying is this idea that you can go into China as a Chinese and just build these crazy businesses without government regulation is crazy to me.
Well, hold up. Where did I
But
say
$1,000 in America.
No. Where did I say it's no
With
government
KT, it's
regulation?
important though.
All right, hold
Wait, hold on, KT. But $1,000 of USD.
Hold on, Shadow. Before y'all go there, because Shadow, because Eden Man and KT are missing each other. Because I don't think KT is talking about any kind of regulation. He's just talking about earning the money somewhere else and sending it back to your hometown. That's what KT talking about, not necessary regulation.
Yeah,
but it doesn't benefit you. You just send it back to your people and they spend it.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. If your country has a GDP of $0, 50 people move to America, they're only sending back $200 per month. Does this not increase your economy and help your GDP?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. See, don't skip that. Don't say it doesn't matter, because it does. That's factually how economy works.
How does it matter? How does it matter?
Because hold on, Eden Man. He's just saying that sending the money back home, it helps that country that they are from. So when they from Mexico, They come here, they work, and they send their money back to Mexico. It helps that nation's, even if it's insignificant as $200, it's still an extra 200 in that country's economy, is what KT is saying. That's what
So you saying the reason we're losing in America because we don't have a land to send money to?
No, I'm saying
No, what he's saying is that when you have a big group of foreigners, when you have a huge immigration situation, they're making money here, and that huge group, let's say 1 million people, now all the 1 million people sending $200, that's 200 million gone out of our economy, is what KT is just saying. That's
not what he said. Hold on, let him make this point. K to go. You saying
remittance is currently at, I think, about 230 billion USD.
No, K to go.
Sharon, hold on. Go ahead and use my credit on White Josh. Learn when to shut up, White Josh.
Oh no, I'm just saying.
Slap the taste out of your mouth.
Remittance.
I'd like to see it.
Sharon say, just say in the back. No, K to go. I'm trying to make sure I understand your point. Because your point that you was making is for the person to get ahead, right?
No.
The person in America.
Black people. Groups. Ethnicity, however you would like to play it. But I'm talking about the black community, and why comparing us to like Mexicans, Chinese people, it's a whole different thing. Like again, like what we look at is insignificant, $200 a month, that's literally living good in Mexico per month. So that's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't benefit me in America.
No,
right, but it benefits China as a whole, which also benefits you as an American Chinese citizen.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it absolutely
that's my
does.
disagreement.
And that's where, okay, that's fine. That's your disagreement. And I'm telling you, your disagreement is inaccurate. Because these countries, these external countries, when people are sending money back, because the money stretches more there, they then convert that money into other things that make more money here. Those governments are willing to support people moving here because it benefits them. Because they know by sending $1,000 in America to China, that same $1,000 is going to stretch significantly more. It's going to cost much more infrastructure in China.
Use a different goddamn country. Goddamn it.
Yeah, hold up. Let's get away from China real quick.
Let's use Mexico. Let's use Mexico, right?
No. Let's use Africa.
Africa. Okay.
But so, how does that help us? Them sending money back to another country. That's what I thought you was explaining.
No, it doesn't help us. But
that was my point.
Get it, KT. Wait, it's not helping us because we don't have somebody else. We don't have an entire other country that's also supporting FBAs. Like the only people who can't support us is us, and we're not supporting us. We're supporting white people.
You think Mexicans? Mexico is supporting the American Mexican?
No, I believe that.
No. Let Shadow stand on this point that he just said. Do you believe that, Shadow? Oh, 1 second. Go ahead, Katie. Go.
I'm saying, me personally, I was just saying again, like the comparisons of us to a different group's completely different because they have native countries that this does help them. When you talk about
they
black
don't
people in
help
America,
them.
They do.
Mexico is not.
If that's the case, why when they were sending folks up out of Ukraine, right? When the war was, when the conflict was about to jump off, and the Africans were screaming for people to come help them. As a matter of fact, they started asking for us because their governments were not coming to collect them.
Yeah. I mean, with like the Africans are Africans. I'm sorry.
Right, but they come from countries that have governments, and so if these governments are supporting them to come here, then they would be an example, right?
But those governments aren't supporting them. Most people are running from those countries.
Yeah, those are
they're
like
running
people,
from them.
I'm not saying people.
Hold on. Y'all missing her point. She's saying that those people, if they was in Ukraine, they was taking whatever money they made there, sending it back home to their folks in their country, helping their GDP in their country. And then when it came down to it, and they had to fight in a war, they was literally kidnapping them and putting guns and fatigues on them and say, "Hey, we need you to go ahead and fight," or why the government that they was helping by sending money back and helping the GDP, why that country didn't come and say, "Hey, no, you're not going to do that to our people," and force them to fight in your war.
That's because
those countries Like Debo always says, those countries wasn't shit to begin with, so they just continue not being shit.
Right, it's a
hold
one-sided
on.
relationship.
No.
Hold on,
I wanted
sending
to say
money
that because
out of the
that's
country is a
wrong.
one-sided
Hold on,
relationship.
let KT get it started, and then Edelman, you got it right after.
But that's still wrong because, like, again, China became like a pretty prevalent country basically off of manufacturing to America, selling their manufactured products to America,
Pause
counterfeit
there,
products to
KT.
America.
But KT, that's business, right? That's not the same as somebody coming to another country, working for that country's currency, and then send it back. If you are in your own country and you are importing and exporting, that is completely different.
No, I agree, but it's also a part of literally where they're sending family members to handle business. It's the same way as they do in Japan, right? I don't know if y'all know this, but you can't just pop up in Japan with $1 billion and be like, "Let me offer your company." They got a certain culture, a certain
And
way.
say what? Hold on. So you can't pop up there and do what?
Just pay them $1 billion and they're going to sell you their company. They have a certain culture and way of doing things. Like, you have to get to know them. They have to feel that you're actually moving in the best interest of the company if they're gonna put the company in your hands. Like, no exaggeration, it's this commercial in Japan. A noodle company raised the price
hold on,
of
but
their
you
noodles
moving
like
you moving the
25 cents.
conversation. Hold on. You moving the conversation though. Hold on. You moving the conversation into business. Before we move it to that part, KT, let's keep it on the individual. That's where we was at. So if you was to move to Japan and buy a house, you started making money here and you send it back to America, is what you are communicating, correct?
No, because America to Japan is a different thing. Like, their currency isn't worth as much as ours.
No, but we trying to understand what's your benefit.
I'm saying again,
Yes,
so again, one last time. When you, for instance, it's a lot of with the tech industry in China. I know you said don't bring it up, but I got to. But with the tech industry in China, one of the main proponents of why it's like grown so much is because in the 80s and 90s, they were sending their kids over here to learn. There were a bunch of those exchange.
No, let me give you an example. Europe, the euro is bigger. The euro is worth more than the US dollar. So me going
it is not, by the way. It's the same.
No,
it's
only
the
the
same.
pound is.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah,
right
not
now.
currently.
Yeah, the pound.
Let's just say it is. Hold on, because the argument is, say if the euro was right. Me going to Europe, if me going to Europe and get the pound and sending it back to America, right now, let's say that it's better, just for example purposes. What does that benefit me, K to Goat, by doing that?
Okay, so boom,
Yes,
I'm gonna
that's
do this
what we
real
wanna
easy.
know.
I send this money from Europe, right? It goes back to America. My family is probably, let's just go to the bottom of the pit. They're living in the projects. Well, now they've been able to purchase a home because I sent them this money. Well, Europe, even though I can't stay there for life, a lot of people who move out the country, they typically actually come back. So, unless they're moving to America, a lot of those people stay here. But when they talk about us moving to other countries, we tend to come back sooner or later. So when I come back sooner or later, I'm going to have a way better life than I did prior to me leaving. Am I not?
No.
So if we would literally sent them money and they got themselves out the projects to gain a house, when I come back home, I'm not living a better life than I was prior.
No, because they
You're lying
spent the
to yourself.
money. Hold on, that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand. Your family is living a better life. That doesn't mean you are living a better life.
I'm going to say this again. When I move back and resume living with this family, am I not living a better life than I was previously?
But if you would have stayed in America, that's what I'm trying to understand your mindset. If you would have stayed in America and worked, you could have moved out of the projects. You almost,
Let's do your math. Let's do your math. The euro's worth more. So wouldn't it be when I get that house or whatever quicker than working in America?
No, because you still have to pay
You
for.
don't make sense.
I'm about to explain it to you. You still have to pay to live in Europe, plus send money back.
Yeah, and plus pay the exchange rate. I think until you go ahead and you deal with when you start realizing that you still technically in most places you're still paying the same amount of money. In most places you're still paying the same money. In most places.
Well, the reason I'm saying this, Hold on, I'm speaking from experience.
I'm saying over here, I'm just saying like over here, not necessarily for certain things, but in reality, it turns out to be
about the same. Yeah,
about the same.
The point that I'm saying is,
like if I just have a conversation and say, hey, a bottle of water, right? Then yeah, okay, yeah, we can talk about a bottle of water. A bottle of water over there is what, $2?
Yeah.
And a bottle of water over here is 37 cents. So that's
But that's the point I was trying to bring up. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm gonna speak from the same experience he was about to speak on. As someone who has traveled to those places too, I know how much more the money is worth here than there. And we're skipping the biggest thing that makes those countries different than this one. Those countries are more family oriented. So it's not just you making you better, you're making them better, which in turn also makes you better because they support you as well.
Well, let me tell you what's really happening, because I know, like my father-in-law, for example, right? My father-in-law sends some money at. He ain't sending money for them to create these systems. He know the bottle of water is 37 cents, so he send 38 cents so they can drink water. It's not really this benefit that people keep saying, like they're sending them all this money so that they can invest and all that. They usually have a sense of loyalty to family, and their goal is just to take care of the family. They don't benefit whatsoever from it. Like, that's what's really going on. But we want to paint this
taking care of their family is the benefit. It's like what Knight was saying earlier. You're very individualistic. You're
No,
saying,
I'm
well,
not.
how
I'm
does
telling you,
everything
no
you
benefit
said
to
was
you
how
to-
does it benefit to me?
No,
But
I'm
get
saying,
this.
but that was the conversation, Shadow.
No, it wasn't. It was the black community. I even brought this up saying the black
It
community
doesn't
can't be
benefit them
compared
at
to these
all.
other countries because that's
Because we have
you just
no-
keep saying no. You just keep saying it doesn't, and we're literally showing again. If a water is 37 cents and you're paying $2.19 here, if I send you $5, you're getting way more water than you get here. You're able to save money there from the $200 I spent you. That was sent to you. That was minute to me. But to you over there, wherever you are, that is outside of America, no, your family's going to.
But they don't send $5. That's the point that I'm telling you. They send 37 cents. They say, "Hey, I need
I'm
water."
telling you what
Hold
you're
on.
saying. What you're saying is not true.
Hold on.
It's simply not true.
Hold on. So, hold on. All right. So what he's saying is that they usually send back exactly what you need. They're not sending this great amount extra over where they back home is just saving money. Some people do just save their money and just go ahead and build a home back where they from, and then they go ahead and retire there. You know, that's something that people do, especially in like Caribbean islands. They come to America, stay here for 30, 40, 50 years. Or Mexican, right? They stay here they stay in America for 50 years, save up as much as they can, then go buy a plot of land, build a house, and live out the next 20 years of their life. That's probably the most normal thing that actually happens.
Yeah, but we see that in America.
Hold up, I'm gonna go ahead and counteract
That's what they
you
do
right
in
now.
America.
Hold up, I'm gonna stop you right now. I literally just asked somebody this very question in real time. Literally, exactly what me and KT were saying happens is the thing that happens because it's about the family, and because the family is what's important, and the family helps with that. Even if you were to go back, you would still be in a better position because of the family. So you saying, we're just sending $5? Nope, hold up, you've been on it. So
okay,
I'm
hold on,
stopping
Shadow. Hold on, Shadow. So that's all he's trying to say. So now just go ahead and deliver that point, because I think
delivering it,
that's
right?
what's been
Delivering
missing.
it now is because now put that, expand that to 50,000 people doing the same thing, sending $300 to $500 to her place, with $300 to $500 moves like 15 to 16,000. That's an entirely. I'm not being literal, E. Jesus fucking Christ. And hold up, and let me stop you. Hold up. If you really want to talk about the foreign exchange rate, we can do that, because I actually trade currency regularly. So you want to have this conversation, E?
No, that's a squirrel moment. This is what I'm telling you.
No, it's
The
not a squirrel
smartest
moment because
person-
you're
hold
not
on, hold on.
agreeing with.
Just hear me out. The
You
smartest
interrupt people a
person
lot.
with hold on. No, what I'm trying to help you understand, the smartest person financially is the person in America. So actually investing the money in America make more sense than them sending it back home. So what they really do is they pay all of their bills the minimum, and what they do is invest in our stock market over here. They invest in our things here so that they can build that money faster, because American companies grow faster than the foreign companies. That's why they only send the minimum.
Money here, like that's what I'm saying. You just keep saying it's wrong because you're just saying it's wrong, but you're not really giving no like validity to it. Again, we know currency rate is different, my G. Like you just try to break it down however you want, but
Casey, and the crazy part is I literally just asked somebody who did the very thing we're talking about that E's telling me people don't do. I'm telling you for a fact. Not only do I work with one, I work with dozens of them doing the same fucking thing. So you're saying that's not real, and I'm telling you what you're saying is fake. But you're not telling the truth now.
So what they said. So either man, what Shadow and KT is saying is that it helps them individually. That they are able to sacrifice the 5, 10, 20 years, whatever it is that they're doing, and then when they go back home, themselves and their family are way better off if they was to stay in their country for those 10, 20 years. That's what they are trying to communicate.
Well, they said they invested. So Kato Goat was saying that they go buy something over there and send it back to America, right?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You just shot right line. No, I didn't. I said they come to America, send money back home. And then I showed you how, like, I was starting to say, like, how, like, literally you could prove in other countries. India is another good example where, like, we had a bunch of these foreign exchange students basically underpaid them in the economy. They went back to their native countries. And, like, India, China, those are two of the biggest tech booming places, basically off of us educating them, then trying to underpay them and finesse them. So they went back to their home countries and became literal business figures. Like, that's not...
No, what? So, first of all, you're trying to... This is what I heard, and maybe I heard it wrong, that they had a leverage because they had a different country.
You heard it wrong.
Hold on. I'm telling you, it's no leverage. As an American, I can literally save up my money here and I can move to these third world countries and still run businesses or live these retirement lifestyles. So when y'all keep saying that they have a leg up because somebody lived there, we can literally do the same thing.
No, it's like you hear wrong. Listen, I'm gonna say it again. They come here, take advantage of this. Like you just said, you can move to a third world country and then make these businesses, right? So what I'm saying is they do the same thing. Now it goes to their benefits because you keep forgetting I brought up the black community only while we're different from them. Again, when you put money to try to save when you pay your taxes, that doesn't go to your black community most likely because it's a numbers game. It goes by
when
population.
they pay their taxes, they don't pay
Hold on. KT, what he's saying is that so if a black man here save up his money, say he lived in a project for the past 10 years, he saved up this money, he could go move to Thailand and he can retire there the same way how that Thailand man can move here, work for 20 years, and then move back home. That's what he's saying. He's saying that you have that same opportunity if you wanted to. It's no different.
No, we don't. Because the difference is that Taiwanese man, he's going to go back to Thailand. Your black self is going to try to go to Thailand with him. That's not your home country. It's not based and focused on our nationality or people of our color's benefits. So
okay, hold on.
That's what I'm saying. When you send that money back to whatever country, India, and they spend that $200,
and we don't have that.
Exactly.
Hold on, we do
Hold on. So if a black man saved up his money for 20 years and he moved to Thailand, how is that different from a Thailand man moving back to his country and retiring?
Again,
that's a black man
focuses on Taiwanese people, not black people. In the country
what does that got to do with? But what's going to be the all right? But what I'm saying is that both those men, what is going to be the actual difference?
One is going home.
People that he's around.
The other one is becoming another guest. He's going from guest to guest.
So what?
Wait.
What does that
Sean,
mean?
here's what I'm saying. So there's
hold on.
Remember how in America?
Hold on. So I just really want to understand. All right, so he's going to be a guest in somebody's country, but what does that actually mean? That doesn't stop him from eating. It doesn't stop him
The
from
same
going to the
reason we're not
store. It
benefiting
doesn't
here.
stop him from.
Right. So the same issues we're having here, he will still have in Thailand. Somebody
That's
in
not true.
Thailand, you know what? You're right.
Yep.
Because you're quick to be
China's
like, that ain't right.
Sharon is not having the
Cool.
same issues he had in America and China. That's not true.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's what I'm saying. So
Sean also has American money consistently flowing right now,
when
bro.
you go to their
What the
country,
fuck?
you have American money. When the guy go to Thailand, he gonna have American money.
Making
But
money.
guess what? Sharon's also not moving in China like a Chinese man. If we're gonna keep it a buck, Sharon's not a Chinese man in China.
So, but still, hold on. Regardless of that, hold on. So this way y'all can understand the argument. It is a man in America. He moved to Thailand and retired. As a man from Thailand, he moved to America, worked for the same 20 years, and then he retired back in his hometown. Those two men, what are the difference between those two men? Is it only the people that he's around?
No, it's I'm saying the main difference is the nation itself. Taiwan focuses on Taiwanese
So the people.
benefit. Yes, the government
So it's only the
itself,
people.
it focuses on the people of that nation's benefit. Everything else, everybody else, you're second hand to these people first hand because this is their country.
I don't know.
That's crazy. I don't think y'all well
Yeah, that's kind
traveled.
of crazy to me.
Yeah, but so
Wait, what the fuck you mean? Nah, see,
hold on. Let me make my statement.
You can say it's crazy.
Just
Nah,
hold on, y'all. Let make a statement so this way y'all can respond.
So let me ask you a question. I can make a lot more money in the state of Washington than I can make from Georgia, where I'm from. Me living up here, saving as much money, and taking my money back to Georgia. Is it a different from your example?
No. What do you mean? Like you're moving in the country, aren't you?
No.
It's not the same thing.
Well, the comparison is my money in one place can make a lot more money than my money in Georgia. Like in my hometown.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Oh damn.
yeah, that hold up nonsense is pissing me off. Every time somebody has something to say, yeah, hold up, let me overtalk you. Once that bullshit about you ain't well traveled enough came out, I was done with that conversation.
Yeah,
Where
but
you
now I
been,
will
Charlotte?
say
Tell him.
you've been around the world and yeah. Nah, in actuality, though, I'm only saying like the difference is we need to actually have some land in the nation, a place that focus on our better well-being. Otherwise, like Shadow just said, we're just guests somewhere, and we're kind of hoping they do right by us. If we have our own land, then we can ensure that we're being treated correctly. Even if things are happening that aren't wholly in our benefit, we could still make sure that it's I don't know how to explain it because that sounds fucked up, but I'm looking at it in an American sense where like if some fucked up shit happened, our people don't have to be the main ones to receive it. Like white America, I hate to say it like that, but just being honest, you know what I'm saying? Things happen with poor classes, but the poor white class still gets a little bit more leeway than the poor black class because that's how the country works. It's based around Eurocentrism and white people. So I mean, we could do that the same if we just got a land.
So Shadow. So what countries do you want to tell them that you've been to? Like, why did that piss you off so much?
I've been to multiple Asian countries. Shit,
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
This nigga must don't know who I am.
Either way, How long do you want him to be back there for? How much you want this put on his head?
Let's just do 20 because I like Shadow. I really don't want to get in my bag financially with him. I just want him. Matter of fact, you can bring him back. Just tell him, watch your tone. Watch your tone because I'm different. I don't need permission. Listen, I ain't got to get my permission slip signed to play these games, Shadow. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes for you to realize that you made a mistake. I know your emotions got the best of you. But I don't want no problems. So you can bring them back after 5, 20 minutes, whatever the minimum is. But I promise you, this is a fight you will lose.
Shout out to the white man's money holding
Now
the black
drop
man
Josh
down.
for talking. They ain't tell you to start talking without talking. Drop that nigga for $20.
Just like the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Let's be clear. I got grace for black people, not white people. Now, I ain't got that much grace for you. But now all I'm saying is I get what he's saying. I kind of get the point that they saying, but it's the same thing with if I move back to Georgia. I can buy a house in Georgia right now for $50,000. So I can literally move to Washington, build up my funds, and then take that money back to Georgia and live this quote on retirement that they talking about moving back to a different country. And this idea that you think just because they both Chinese, the government got their best interest is BS.
Yeah, that's
no. They have their best interest over you. That's a fact.
Most of these countries are loyal to the money.
Just like white people have better, they got the American government. They have the white people interest more in mind, even though they will put them, they'll have them at the behest of some BS. They'll definitely make sure they'll give it to us before they give it to them.
I think the problem is that either they believe that every other country moved the way how America does.
No, I'm not even saying that. And but I know for a fact we're bullshitting if we saying like Taiwanese people don't care about Taiwan, like the Taiwanese government doesn't care about Taiwanese people more than they care about others. Not saying that they care about them, period. I'm saying they care about them far more than they do others. And what they do are things for that nationality's benefit.
That's what I'm telling you. Third world countries are really more loyal to the dollar. Like if you really understand, like they don't care if you Jamaican. Like when you move into these countries, they're in such a deficit that they say, "Hey, this man bringing this money in, I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for him." So that's the point that I'm telling you is actually your money is gonna give you a superior status than nationality in most of these countries. Okay, to go. And if you've been there, you would know this.
That doesn't make sense. I don't think you've been to every country in the world. I mean, it's saying like just because it's a third world countries where people are looking for money, again, that doesn't have nothing to do with the government itself. Like the government's looking for money, right? So that's why a bunch of third world countries are constantly working with America, even if it's against them, right? But they still doing it. Well, they're proposing it as if they're doing it for the benefit of the country. And for the most part, we can say, even though they may not be taking them out of third world country status, they are like becoming, like again, Mexico. I know you don't like that, Sharon, but the second one, I point them out because if we look like 40 years ago, both of them were damn near like, they were damn near third world countries. But messing with America, putting their people in our system, getting our education, in that same 40-year period, well, like Sharon said, 20 years of work, next 20 years retirement. That's already been implemented. They're benefiting from them sending their people to us, and now their people don't come back. And that's again, that's a difference. You can do that when you have somewhere else to leave. But this is why I brought this up. You're in America. You move from Washington to Georgia.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Oh,
and did you want to drop anything like that?
No, keep that bullet there. But I want to say this real quick. Hey, E, you know the difference between me and you? I actually enjoy fighting even if I'm going to lose. That's the thing that makes me a fighter. Because at the end of the day, even if I lose, I'm going to lose with a smile on my face. Because I'm going to come back better. And just because you brought up asking for permission is because I actually respect my wife's opinion on when I'm going to act a nut. because I've been able to act a fool for no reason, and it becomes a detriment. And I, as a husband, respect my spouse. Don't ever disrespect my wife like that.
I did not disrespect your
All
wife.
right,
Don't.
Shadow.
No, I did not. Don't act like
Talking
I
his shit.
disrespect your wife. Like that was not what that was. I'm
So,
not even that person online, Shadow. You know that I disrespect people.
right, but the way that comment came off was because even she texted me. She's like, "What do you mean you got to ask for permission? It's because we're married." I was like, "Yeah, no, I got it." So yeah, because my wife watches the show actively. And Kim, no, I didn't. I wasn't the one who put you on timeout.
No, hold
But
on. You saying that you have to ask your wife permission, and I repeated what you said is disrespectful to your wife?
no, the way you said it, I ain't got to ask for permission. I got my permission slip signed.
You said that.
I
You said
don't
it.
need a permit. Hold up, no. I don't need my permission slip signed.
No,
That extra
Shadow.
jib you decided to throw in there, that's way across the line for me. I'm cool. Look, it is what it is. You look.
No, hold
We
on.
both say we're gonna be.
If I repeat what you said, it's not disrespectful.
Did I say I need a permission slip from my wife?
Yeah, she said I need
No.
to get permission from my wife.
Hold on. Here's what I said. I said, hold on. I need to ask my wife to make sure, because again, I know me. I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day. I can play that game, and I'll burn the bridge because I can get it back. I don't see nothing I can't afford to lose. But in that same breath,
I'm just you saying that it's disrespectful, and I'm literally saying what you said. If what I said was disrespectful, Shadow, that means you disrespect your wife too.
and put the other 20 on the other Josh. I don't even feel like him coming back up.
So, but do you agree? Let's get back to the conversation because neither here. I don't want to fight with my brother. I fight with a lot of people, but not Shadow. Right? The point that I am saying is outside of you did a lot of travel because you said you well traveled. Do you believe that these countries are loyal to more money than their actual people?
Yeah, absolutely. But I can agree with that.
So you agree with what we're telling K to go is that just because you look like them, that mean that you're gonna have more quote unquote benefits because you are of that culture. And that was the point that we was trying to explain to K to go.
Nah, that's false equivalency, bro. Again, like if you're in a third world country, you just need money. That don't mean your government isn't doing things in the interest of the Taiwanese people that they can do with whatever third world amount of money they have. You're really missing it.
Well, let me give you an example of Mexico, right? It was not in the government best interest to sell off all of that land for resorts. That didn't benefit the people. That benefited the government and the companies that came into that. So the money actually made them more loyal to the people with money versus their actual people keeping that land inside of Mexican ownership. Do you agree with that, K to go?
I agree with the where was it beneficial? I wouldn't agree with because again, they're not a third world country no more. They're not a first world yet, but they're a second world country.
Well, hold on. I'm talking about my overall point. Like, hold on. I know we can kind of take small things of what I'm saying. My overall point that the government moved in benefit of the people with money, not the benefit of the people.
No, I've already pointed that out. I'm not saying that they work. Even if you want to talk about the people with money, what people with money? Mexicans with money, right?
No, white people with money. When Hard Rock came into Mexico and they bought up that ocean front, that remember Mexico said you can't even buy land unless you are a supposed to be a Mexican. And they changed the rules for Hard Rock. They literally changed all of the rules for Hard Rock, and they literally moved in the interest of the people with money.
Yes, again, that benefits mostly to Mexico, though.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. Hard Rock is an American company. So are you just saying because it's an American company? Now, again, where Hard Rock is in Mexico, does that not literally help that city's economy in Mexico, not America, right?
Yeah, so you said long as the people are a byproduct benefit, that means that it benefits them?
No, I'm saying like I don't agree with the ways that people try to make benefits. Like, because again, it does take a selling out of your people a lot of times. However, they still were trying to do things in the best interest of that country, those people. Like that's the main thing. Even if you want to say it's just the elites of that area. Well, again, that even does benefit Mexico because guess what? If a Mexico gets more elites, they ain't got to come to America
No,
as much.
let me tell you how
They
it
can
didn't
now
benefit.
build those businesses in Mexico, and they don't have to run to America to come up.
No, but they took the land. Let me tell you what happened because I studied this. They took the land from Mexican people. They forced them to sell it to Hardwalk. That was not beneficial to them.
We got a super chat. Diva, do you got it? Or I'm not sure, Diva.
Yes.
Let's
See what
see
it
it.
say. Vegetarian terrarium, $5. Did you guys ask Kay to go where he lived overseas? I'm confused. He has, hold on. He has, wait, I'm confused. Has he lived anywhere other than the USA?
No, I've been outside
Wanna
of
answer that,
America.
Kay?
No, I've been outside of America. I've never lived outside of America. No.
Would you? You did? Where'd you go?
Like the Caribbeans and stuff.
Okay.
This is
Which I know technically is still America. You know, it's the but you know whatever.
Yeah,
What you mean? You went to the Virgin Islands?
Yeah.
Baker.
I've been to
okay.
Trinidad and Tobago also.
No, so but that's what I'm telling you. So like I'm arguing, especially in some countries, that you actually have better benefits because you are a foreigner than if you was a national to that country.
Absolutely.
Like you don't have to pay like taxes. Like you don't like certain things that it's actually better if you wasn't from there. So that's the point that I was making.
Absolutely.
Is that because a lot of countries feel like you have a sense of loyalty and you owe the country something there now since you there. So you got to pay taxes, you got to pay things that you normally wouldn't if you was foreigner coming in. So that's the only point that I was trying to help people understand is that sending money back don't benefit you like you think it is. Is it good to help your family? Is it good? But it's no difference if I live underneath my means as an American and save my money and went over there. I would have in most situations better or equal to that man who's from there.
In some cases, for sure. I think the biggest thing is like a misnomer, right? It's no country that's died from immigration. Being very frank, if we just talking about statistically, most people are born and die where the fuck they're born. I mean, wherever they're born, they're probably gonna die. Like they're dang near not gonna leave a certain region. That's most people. So when we talk about immigration, even if it's happening in the millions, it's billions of people in the world. Like a bunch of people are not leaving one country to go to another unless it's like a war-torn area, then that happens. But again, just general immigration. So when you talking about like how they get benefits because they're not from there, well, that's also because they know it's not going to be like if it's 20 million residents here, it's not going to be another 20 million in immigration.
That's what fueled the passport movement. The passport bro movement is because these guys start saying, "Hey, I am getting treated different in these other countries." That was the whole movement. They wasn't from those countries. They literally. So that's the only point I was making. Is
but you do understand most of the people that rock with that movement have still never been outside this country. Like you may be talking about people who've actually had the funds, but that's the thing. That, again, even if we get into that, most people do not have the funds to leave the country, or let alone too far out of their rear. Again, like the South, maybe you know what I'm saying. You might go from North Carolina to Texas, and the motherfucker is he's seen a lot according to the other people in his neighborhood. Most of us don't.
Hell, there's a lot of people who ain't left their city. Like there's people who have not left their zip codes.
Yeah, statistically, you're going to. Most people will. You're going to die where the heck you were born. That's just most people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. When we talking about even the passport bro movement, it's a movement, but it's not a substantial one because people don't have the money to go out.
But the basis of your argument is not having another country to send money to, is living underneath your means. That's really the basis of it.
I'm saying that my basis of the argument was that you can't make the comparison of because we don't have anything that works even kind of in our benefit like that. Because again, the only place we send money to is America, right? And
no. I want to help you understand what I'm saying. You argue that they're in a better situations because they're sending money to their country. They're in a better situations because they're living underneath their means. It costs them. It cost them they make 2,500. They only spend 2,000, and then they send $500. If you was to invest that $500, you would be in the same situation.
No, you wouldn't.
How
Most people
not?
invest money don't gain money.
That's not
No,
true.
it's because
That is true.
they are in a better position because they're helping their family, and their family is just as important to them as them. Like they're not just looking at me; they're looking at, hey, I'm not only going to get myself in a better position, I'm going to get the rest of my family because they're going to be able to stretch the money I send. They're going to use that same $500 like the 2,000 I used. That's what I'm saying.
Well, let me give you an example.
Okay.
Taiwan. Say if I send my family to Taiwan right now, and I work here and send money to them, is I'm getting the same benefits as these people?
Huh? Say that last
Wait, are
part
you saying
again.
you're sending them to live in Taiwan?
Yeah, I send my family to live in Taiwan, into a third world country. I stay here in
Okay.
America and I continue to work. Are you saying as long as I send money back to my family, I'm getting the same benefit as them? Shadow.
Yes, they will have a similar lifestyle as what you're living here while they're there. I guess I don't know why you would send them separated from you if you. I don't understand why you would do that.
Well, because I'm trying to understand the benefit, because my point that I'm making is you bringing your family over here and they live in the same quote unquote lifestyle that you live in, it's still the same benefit.
It's not because
it's
you
because
can
most
live
people
the
aren't
same
leaving
life
that
over here.
area.
And you can live the same life here, and it's gonna cost you $5,000 a month for a 6-bedroom or something. You know what I'm saying? A good house. If you go to Taiwan with $800 a month, you're living in that same house.
No, but you gotta understand, I am still required to be here. So I still have to have upkeep, different things like this. I'm trying to help you understand this. If my family was here or my family was in Taiwan, it actually cost me more money for my family being in Taiwan because I got to keep up my living and pay for their living versus just paying for my living.
No. Again, you're doing this with the same check you get here this month. You know what I'm saying? The same money you get every month. You gotta
understand the family is benefiting.
Hold on. All right. So I think the disconnect is that what KT and Shaw says that the person that is here, he's downsized to, a studio or even possibly a room. So therefore, he tremendously low his cost of living here, and so therefore he can send so much money back home that it is going to be beneficial when he finally retires and go back home.
No, but I'm telling you the amount that is different. Let's say that $800 difference can actually give you almost the same lifestyle here with your family.
No, it cannot. Like I said, I'm gonna just do it real quick. My brother was in Thailand. That's why I brought up that. But he would call me sometimes, and he literally would ask me for $500. All right, $500 had him in a 4-star hotel in Thailand for a month and a half at a time, and this is covering like food, little intricacies and stuff. You know what I'm saying? He was saying it's like hard as hell to get weed, so he wasn't really smoking out there like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like with a little bit of money, like money that I'm literally like, man, take that. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Kind of cussing him out because I'm like, why is you asking for $500? You know what I'm saying? Like, but once he start, like, I sent it to him once, and then he called me back again. I'm really starting to peep. Like, oh dang, cuz you living like that all day? He like, bro, I'm trying to tell you, like,
This is a great example. So what did you benefit?
And before you go with your great example, I see you about to cut. Let me see if Diva's there. We can read the super chat.
Yeah. Is it acting up? Can you hear me?
No, that's perfect. That's real good. I like that.
Right.
Hey, yo, chill with your freaky ass.
Vegetarian terrarium, $10. Y'all talking global economics. He's talking about Black empowerment. If you work the same job remotely that you had in the States and live over there, you'll be balling. This brother tripping.
So I'm trying to understand this because he gave us a perfect example. You sending your brother $500 to live, right? What benefit was that to you, K to go?
There was none. He wasn't living there. He was just staying there.
For
But
him
if we talking
staying
about
there,
if we talking about the
what
goal of
benefit?
him
Hold
living
on,
there,
because I don't know why we get so caught up in words. For him staying there, right? What benefit was that to you, K to go?
none. That's not what we've been
It
talking
was
about
Oh,
at
his
all.
that's
brother.
the point.
Right.
You
It
just
was
That
his
that's the
brother.
no, that's
point.
not what we've been talking about.
No,
E.
that is the
That's not what we've
point,
been talking about at all.
Bracy. Ain't that's what we've been talking about? There's no benefit to him.
E. E.
So
The benefit is it was
the
his
thing is
brother.
that was his. Yeah, it was just his brother hanging out in another country. It wasn't KT's supplying his family a better life. That was just his brother, fucking off on some money and said, "Hey, if you send me 500, I could stay another month and a half."
Word, nah, that's literally what it was, and I was kind of like,
Can-
cool, fuck it, just send me pictures and bring me back memorabilia, and I'll do it. Fuck it, you know.
Wait, E, I'll give a better example. I was working with a guy Thailand.
But I
and he
do,
was
but
working with,
you do understand. You do understand what E was saying though, like because it
no, I
kind
get
of
him.
correlates
He's
in the
saying it
sense that
doesn't affect
okay.
you personally. Sorry, he doesn't affect you personally. I get that. But the guy I was working with from Thailand, he sent money to his family every other week. He did it for like 3 years straight. He then left. He not only bought his mom a new house, he bought himself a new house, and he also lived off of that money that he sent there because they saved it for him. It ultimately did affect him in a positive way because of how he was handling it. That's all I'm saying. Like you can benefit from it by doing it, and there are people who do it all the time.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
agree
only
that
point
it
I'm
needs.
bringing up.
But what you're arguing, in my opinion, is living underneath your means, not benefiting from a country, your own country. Because if he lived under his means and he would have put that in the S&P 500 and then he would have went back home, he still could have bought his mama a house. He could have bought and I could have did that. And I could have went, if I convinced my mama to go to Taiwanese, I could buy my mama a house. Because I live underneath my means. That's the argument.
No, that's
Right,
in
but here's
America,
what you're
right?
saying.
Hold up.
You're also
Yeah, that's
talking
in
about the
America
S&P.
too, bro.
But
Let me say this real quick, Josh. This is you talking about in America. We have to live under our means. But think about this: if you coming from a third world country, I had a teacher. His name is Mr. Sidley. He came from Africa. He only lived on a regular teacher's salary. To him, he was cooking. And that man had 2 cribs in Africa with live-in maids all year round. He only went there I think he said 4 months out the year. You know what I'm saying? And still he had 24/7 service in his home, paying for all this off a literal teacher salary. Well,
I know, but he lived under his means in America.
No, he did not. That man lived in New York for he was definitely not living under his means. You ain't got no choice there. You know what I'm saying?
How did he send money back if he wasn't living under his means?
I mean, that's like any of you get a check, you know what I'm saying? Your bills is X amount, your rent's this amount. Typically, we make enough to have maybe a little bit extra on the end.
That's living underneath your means. You're literally describing living under your means.
So if I have a job where I'm making $4,000 a month, but my bills and everything is only $2,000 a month, am I living under my means?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the definition.
I may be confused on what living under our means means.
Okay.
You just defined
what does
it.
this mean then?
Don't worry. Diva says most black people don't, or most black men don't know what living under your means means because we're raised to be stupid.
No, that's the point. Is if you say if you was the teacher, I want to help KT understand this. If you was the teacher living in New York, and you was making 5,000, and you was only spending 10,000, and you say that 3,000, you can go to Africa, you can get the maid, you get everything he got just because you lived underneath your means too. It's not because he's from there.
Yeah, I got asked though, what does living underneath your means?
It means that if you made $5,000 and you only spending $2,000 a month, you living under your means. You're not spending the max amount of money that's coming in. That's what living under your means mean in layman's term.
I mean, nobody does that then.
No, it's a lot of people don't live under their means. I know people who make $5,000 and spend
There's people who live
$6,000 every
above
month.
it. Thank you. Yeah, they live
Yeah,
above that.
Yeah, most people.
they,
No,
Yeah,
you're
they
right. You're
spend
right.
their
'Cause
whole
most
check
people
in
are in debt.
$1,000 on a credit card every month.
You're right. Most people are in debt. I agree with that.
So that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's
So
when you keep saying they need a country. No, the answer is not we need a country. As black people, we need to live underneath our means
No,
and
it's still you need
save.
a country because when you live underneath your means, you still can't get a mansion with live-in service for 24. You feel me?
Yes, you
That's where
can.
that.
You can go
No,
to
you
Africa
cannot.
and get it.
Thank you. Go to Africa. You can't get that in America, right?
No, but you still don't
yeah,
understand this.
but he's still you can still go there 4 times a year, just like that teacher did.
Mm-hmm. No, my point
So
is,
you live in the
again,
same way.
going back to the main thing, I'm just talking about a nation for us, period. In our best interest. It doesn't make sense because even if you did that, right? Well, now we're supporting some African economy. That's the only reason I'm bringing up. Like again, having a nation of our own is the most important thing. Without it, we don't really have any type of leverage. Period. It's just being
Well, how do we
honest.
support a black economy then? Like we
How do we
spend more money
support it?
than any other group combined. So how do we,
At least
who
that's what they
spend
tell
so much
us.
money, like, at least that's what they say. But we spend a lot of money on a lot of frivolous shit. So if we stop spending the money on the frivolous shit, how is it going to impact us? What would saving all that money do for us in the long run? If no matter what, according to what he said, we're going to still spend it in their system anyway.
It's
Perfect.
feasible.
Good question. And before you answer it, Diva, you there?
I just
Shout out
watched
to
a
Tony
bird
Gold.
nosedive a truck. The bird
Lord have
lost.
mercy. God damn. Tony Golden, member for 5 months. KT is the reason why we don't get anywhere. Don't even know what living under your means is and wanna argue for hours. Damn, Tony Golden on your head, KT.
Okay.
Shout out to Tony Golden for being a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Shout out to you, Tony.
Go ahead, Rush. You want to answer Shadow's question? Ask it one more time, Shadow.
Well, I kind of want to expound on the possibility of living out the country or whatever. For that African dude to be able to maneuver like that, it is feasible, especially when you have a dual citizenship. You know, you can maintain your property, have your relatives to maintain it for you as well. That's what I'm doing right now, because I got 2 properties through my father in Panama. You know what I mean? So it is feasible.
Yeah, so we believe it's feasible. I'm arguing, Russ, that it's no difference from you doing it and a guy from Panama doing it. That's my argument, is that y'all the same.
And my argument is the money stretches more and that you're actually helping your family live easier. And because you're helping them live easier, because you're making more money, you actually are in fact helping yourself because you're helping your family. And that's where my argument is.
The money will stretch out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because what Shadow is saying, Shadow's argument is that it is easier to live under your means in some of these other countries. That's Shadow's argument.
Oh yeah, we agree with that, but
yeah, most definitely. Shadow's right about that.
No, we agree with that, but I'm telling him, you let your brother go and blow some money in a country ain't really benefiting you. That's not like this idea that it's like just because you taking care of your family doesn't mean that it's a benefit for you. It's a good, honorable thing to do, but I don't see how that benefits you. I strongly believe in all gender bathrooms.
I've never seen this before.
Oh, I see it all the time. I'm in Washington. I'm for all gender bathrooms.
Hell
got-
nah.
Really?
Weird ass.
No
on my
offense,
door.
men are nasty. Like sometimes
hold on.
we look, nah.
Y'all
I
got
think men and women need to have separate spaces.
I don't. Listen, let me tell you why. So if you go to the Seattle all-purpose bathroom, it's more safer for kids. Me being able to take my little girls into individual stalls that separates versus me having to wait outside a bathroom is way safer.
Shout out to House. Shout out to House. Hey, that's what's going on in Texas, House. I don't know what's going on. What y'all got going on in Texas?
Man, what the fuck?
Hello, so why are you against? Why are you against it, Shadow?
No, I would support it based on what you said. Like, I kind of agree with that, right?
Hell nah.
Because they don't see.
I don't think you paid it.
But hold on, but
right.
Shadow.
Go in
Isn't
there.
that a one stall?
No, I'm
Isn't
not
that a
going
one
in there.
stall
That's
bathroom?
illegal justice. Yes.
How you
Yes.
gonna start it?
Isn't it a one stall? Is a one stall bathroom?
Why does it matter if it's a one-star bathroom?
One stall, yeah.
Nah,
If it's-
I ain't that joint crazy just because of, first of all, like if there's any type of change in bathrooms, I think we may need to make it maybe giving kids a bathroom, but definitely saying I'm gonna put
Look at
men
the
and
sign.
women in this one room is kind of crazy to me. with
Yeah,
That
kids.
sign is super specific.
Yeah, so in Washington, we don't even have pictures. It just says restroom because it's one restroom for everybody. And when you walk into that room at the airport, it's a wash station for everybody. And they got like individual stalls that you have privacy that you can go into that you separate from everybody else. So if you understand that, I can stand by the wash station, send my kids into an individual stall by themselves, and stand outside of it. So I was against the all gender bathrooms until I realized thinking outside the box is actually more safer for people to have their own individual stall and would just share washrooms.
They had that prior, didn't they? Like I'm confused.
No, they didn't.
So,
Not
so,
like
all right,
this.
so, all right, so this is what you see how we're all on a panel. So each panel would be a stall with its own door. And then in the middle would we all be able to wash our hands. It don't matter who's washing their hands, but we all be able to close our doors so anybody could walk inside the restroom. But to go and use the toilet is its own door. You lock your door and use the bathroom.
And it's safer because now you have people who like men like me who can protect. Like say we see something crazy going on. Versus if it was like we just didn't understand what they was asking for when we said the multiple general bathrooms. We didn't because I thought it was gonna be a woman's bathroom.
Walk in there.
No.
Nah, it still is. You just trying to kind of make it seem like it's legit or something, which is to each his own, but that doesn't make sense. Again, they did have separate stalls.
Hold on, KT.
Hold on, the sign literally has a man and a dress.
Hold on. What y'all picture is a woman's bathroom, and now letting a man inside that bathroom. That's what y'all picturing.
But that's not
either
it.
man saying that each stall is individualized. You go inside your own stall, no matter who it is, man, women, we all there, but we all can wash our hands in the same space. So therefore, the bathroom is gender neutral technically.
No, I get that. I'm saying
I
that
don't agree
still
with
don't
that.
hold. Yeah, that don't hold because again, like it's
Wait a
before
minute.
you did this.
Wait, based
there
on
was
the
already
definition of
male-
what you just said, hold on. Based on the definition of what you just said, then this bathroom and this bathroom would be the same.
All the
right?
same. They are the same.
Right.
They are.
And if they're the same, why are the signs different?
Yeah, it's political, but it's the same.
And it's one stall, so it doesn't matter what that sign says, because only one person go in at a time, right?
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
that's
again,
a,
I think it's more about like my personal thing is regardless of the stalls or whatever, it's just the fact
No, it's
that
not.
you're having.
The bigger one is more than one song.
Okay.
And yeah, my point is like the mixing genders in the bathroom is kind of crazy. Just period. I don't care how like. I'm sorry. I'll stand on that till I die.
I agree. Yeah.
so you think that men and women should not be able to wash their hands together?
Use
No, I feel like they shouldn't be. They shouldn't need to take their pants
course
down
not.
together in
Nah.
the same room, especially with strangers.
It's not the same room because you don't even have walk up pee stalls. Okay, never mind. You're right. All right, because the whole bathroom is different.
No,
it's not like it's not
designed completely
it's not
different.
cool because
There's literally a urinal in there.
Hold
There is a urinal in that
y'all.
stall.
Well, that's Texas. Texas doing it wrong. Like if y'all literally
No,
got urinals in a neutral gender bathroom, you're doing it
Yeah,
wrong.
Well, people got
absolutely.
dicks in neutral gender. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't like y'all trying to
No, no, no,
exclude the fact that you
no,
have to cater to everyone that's on that door. So that's why it's
no,
going
no,
to be a
no. What y'all?
urinal.
yeah,
No.
it's not cool because that leaves room for a female to falsely accuse a male of something that's not true. You know what I mean? So I think all
Okay. Anyway,
restrooms
I
should
think
be
y'all just never
separated.
seen what Edom's talking about, and it's fine and it's fair.
I'm from North Carolina.
You know,
You know, they took the All-Star game from them because and then they gave it. They literally changed the laws in order to have gender neutral bathrooms. No, I've definitely seen it before. It's definitely not correct.
So you said what?
no,
Okay.
no. What you've seen is a bathroom being open to anybody walking inside a private bathroom. What Edom's saying is that it is just a unisex bathroom when everybody have, no matter who you are, you have your own private bathroom. It's a door. It's a room with a toilet and some toilet paper. Anybody could go inside that room.
Stalls
That's
are
what
not new,
Edom's talking about.
y'all. Stalls are not new. That's called a stall. It comes in every male bathroom you ever
No,
go
it's
into.
not the same stall. That's what I'm telling you.
It's
Because
not the same.
the door is completely closed. Like it's an enclosed place. You can't look underneath it. You
It's
can't
like a
like.
room.
It's
Yeah.
a whole room.
Yeah, it's a room.
Okay. We lowered the wall by 5 inches.
No, no,
This
no.
is
He's right.
a
No,
whole different
like
thing.
the stalls are actually fully sealed. They're still from roof to bottom. That's a big
No,
ass
I
door.
agree. I'm not saying that's not something. I'm saying the literal point is still men and women in there. It's not like they don't have to come out that stall.
No. Yes, they do. That's what we're saying. So only one person can fit in the stall.
Can one person fit in the bathroom?
Yo, drop the
Yes,
link for
that's
me,
it.
Okay.
Only
Sharon.
one person can
Accurate,
fit. I
accurate
did.
answer. There are two
I don't see it.
bathrooms.
That's strange.
Hold on.
So there are two stalls in that bathroom, but you have to go get the key to even get in it. So actually, I'm a little safe. This place is
Can
newly
you see it now?
renovated. It was renovated like a week ago. So no,
No,
actually, I
oh
would
no, I
say
see
this
it.
bathroom's pretty safe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I'm
link
just
is
saying.
dropped.
When in so are y'all saying that women are not safe enough, Russ, to wash their hands with men?
I'm saying nobody should be mixing
I'm gonna
genders
let
in
Russ answer that
bathrooms.
question
No,
because he said that.
it's the other way around. It's not safe for men to use the same restroom with a female because it leaves room for them to be falsely accused of something that they never done. You know what I mean?
Oh shit.
So
So
I
hold on.
wouldn't
So,
agree doing that.
no, I want to be clear
Oh.
because if when they undress themselves, it's in a private place, and when they fully dress, they come to a place that they have clothes on. So is it unsafe?
Don't matter.
So that mean that
I want to take that
hold on.
risk.
No, that's cool. So you saying that it's unsafe for you to be anywhere that is a room of privacy with women?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like if I'm going to a restroom that's like all gender and a female walking out and I'm going in at the same time as they're leaving the restroom, that leaves room for them to falsely accuse that individual. So I wouldn't be cool with it.
What's stopping them from accusing you going into a private room? That's not a restaurant.
No, I mean if I know a chick, I'll be in a private room with a chick. But as far as in a public setting, nah, it's not safe.
I see what he's doing. Don't fall for the trap.
No, I'm asking. A woman can walk into any room that you in and falsely accuse you. What makes it different that it's a bathroom?
That increases
Because
your
that's a private
odds.
area. Because it's specifically a private area.
And most likely there'll be cameras there too. So that
Whoa,
just
ain't
leaves
no,
room. Nah, I wouldn't.
it is illegal for cameras to be in any bathroom.
No. He talking about like if y'all somewhere else. I think. I mean.
Oh, okay.
But he's saying like him and the girl.
You mean like there's a camera that sees you and this girl walking to the same bathroom?
No.
Yeah, that
What is she
leaves
going to
room.
accuse
That
you of,
leaves
Rush?
room for them to falsely accuse you.
Hello,
Rush, what is she going to accuse you of?
Not me.
I'm just saying.
Specifically. I'm just saying it's just not safe.
No,
for me.
Rush, I'm trying to figure out.
I'm
You think a
saying.
woman? Hold on, I just want to help Rush understand.
Man,
You think a woman need a rush room to falsely accuse you?
Yo, man, if you're in a public setting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say you're
All
being
right, hold on.
facetious if you act like that don't increase your odds.
Listen, man. Whenever
What?
to get on the horn, whenever female get on the horn and they accuse you of something like that, something crazy, they're gonna book you first and ask questions later, man. Know what I mean? Nobody trying to
Can I help you out? I think I want to help you out real quick,
Let
Rush.
me read the super chat real quick, and I'm gonna let my handle this. Ashley Virgo's Flame 21. Unisex bathrooms should only be used by transformers only. As a woman, I don't want a transformer in the women's restroom, man or woman.
Facts.
Also,
Support her
And I think
Decepticons.
you have a little bit of a echo, Mont, because I hear the fan blowing. Usually, when that fan blowing, that means you have a little bit of echo. All right,
Virgo, we support
Mont,
Decepticons.
What I wanted to say, Rush, was I don't fully agree with you, but I think that I understand your position. I think your position is if I'm in a bathroom with a woman, even if it's not the same stalls, even small things can be misinterpreted, and she can take that as like, oh, he tried to do this, or you might have bumped into each other, and she's like, oh, he tried to touch me here. She can say something like that, and it rises the chances of of those incidents happening. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But it's wrong though. You could be sitting at Starbucks and she can say these things. That's what I'm saying. Like if that's the
Edelman, you know damn well that if you're sitting at Starbucks and everybody's in Starbucks with you and there's cameras, it's much more likely for you to say, this is ridiculous what she's talking about, versus being inside of a restroom.
No, but
you can admit that, right?
Where literally it's illegal to have cameras.
Hold on. But the thing is, if we have a common area to wash our hands, it is more difficult. It's easier to have witnesses, and it's easier to put a camera in where we washing our hands because the private area is closed up where you go sit down, take a piss or whatever the case. So everybody have their own individual room, so you can still put a camera in the
common area.
It's camera in a bathroom. It's illegal.
It's not a bathroom anymore.
Illegal. Hold on, it is. It is illegal to even have to use or have a camera in those, especially in Texas. You cannot put a camera beyond that front door.
Hold on. Y'all missing it. Hold on. Y'all are missing it. I don't know if y'all not understanding how I'm explaining it.
Maybe I'm not.
You can have a camera in the common area where you're washing your hands. Where you wash your hands, it is no clothes being taken off.
Right, but not in Texas.
So Ron, I don't know about y'all, but have y'all ever seen a camera in the wash hands part of a bathroom?
Yeah, in
I've
Seattle
never seen
Airport.
that. Okay.
Yes.
So it can be done then. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Right, but it's all I'm saying is, but it's illegal in Texas.
Okay,
I can only speak for Texas. Maybe Montana.
We're gonna help you update y'all laws that it should be okay for us to have a camera in a hand wash room when only hand washing is being done. That should not be illegal. So the point that I'm telling, I think these areas are actually more safe.
I'm not gonna hold you, E. Okay. I got to point out real quick. Even if you're saying what you're saying is true, I literally just looked it up. It said it is highly illegal for you to have any camera in any type of bathroom.
It's not a bathroom anymore.
It is. It's literally a restroom. Right. Y'all cannot say
it's called washroom.
So, washroom are all synonyms for a literal bathroom.
Well, KT, I think all of these things probably come down to verbiage, right? And zoning most likely. So if you zone it in correctly and you call it certain things, I think that's probably what they do in Seattle or wherever Edelman is.
Mm-hmm. Now, I might accept that. I'm just looking it up. I don't see that.
Okay.
But I'm with you. It could be a possibility in how they verbalize it or whatever. But again, like even if you change the verbiage of restroom, if it's still a restroom, it's still a restroom. You know what I'm saying? It'd be hard to change any type of verbiage, restroom wise. It's some place where people are
because y'all keep I don't know, y'all keep missing the idea of a common area where you washing your hands, where anybody can wash their hands. Right.
That is
So
not
hold
the
on.
bathroom. That's a common
Sure.
area where you can wash your hands.
Sharon, I agree with you, but it says specifically it is overwhelmingly illegal to place a camera in anywhere a person has a reasonable expectation of privacy, and washrooms represent the absolute highest expectation of privacy, including the changing room, fitting room, guest bathrooms, guest bedrooms, showers, restroom stalls, hand wash stations, or anywhere a person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. Specifically,
Shadow, what if we remove that reasonable expectation of privacy by putting up a sign that says there's cameras here, and if you want privacy, go into the actual restroom, which will be the stall.
You couldn't do that. That would be
I
literally
mean,
infringing on rights.
no.
Okay,
Well, no.
okay,
Hold on,
Put it like
because
this.
that
Hold on one second. So, in the changing room, is it a camera when you walk inside the changing room?
Yes.
But
No,
when you
it's a
walk
camera
inside
when
it,
you
right,
walk to
so
the
that's what
door.
we say. Thank you.
Right.
That's what we say.
So no, hold on, I agree with that.
But I'm trying to understand if bathrooms. I get it. If the bathrooms are set up how we're talking about, I think they're more safer because now you have the expectation that more people. I think the women's bathroom, as it used to be, is the most dangerous place because someone can go in there and nobody can hold them accountable but the women that's inside of there, right? Now we at a place that we said we're gonna give you.
No.
Hello. You can stop a man from going into the women's bathroom.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. This joint just seemed crazy. Like listen, I've taken my little sister in the women's bathroom before, and women were not like, "Oh my God, what are you doing in here?" They clearly
You just
seen I had a
proved my
child in
point.
the
You can't
bathroom.
stop a man from going into a women's bathroom.
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, but he
I'm
went in
saying
there
the
with a little
point-
girl. It's different.
Yeah, and the
No.
point I'm making is regardless, you can you can say you can't stop it. You just said, well, nobody's there to help them. Like, nah, typically somebody probably, well, not gonna say typically, but I'm pretty sure
You just
if
want to
somebody
argue.
hears some shit going down, it's not just arguing. You just
So
don't.
hold on, you
I
just
walked
proved.
my
Hold on,
daughter.
you just proved that you
I
done went
walked my
into the.
daughter into women's bathrooms, so
Okay,
I
hold
don't
on,
understand
hold
how
on.
it correlates.
No. The point is, two men on this panel proving that they could walk into women's bathroom without consequences, right?
Yeah,
So that
women
means
have
men.
walked in the men's bathroom without consequence. My wife takes my son in the bathroom. What the hell? You know what I mean?
Let
That's
me
what
at
I'm saying.
least finish the point that I'm making.
So, go ahead.
So the point that I'm saying is we knew for a fact that it was an issue that K to Go Shadow was going into these women's bathrooms because they got kids. With modern technology, let's say, how can we design this a lot better? How about we create a common area on the outside where they can send their daughters in and now their daughters is actually protected? I
That's
think we
not.
should have, hold on. I think we should have advanced the bathrooms and made the bathroom more gender neutral because it's more safer for our daughters.
Can I ask you a question, Edelman?
Yes, sir.
So okay, so in the airport, I understand this, right? I understand the airport idea and stuff like that, right? But let's say we actually take it further. What about nightclubs? What about places like that? Do you think that bathroom is still the sacred place that it was? Is it still a place where women are comfortable to, you know, a lot of times women aren't just going to the bathroom. You know, they're doing a lot of other things. They're communing and stuff like that. So how do you feel about like nightclubs and things?
So
That's the first place I seen it.
So I think with nightclubs, what we got to do is realize that the old system was wrong. We can't, because when I hear people have this conversation, Mike, people say, let me remove the men's sign and put a neutral general sign. No, that's not how that works. I can't do that. So what I have seen in nightclubs is instead of making it a 5-person bathroom, they'll reduce it down to 3 individual bathrooms where only one person can go in and one person can go out. And they say that the only thing that they ask is only one person inside of that bathroom at a time, and they have a bouncer there. So that's the point that I'm saying, is that we just got to reinvent this thing. We can't just change what's currently there. We got to make it into a whole new thing. Did that kind of make sense, Mike?
I gotta ask though. So why would we not just do what I said earlier and just make children bathrooms? Like just
Because
have children
there's no
bathrooms,
children at the
male and female.
nightclub.
I mean, even down to that, then throw in the third one for the Decepticons. Because the problem was never like all female bathrooms or all male bathrooms. You're just literally saying, oh, that's how they changed it, and we should go with it because it should have changed. But you're acting like it's not different ways they could have changed it.
Because so I understand
most of the time, because children need help in the bathroom when they old enough, and then you're not even. Yeah, because when they get old enough, then they go into the regular bathroom. You stand outside and you scream their name. Hey, you okay? Then they scream back, yep, and then you keep it moving.
No, I don't do that. I'm going with my baby wherever they go. You got me bent.
So no, but the point that I'm saying is,
what I'm saying is, I got a 12-year-old, so I'm not gonna walk inside the store with my 12-year-old.
Oh no, I ain't walking inside the stall, but I'm in that corner of the bathroom. Like I'm gonna make sure you get in that stall. I'm gonna check that joint for you get in there. Everything. Go ahead and do your thug. I'm in the corner. Yeah.
So
hold on. So KT, you say you walk inside the women's bathroom and make sure your baby girl is safe?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I ain't. Well, I've had to change her in there and stuff. So I mean, she's not of age yet. But like I said, my little sister, when she was like,
again, I'm gonna ask you a question again. I'm asking a question again. Are you going inside the women's bathroom to make sure your daughter's safe?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so therefore you should not be arguing against a neutral gender bathroom.
No, I'm definitely arguing against it still.
But you already used the bathroom
violating it.
No, we're not. Because we're not talking about. No, we're not talking about gender neutral. Like I went in there and peed. We're not talking about gender neutral when I'm using the bathroom.
It doesn't matter. You in there.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
It don't matter. You in there, bro.
The problem ain't me being in there unless I'm harming somebody. The problem would be if something happens.
No, absolutely not. The problem
Shadow said it too. He been in the bathroom too, the women's bathroom.
Yeah, just like
when my daughter was under
bathroom.
when my daughter was under 4, absolutely. When she turned 5, I'm like, you're with your mom.
Okay,
it's you.
Okay,
like there's an age limit.
So you feel like, hold on. So you saying that y'all two are the only safe ones to be in a bathroom, and every woman that walked into that bathroom should be completely safe with 2 brothers that's at least 6 feet standing in the bathroom.
I mean, shoot, what you mean? Hold up, I'm confused. What you mean they're supposed to be safe? Saying? I'm confused on what you're saying at all. I don't even know.
It sounds like y'all believe in neutral gender. I'm sorry.
Okay, so to clarify, because Sharon, you just said something.
Hold on.
Okay, all right. Got you.
So if y'all standing in the bathroom to make sure your daughter is safe, that next person that walks into the bathroom, that female, another young kid, they come running out and say, "Daddy, it is a man in the bathroom." What you think people gonna think you are? The safe dad, or
hey, he can walk in there. I'm gonna say, "Hey, my little girl's in the bathroom." Fuck around and find out.
And I guarantee mama and dad gonna be like, "Oh, you good? My bad, bro."
Okay, so therefore, y'all believe in gender neutral bathroom.
No, I'm gonna say this again. I'm not using.
No, I don't.
I've never used the female's bathroom. I've never used it.
Thank you. And this is hold on, but this is exactly what it is. Is that you'll be able to stand outside the bathroom stall while your baby girl do her pee thing. She unlock the door. She come out. You see your girl. You wash your hands of her, and then y'all walk out.
We do that already. The difference would be next time in this bathroom you talking about it's going to be a trans man, woman, whatever you want to call itself, that's popping out like.
It's the same. No. What we saying is the same exact thing you doing. The exact thing that you're doing is the same thing either man's talking about with a gender neutral bathroom.
It's not.
That
Are trans like I ain't saying that are they allowed because they use the bathroom wherever they want, to be honest. But I'm gonna say too. Also, do you think that that's something that's typically happening?
But you want them to have less rights than you.
I want who to have less rights than me?
Because no, you say you can go into the bathroom, but you don't want them to go into the bathroom.
Am I using the bathroom? Am I using the bathroom? Answer yes or no. Don't say nothing else. Don't be like you don't get it. So I'm trying to explain.
Yes.
No, you're not. You're lying.
Yes, because a woman can feel threatened by you just standing there, bro.
But hold on. You know how? Here's how I address that. First of all, I won't even take my daughter in if there's somebody in there. And 2, if somebody walks in, I'm like, hey, my little girl's in here because I believe in that communication because I want them to be safe too.
I about to say that is the first. Like anytime I've ever had somebody walk in the bathroom, I'm always like, they don't even say nothing. I just be like, hey, I'm in here with my daughter or my sister in that case. You know what I'm saying? But I'm always.
But you still want the bathroom to be
Hell
neutral that you
fucking
can go in and out. So should we press charges on you for being in that bathroom?
How could you press charges, but none of the people using it did? Come
No,
on.
that's
now.
the point
Make
that I'm
sense
telling
of
you.
it.
You
all right,
already believe
hold on.
it.
He's not gonna, hold on. He's not going to answer the question. He feel like he's the only safe man in the world.
What did I even say that? You don't make sense. That does not make sense.
You don't have to say verbatim. It's okay. You don't. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to say verbatim. It's okay. No, it's not about me liking it. You just don't understand your logic. It's okay.
I don't understand my logic. You don't make sense, Sharon. Like, that's just being honest. That's like me telling you right now the stuff you saying, you don't know what you're talking about, and it doesn't make sense to you. You said it. It obviously made sense to you.
Okay. So, him standing there at the store, is that different from a washroom being there in the middle? He's walking inside there. His little baby girl walks inside a bathroom, closes the door. He stands outside the store and uses the bathroom. Is that any different from what we are communicating?
It's the exact same thing.
Thank you. That's all. And for some reason, he's not understanding. I don't get it. I really don't understand.
I'm gonna ask you a third time. Are trans typically in the female bathroom?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Typically there.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You are standing in a female's
I know you're not
bathroom.
answering
That
the
is
question though
literally-
because it's just okay. But I'm asking you and you're saying it's the same thing. Well, I agree with you, and you said yeah, exactly. So if it's the same thing, I'm asking you: are trans typically in the female bathrooms? Am I talking about using the bathroom, or am I talking about making sure my daughter's okay if she used the bathroom? That's
But
not
you
the same
advocate
thing with.
what we're advocating for. You agree
No,
with us saying
I'm gonna
that
say
you
this
should
one
have the
last
right
time.
to
Are
go
the
into a
trans,
bathroom.
the Decepticons?
You want to
typically in the
make it
female
about
bathroom?
trans, and we talking about bathrooms. What we saying is that you advocate.
Are men
Hello,
typically
you
using
are
female
advocating that
bathrooms?
you should have the right to stand outside the stall while your
already
daughter
do.
doing it, and I'm telling you that we
Already
need to make
do.
bathrooms in
But
that
I
way.
already do. That's the problem. You're arguing about how it should be. We talking about factually
Hold
what
on,
actually already has happened.
KT, please. We are arguing the same thing. For some reason, you don't understand it, and that's fine.
No, it's not. I don't understand it.
You
We're
want to
not
turn it
arguing
to
the same thing.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, please. You are advocating that it is okay for men to stand in a woman's bathroom as long as he has a daughter there. And for some reason, you think that other men are supposed to be just okay with that. For you to be able to stand in the bathroom. But you don't want no other man to be in the bathroom.
I'm confused as shit. Like, seriously, you be throwing in things that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Because now you saying, what man would be okay with you standing in the women's bathroom, making sure your daughter's okay in the bathroom? Another man gonna be like, oh, all right. As I've had happen plenty of times.
I'm not. No, I'm not. No. I'm saying you don't need to stand inside the bathroom, bro.
Yeah, in order to make sure my daughter's protected, it's for surely I do.
No,
absolutely for surely
not.
I do. Absolutely
no.
Even how you're trying to argue when we arguing the same thing and y'all saying it's okay in the gender neutral bathroom.
Okay.
So why is it okay then?
No, it's not. Because they got a door. The bathroom you talking about is designed for women only.
It has a door, right? A stall. That's not new. I just said that earlier. It lowered itself 5 inches. Boom. Okay. It's still a stall.
Okay, so why is it okay for you to stand inside the bathroom, but it's not okay to have a gender neutral bathroom?
Because again, like I said from the beginning, we're talking about adults, trans, kids, all in one place using the bathroom.
You are there.
What? No, that don't got nothing. Stop. I'm gonna say this one last time, Sharon. What does this have to do with what I just said? It's 4 different groups of people now using one bathroom. Is that the same as being usually? Or is it typically this side goes to this bathroom, that side goes to this bathroom?
You are not. You are not.
He's not using the bathroom. He's not using the bathroom. He's not pulling his penis out. Like, we need to stop being a little more blunt because clearly it's not being caught. Me and KT are not saying we're using the bathroom while our daughters are using the bathroom. We're saying we're adult men who decided, hey, I need to take care of my child because at that time my child didn't know the whole process herself. So again, I was there for my child. Hold on. But that's not.
So
I'm
okay,
not
hold
pulling
on,
my
hold
penis out
on,
to use the
hold
bathroom.
on, hold on. I don't know what is the problem. So why you just didn't take her into the man's bathroom and take her straight to the stall?
You said what?
Because she's a little what?
Yeah, she a
Because
girl.
of just other grown men and because again,
You muted, Josh.
that's a good question. No, actually, Ron, that's a pretty good question. I don't know. I took my son to the boys' bathroom. I took my girl to the girls' bathroom.
No, it's a perfectly reasonable question. It's because that's their gender. We typically know what our genders is. If y'all want to be the fluid guys, I guess whatever, cool with you. But I don't prescribe to that ideology. You're a female. Why would I take you to the men's bathroom with a bunch of men?
Okay, you think
So
that
why are
is
you in the bathroom with a women's bathroom with a bunch of women?
Thank you.
Because my daughter's in there. That's why the
So
women in there say, "Oh no, it's
so
okay."
what? Don't
So what?
prioritize your daughter,
They say
your
it's
personal
okay.
need. No,
They say it's okay. So why are y'all now trying to be like, nah, this crazy shit?
Who said it's okay?
The women that were in the bathroom when I was doing it.
Oh, okay, because
I've
I
never
sure
had
would
a
have been
single
like,
woman.
get out of here, boy.
Oh,
And
hell
I've had
nah.
men, I would have, and I would have called security on you because I've
Absolutely.
had men who have asked me. They saw me going in. They had a little girl. They say, "Hey, ma'am, I don't want to go in the ladies' bathroom. Can you just make sure she get in there and make sure she get out with nobody? You know, fine. I'm going in here anyway, baby. Come on." I make sure she get in the stall. When she finished, I say, "You everything good? Okay, wash your hands," and then I deliver her to her father.
Fellas, you do know it is
Actually, no,
okay.
Diva, I've done that too. So I've
Hold
met
on,
women
y'all,
like Diva.
Hold on. You jumped the gun. Then Shadow.
Yeah, guys, it's okay.
Monty Shadow.
It's okay to when somebody says something, just think about it for a second, right? Because I think when we're talking, like before they can even finish getting that last word out, we already jumping back with like a reply. But I think that if we actually did think about it a little bit more, we may come up with a different response. That's what I'm saying.
Guys, Shadow.
Actually, no, I've done exactly what Diva just described. When my daughter became a little older, when I just wanted her to go in safely, I'm like, I'm not going in there. You're older now. You're a bigger girl. And I would see a woman, typically one that looks closer to us. I'm like, hey, my daughter needs to go in. I'd rather not go in there with her. And then that lady would be respectful and take my daughter in. So, but in cases where there was not that option, then I took my daughter in because it was using her bathroom.
Yeah, I've done that before. I've
it's-
taken my daughters in the girls' bathroom, but y'all ugly though, so I don't know how it's gonna be received when y'all niggas do it. But you know,
I would have called the cops on YouTube.
Wrong
Security.
So mine.
I think it's crazy that KT believes that if he's standing there with locks in the corner of a bathroom, that people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's a good dad just doing the right thing."
It's
Get the
already
fuck outta
happened.
here.
It's not no get the fuck out. It's already happened multiple times.
Get the
So I was
fuck
saying,
out
like
of
you
here.
can say I don't believe it, but it's literally physically happened in actuality.
Hey, it's a lot of things that you did in actuality that you got away with. That don't mean shit.
Oh yeah, nah. Yeah, for sure. You can say I got away with
Okay,
it.
so all right, okay. So what I'm saying is that if me and my was in the restaurant and one of our daughters came out saying it is a man with dreadlocks standing in the girl's bathroom, we're like, oh, that's probably just a concerned dad. Fuck out of here. If me and Shadow is in a restaurant and one of our baby girls is going to the bathroom, she come running back and says, "There's a man in the bathroom." Me and Shadow's just like, oh, that's probably just a concerned dad. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm walking in there, but I'm going. First of all, I'm going to walk to the door and knock to make sure there's no other women in there, and then I'm going to proceed to do what I'm supposed to do as a dad. Because a door ain't stopping me from getting to my child.
And I was about to say the first thing
No, I agree. I agree.
to do,
Me and
the first
I
thing
agree
we're
with
gonna do
you.
is say, what are you doing in here?
So-
And then when that man says, hey, I'm in here making sure my daughter's safely, is good while she's using the bathroom. Are you now going to attack this man?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's say, well, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe with you in here because my daughter got to use the bathroom. I don't know who the fuck you are.
Oh, fuck you!
Fuck you and your daughter.
That's what I'm saying. I said it
Man, we fighting. At that sentence right there, Look, I fuck with you, Sharon. We're fighting right then and there.
No, God.
I'm gonna put you in the toilet.
Do y'all hear what y'all arguing? Hello. So why would you be arguing against neutral bathrooms if y'all already participating in neutral bathrooms?
Because nobody's ever participated in a neutral bathroom. You're now trying to say, oh, because you were in there, it was neutral.
It was definitely neutral.
Hold up, does the door say neutral, E? No.
Oh, I get it. Since the door don't say it's neutral,
hey, listen to me. If I want to, can I whip my dick out in that female's bathroom and it's just everything smoothie? No. So that's what I'm saying, y'all being real facetious, and it's okay with me.
Perfect.
I mean, but Jesus.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. Perfect. It's nowhere in the neutral bathroom where you could just whip it out. Somebody going to see you, unless you do it in the public area.
Urinals in them.
No, no, it's no urinals in a neutral gender bathroom. No.
Yes, it is. I've seen plenty of neutral gender.
Okay,
there literally was a urinal.
You're not listening. I don't know if y'all being obtuse on purpose, because I am explaining a very specific thing. I understand where you is at in Texas. Fine. What I said specifically, it's a washroom that anybody could convene in washroom, but each stall is its own private room with its own door. It is no urinals. You go inside there, you close the door, whether you're a man or woman, you close the door, you do whatever you gotta do, you open the door, you wash your hands and leave. I specifically brought that down.
Yeah, but that's not true.
No urinals.
Do you agree with that though?
Yes. We can show you gender neutral bathrooms with literal urinals. What are you talking
about? Hold on. Because first of all, I'm agreeing with what you said. Clearly. Yes, I agree that's what a gender neutral bathroom should look like. I was literally just in one with a urinal close behind the sink. Like, I understand what you're saying, but in that bathroom sense, I would be concerned letting my little girl walk into that bathroom because I know that there's a urinal in it. That means there's a chance a man or a Decepticon will pull us out to use the bathroom. That's all I'm getting at. I understand where you're coming from. You see what I'm getting at now?
Yeah, that's fair for that bathroom. Absolutely.
Right. And I'm not saying that, I think it was a thing. No, I literally saw it. I turned off the camera, walked in and saw it. So that's what I'm saying.
Y'all know it's not nice to call those people Decepticons, right? It's not a nice thing to do.
Hey man, tell them stop deceiving. You know what I'm saying? claim your home team. Other than that, you're a Decepticon.
But they got a name. You can call them trans women, trans men, right? Don't they?
Decepticons. Decepticons. Oh God, that's the name, cuz. You ain't a man. No.
Decepticons.
A woman. No.
Genders in disguise. And keep in mind, I don't care if you believe in it, whatever you are, of course, be that. I'm happy about it. I support everybody and how they feel. Except when it comes to the bathroom and my daughter. Or son for that matter.
And I'm with you too. I say the main reason why I even will keep my stance in terms of like the Decepticon gang and all that stuff. I do know some. I have family members who are. They are not like how a lot of people argue online for weird stuff. Like, I'm not saying it's not some of them who do, but a lot of gay people I know are literally like, nah, like, you know what I'm saying? I can't be a woman. Like, I know I can't be a woman. I'm this. You know what I'm saying? I'm trans. They'll say, like, if anything, they trans. They won't add that woman.
There's no. If they do something to y'all, they ain't gonna do nothing to me, because you know,
But mine, I'm reading the back chat right now. I'm reading the back chat right now. What you're saying is, why don't you tell those lady boys to stay in Thailand? So you really gonna be like that, bro?
That's funny.
So I know back chat's supposed to be secret, but you're just telling me that you didn't say those trans women are still men. KT, you see it too, don't you?
I mean,
well, that's not even something that I would say. I would say that trans women are. I would say that trans women are still males. I wouldn't say they're still men because I don't believe. You know,
Thank you for
understand the
correcting my
definitions and
misstep.
stuff.
Thank you for correcting what I meant, because I got a 4th grade reading education. Thank you for correcting what you said.
Yeah, I don't mind speaking the truth. However, I'll never purposefully disrespect somebody or dehumanize anybody purposefully. But I'm gonna speak the truth regardless. So,
I support you, bro. We believe in you, including the Decepticons.
Nah, and I ain't gonna lie. I don't really want to take it as I'm putting nobody down. Whatever your choice is, that's your choice. You're perfectly fine. Now, what I will say is I don't have to adhere to what bullshit you're talking. Like, because you're like, well, I'm transitioning and I'm becoming a quote unquote woman. Call me a woman. No, because you're not a woman. I'm not gonna do that. I still say, hey, you know what I'm saying? Whatever your chosen name is.
So KT, so as a better visual, this is what I mean. So it's all private doors, and this is a common area where you can wash your hands.
That's not the ones I've seen.
Like I support that. What you're showing me right now?
Okay.
Hold up, let me get a little closer look. In the middle is the wash area, right? They walk out, wash their hands. Okay.
Right.
And the door is all the way to, that's a full-size door.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, I'm cool with that.
So that's what me and Edith Man was talking about when we were saying gender neutral. Maybe y'all just needed the visual to what we was actually talking about.
Nah, you saying, listen, what
but
you're
I'm
saying
confused.
is this is
Why
what
does it say women and men on top? Wait, it still says women.
Don't worry. Stop majoring in minor things.
Look, it's important to the conversation.
No, it's not. I'm telling you what it looks like, and you worrying about signs. I don't even fuck the sign said black only or white only. I'm telling you the design. I'm talking about the design. So we could be on the same page. The design that is a full enclosure. You have to walk. It is no urinal. That's what I'm talking about.
You think a camera should be there?
Oh my God.
I'm just asking, Sharon. I'm looking at your design and
ask me
asking
questions like this, please.
You ain't see. Okay, fine. Because you showed me something and I can't ask a question.
Yes, don't ask me no questions like that. God damn it. God damn it. I'm showing you something. You want to ask me things that don't got nothing to do with the hell I'm talking about.
Shadow saw a bathroom, and you know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of a locker room.
Soon as we got to a common place, you want to find a place to argue. No, I ain't going. No,
I wasn't even going to argue with you, because if you would have agreed with it, I would have been like, "Well, that kind of reminds me of a locker room." I'd be a little questionable about putting a camera there, but I could see why a camera could be safe there if it was just over the sinks. Like, it didn't. The range didn't get to the doors. It was safe. No, that's cool, bro. I respect that. But see, I was going to agree with you for once, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever. You wasn't going to do shit. Goddamn liar. Shout out to Amon. Shout out to one of the, we might have to put some black Air Forces on one of them old heads right here. He's one of those old heads that we got to put black Air Forces on. He talking about we gotta sit
Coach
down. This is crazy.
Bro, what's the topic for today, Sharon?
Just catch up and think about it on mute, Jaden. And so
what?
So I said just say it on mute. So I don't know why Coach Ferg is so scary to hit this link. But man, I tell you, I be having these brothers in a vice grip. They be scared to hit the link.
Hey, the link's right there. Hey, Coach Ferg, you need the link again?
You need to pull up.
We'll post it for you.
Pull up on Trey.
Oh, you pull up on Trey too? Come on, bro. We would love to talk to you.
Pull up on Trey.
Hey, man, I think you got an echo. It's either you or...
Yeah, they scared to pull up on Sharon. They scared to pull up on Sharon. I tell you, boy. I tell you, man, I be having them shook.
It's that, Sharon, it's that Kingpin parachute.
Hey, I'm being bullied.
They remember that.
What you said, Shadow? I didn't hear you, Shadow.
AR is picking on Jalen. It's time for Jalen to stand on his business now. How you doing, Mr. Jalen?
I don't know. AR, you put
Sure, I
yourself
think he's
down
waiting on
on
you.
purpose, or
Oh, I was messing with them.
I think. Oh, you was messing with
Yeah.
something. Okay, so you want it. Okay. All right.
What's up? What's up?
Whoa, AR, hold up. I may need you to delete that last message, sir. I just no. I hear you. Just no, please.
I don't know what you're talking about. What y'all on today?
So, KT to go. What is your thoughts on that case in South Carolina that your
man.
people just let happen? They just let that happen. KT, what's going on?
Whoa,
Yeah,
hold
first of
up.
all, them South
KC is North
Carolinians-
Carolina. Yeah, don't
Yeah,
disrespect. Yeah, no. Don't disrespect.
No.
North
Don't give them
Carolinians
that
like
much credit. It's only like 5 people in South Carolina. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I ain't.
Oh, my bad.
Don't add to their population. But I do think it's crazy. I will not lie and say that. I think it's crazy. But if we being frank, if anybody knows, South Carolina is highly racist. Been so for quite some time. and
Columbia is not racist. It's like 60%.
No, I'm
There's
saying
like
South
50 or-
Carolina. I ain't
Yeah,
really
but where the
saying
trial
this much.
was is different. But the trial,
No,
where they got the
I
jurors from.
understand. I'm just saying, like it's
Bro.
still a really highly racist state.
Bro, let me tell you this.
Shut up, Jalen.
Hold on, Jalen.
Dude, I'm not saying anything stupid.
Okay, go ahead, Jalen.
Hey, Jalen, I wouldn't let AR talk to you like that.
Go ahead, Jalen.
Damn, I ain't trying to hear the troll, man. I'm just saying we got white privilege we got white privilege because you know why? Because white on white crime is real, but hey, the mainstream media is racist.
Thank you, Jalen.
That was
Back
really
in the
good.
back.
Thank you,
Hey,
Jalen.
that was actually really
good.
Hold on. So, AR, you in South Carolina?
Hell no. Why you? Come on.
Oh, okay. But so KT, my question to you,
Eat man, mute yourself.
my question to you, KT, is so with that being said, because I know you're a big component of the thugs in our community. Why do you think the thugs allow that store to continuously to be racist for all of these years, to the point where this is not the first person? This is what I heard today, that this is not the first person they shot at. This is the first person they deleted, but they continue to go to the store 2 to 3 years later. It wasn't until the verdict happened where it was a bunch of young black women that went in there and trashed the place. What is up with the men in that area, brother?
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna lie. Columbia, I'm not gonna say I've been there a couple times, but I ain't heavily invested in that. But like I was saying too, it's always been racist. I think personally, a lot of them is like
No.
like I said
No, you
earlier,
missed what I
they
asked you
can't
though.
beat it, they joined it. They can't beat it, they joined it. I guess you could say.
But isn't that in a black neighborhood? That area
sure.
that the
For
store
sure.
was at? Or it was. Okay. So why the black brothers that was in that neighborhood that's quick to pull out a thing and pop their own people, why they didn't put those Chinese people on us? Like, hey, you can't be disrespecting us in our own neighborhood. Where was those
Like I said,
thugs at?
the best thing I could possibly think is they said we can't beat them, we joining them, and they what was he saying earlier? Assimilated with them being within their community.
Even with them being disrespected?
Yeah, it ain't a good excuse, but that's possibly the only thing I can think for them because I ain't going. I'm gonna tell you now, the fuck some chink ass motherfucker would be shooting at us because it's over for him. He getting the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
But I will
What's
say
your thoughts
also,
on
like,
it, y'all?
What's up? Oh, you go ahead, KT.
What's your
You
thoughts
talking
on
to me or
yeah,
KT?
what's your thoughts on this? You, AR, what's your thoughts on this whole situation that the store was still there for the next 3 years until he got a not guilty verdict?
Maybe I don't know how big it was in the community. Like maybe originally it was or something. I know he was locked up. If I'm not mistaken, he was behind bars for all 3 years. No, or did he
Yes.
get bail? Yeah. So maybe people were just like he's locked up and X, Y, and Z, and so
His
but
wife and son was still there.
yeah. I don't know how big it was. I don't know how like the local community was taking it and like they felt like maybe justice was being served because he was locked up I wouldn't have shopped there. I wouldn't have gotten gas from there or picked anything up from there. So yeah. But as for the
even
trial
beyond
itself,
that,
oh,
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, even beyond that, when they come in the store, they make them put their bag at the front. So they basically think they all criminals. Why are you okay with that? Not you, but I'm just saying the people.
yeah. That might just, I mean, like I said, I would never be shopping on that
That's
side of town in the
crazy.
first place. All right, because I'm not dumb enough. Why am I going to be on that side of town and risk something happening in the first place? But maybe that is something that the store owners in the area, or maybe that particular store owner, chose to do because they dealt with a lot of theft and other things, and it was a common denominator of people having bags. So they said, hey, you know what? We're just going to X out the bags. Like, don't bring bags past this
That's
point.
crazy.
I mean,
They could
it's
do what
not
they
crazy.
want, but okay, you could have that policy. I just won't come in there. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
100%. Yeah, I agree with. No, we're in agreement on that. I don't know why people, people say they have issues with things. but
KT,
then when-
why all your
All right,
super
my
thugs that
bad
you
for
said that we need? Yeah, KT, why all your super thugs that you said we need to hold it down didn't hold it down, KT?
I can't answer why. I can take a guess at it.
Damn. Go ahead, take a guess.
I mean, I can't. I ain't in South Carolina. I don't really know what that community had going. But what I will say is, like where we are in time, right? Let's be very, very frank. If we talk about anything, doing anything illegal, black men are seen, like, not even black men, just period, is seen as a not good thing. No matter what we're talking about. We could be talking about revolting, whatever. Well, that's not good because the police can get it. I think we also see each other as common enemies, so it's easier for us to harm each other rather than another person outside. However, I still do think like a lot of the thugs who used to do some shit for our community, or even defend it in a certain sense or aspect, like, yeah, at this point, the community itself and a lot of people outside of it are like, oh, you in the streets, you doing this type, that's lame. Da-da-da. Even if it's beneficial in some forms, due to the fact that shine so much, you know what I'm saying, it isn't seen highly.
So the reason why it's lame is because when it's time for street shit to actually happen where it's justified, they ain't do nothing.
Nah,
Like this is the one time that all the street dudes would have did something, everybody would like, well, that's what you get. F around that, find out. That's what everybody would have said.
For sure.
This is the one time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, I would say to a certain extent, though.
How you don't execute on the one time where everybody would say it's all good? They would have been treated. Hey,
no, I think that
always had
possibly be
commissary.
true.
I tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. People gonna look out on the book.
Good.
But
Yeah.
I will say they have came other times, but it's not like it's still kind of shunned. That's what I'm saying.
When
I hate that the Ohio dudes, when the Klan came through Ohio, I can't remember what city in specific that was, but a lot of them was literally known gang people, like people with criminal records and stuff.
I think they're talking about. I think they're talking about more so instances where somebody committed injustice or perceived injustice, and it not being addressed.
Because that's a whole. I think that's a whole different thing, right? Because like I said, for something like Ohio, where like the Klan is like, we're about to come through this neighborhood in March. The hood hopped out like, hell nah. You feel me? And nobody was hurt. Now somebody being hurt on both ends, and we could say, oh, that could have been the time. What we also know for a fact is a bunch of people on the internet definitely would have got on there about how stupid these niggas was. You ain't have to kill him just because he shot one of y'all. Da 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 da. You know we're gonna hear that. So it's like, for a lot of people, they're not gonna do it because they understand what the.
Well, I don't remember. I mean, when Latasha Harlins was shot and passed away. I don't remember. I mean, we don't say that about the people because they got ran out of town, or at least the granddaughter did.
You said
and people don't say that today.
No, go ahead.
So I mean,
I just think this was the perfect time with everybody, majority of the people. Of course, there's going to be some outliers, of course, right? We know we got the Carter family, we got Anton, we got Angry Man, we got to certain people that be like, nah, that don't mean you're supposed to do it back. We get it. But majority of the people be like, hey, it was justified. The verbal, I don't know, Diva, you there?
Yeah. Hold on.
Sharon, can I say something right quick?
No.
I want to say something right quick, nigga.
All right, my bad. Go ahead.
All right. Look, verbal assassin. FAFO. $2. Wait. Oh, black community, black males. Only red rum, other black people. Sharon. Absolutely.
Damn.
Ooh, somebody got a pick hot sauce shit.
Sharon, we know we got some white supremacist gangs. They don't like black people. Also, and guess what? The Mexican mafia had team up with the Aryan Brotherhood to target blacks.
Damn.
I knew. I watched it on Gangland back when I was a little kid.
Thank you, Jalen.
Thank you, Jalen. That was really important. Thank you.
Well, AR, stop. Don't disrespect me. Say you sorry.
I said thank you.
I said
That's right.
okay.
Apologize. That's right,
I said
Jalen.
thank
I'm
you.
with
How am I being disrespectful? I said thank
Apologize.
you.
Publicly.
Man, this is crazy. Why am I getting jumped? How do y'all feel about them overcharging?
Overcharging. Oh, the convenience store always overcharged though.
No. Goddamn convenience. I'm talking about the prosecutor.
Oh, overcharge. Yeah, I thought that was. And see, that's the other thing that we have to recognize. A lot of times these people ain't on our team, right? The people that we relying on to seek justice on our behalf. Because I thought that was very interesting as well, especially given the fact that he had a gun, right? And we know how that a gun in the hands of a black person, especially a black male, is always unjustified. Hear these people tell it. So for him to just go in and straight murder one, yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. That was crazy to me.
Do you like, because when my girl was going through trial ad and all that bullshit, she was telling me about how because we kind of had a conversation about like overcharging or like prosecutors just throwing charges and then just basically get to throw a whole bunch of charges on you, and then whatever the jury finds, that's what sticks or whatever. And so we were talking about it, and like they'll charge you with M1, M2, all these things, and then the jury just picks from the selection, essentially, like which one of these do you think that we made the argument to meet or whatever. And in this case, they didn't charge with manslaughter or anything, which I think would have been much more accurate and a much better chance of being convicted of. But they dropped that, if I'm not mistaken. They originally, it was on there, but then he dropped it, or he just never brought it up. And I think that's crazy, because there's nothing stopping you. Well, maybe South Carolina is maybe different, but there's nothing stopping you from doing both. Like, you can charge someone with manslaughter and first degree, even though South Carolina doesn't have the degrees. But regardless,
I'm about to say, man, it's just highly racist. Like, that's not no exaggeration. It's really
no, but that has nothing. What does that have to do with racism? It was a prosecutor that chose to do that in a black town.
No, I'm saying they literally, even though the black people, like, trust me, it's a good amount of them. But even outside of that, I'm saying in terms of, like you said, the railroad, that's something constantly done to, especially like black people. But I'm saying it's racist because, like, they're not going to railroad him, bro. They're going to give him some charge that it might be a charge. So, publicly, it's not like, oh, we're still racist. You got to think about it. They just legalized interracial marriage in South Carolina in 2000. It's no exaggeration. So, like, yeah, that's just not their flow of things. You know what I'm saying? If it's somebody that's not black, give him a little benefit. He black, railroad that boy.
I'm not. I don't
know.
And
y'all know what I mean by the Cartier. And y'all know what I mean by the Cartier family. The Cartier family is just 3 black young men, came from a nice, affluent neighborhood, and they always talking down on black folks. It's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I know them dummies. But South Carolina was the same place where what was that guy's name? Dylan Roof, right? Walked into a church, a black church. As a white boy that they had never seen before. No. I'm not talking about the cops. I'm talking about them black people in that church. A white boy you ain't never seen before come up in there and you don't say nothing. You don't find out who he is.
I thought he talked to him, or I know the dude in Buffalo talked to like some of the people
Yeah.
before he did his
Right.
stuff. But I thought I
Yeah.
thought Dylan Wolf did the same thing. Like he went
Oh
in, he
nah.
talked to them, and then he did his thing. Not just I didn't think he just walked in and started shooting.
No, he walked in for a Bible
Yeah.
study. He walked
Yeah.
in, sat down, listened to the Bible study. But no, they didn't.
Mhm.
They welcome, but not trying to
Right.
figure out, hey, who is you and why is you here? How
Yeah.
you found out that we was here, and what made you want to come in here and we ain't never seen you before,
Mhm.
right? And the same thing in Buffalo. That man sat there for hours. It was a black man talking to
Yeah.
that man the day before he went in there and executed them people. But y'all never think to ask, hey, what you here for? I ain't never seen you before. What's going on with you? Y'all just glad that some white person talking to you and entertaining you and y'all being equal together, right? But that's stupidity.
For sure.
And I just look, black people who can't act in their own self-interest, I can't because I don't, and women too, but I just don't understand. It's your self-interest.
Nah, I agree
It's
with
kind
that.
of crazy.
We a little bit too accepting of it. Not even a little bit too. We're just entirely too accepting of white people. We invite them niggas to the cookout. You know what I'm saying?
You moved to
like,
West
we don't-
Virginia.
Oh no, I moved here
Yep.
as a study.
Okay.
Like you have to understand that. I moved here for two things, bro: to destroy white community and profit off of it. Straight the fuck up. I'm gonna say it one
Okay, so
last time. I'd rather destroy their community than harm mine.
What?
Point blank. Period. If I'm wrong for that, then fuck it. I'll be wrong.
It's just-
Also, which I said, well, he said it earlier about the Georgia and Washington thing. I mean, it's just cheaper. Why wouldn't I stack my money up?
What are you stacking? What are you doing with your? Never mind, it don't matter. Anyway, getting back to the trial. Yeah, I think that when I saw that, and then the jury when they deliberated, they came back and was like, what does malice mean and all that stuff. So it's obvious they had an issue. Well, you can infer, at least I infer, that they had an issue with specifically did he do it with malice? Whatever. Did he meet the strict definition of what it is in that state? And yeah, I think if that wasn't tied to it, then yeah, maybe they would have found him guilty or whatnot. But yeah, I don't know whether it's an ego thing from the.
That's still an indication that prosecutor wasn't doing his job. Baby, if I was
That's
that
what I'm 100%
prosecutor,
agree.
we
Yeah.
would have went back to his culture and talked about how they see black people in his culture. And yes, baby, we would have did a whole psychological deconstruction of his ass, and they would have had no choice but to please.
Yeah, I mean yeah, I don't know whether it's an ego thing with the prosecutor or what the situation was for him to, make the arguments he did and not charge with, or not bring charges how I would typically expect a prosecutor to do. But yeah, it's messed up because a lot of people, right, in my opinion, rightfully feel that justice wasn't served, and justice is not going to get served now, at least from the courts, because of a prosecutor not doing their job properly.
You can always
And
clap.
he is, and
on the courts.
you got it, Diva?
Oh yeah, brother Numsy, $3 super sticker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And the young man didn't steal anything, correct?
No.
Correct.
Well, he put the stuff in his bag and then he put it back, and the wife was like, "Oh, I guess she didn't see him put it back or something." And then I guess maybe texted the husband, whatever the situation was. Then he left, and then she said something to him, I think, when he was leaving, and then he left. And when he was walking out, either they came out and he started running, or he started running and then they came out. Whatever the situation was, though. But yeah, they chased him. Yeah. So a situation that never you chasing someone over a bottle of water in the first place.
That's number one. Is $1. Number two, I don't understand how you have a weapon of mass destruction and you running from somebody.
All right,
That's
first of all, it's not a
crazy.
weapon of mass destruction. A firearm is not a WMD.
Shit.
It is not.
Nah, it
Well,
gotta be a
he had a
sawed-off
weapon that
shotgun.
could back somebody up off of him.
Yeah. Well, everybody should be carrying. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, so then what you
No,
running
but
for?
yeah, regardless, hey, look.
Oh, you talking about the kid? Or
I
you
got
talking about
that
the?
thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, I think, well, it's
Yeah,
crazy because they
tell
brought
me.
the witnesses. So they bring the witnesses, and one of the witnesses said she had pulled up with her daughter. I think she pulled up to the gas station. She said she saw the kid coming out, and he looked fearful. He looked like he was super scared and on the X, Y, and Z. And so that's why he ran, because he was scared. But it's like you have, I just think like I'm looking at the facts of the case, or reading the timeline and stuff from different websites, and I'm just like, how do you mess this up? Like this is I easily would have said manslaughter. Like how you chase someone you chase someone over. It don't matter whether it was $10 water or however much. It's like you chase someone away from your property that was running, and then he fell, and then you had another witness saying she saw him fall twice, I think. And it's like, so it's obviously he ran out of his shoe. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff, and it's just like you see all that and you still chase him over some water or over whatever. Nothing in your store is expensive. You're at a gas station. I could steal like 20 things and it still wouldn't be $100. Like what are we talking about? Why are you chasing someone?
It's not
So
even
yeah, it just makes me mad about how the prosecutors failed that kid and the community and the family.
But I think this dude go into what Dave is saying. Like we trusting people to have our best interest in mind. This is why I'm going to go with the gangster side of things. Like handle that shit in the streets. You know what I'm saying? Because on God, we know it's not really about.
But they didn't, KT.
No, I agree. I didn't say they did. I said we should. Now everybody ain't for that. And even like what y'all saying with the kid, listen, I'm being very honest. Like, even if he got a gun or not, bro, it's not easy to shoot somebody. Like I know a lot of people ain't did that shit. And
No. He a YN. Right?
Nah,
they
that's
do
the
it and
craziest
then
shit to
make
say in the
songs
world.
about it. Man,
That's the
get out of here.
craziest shit to say in the world.
Get out of here.
All,
Now, all
all
of a
young
sudden, when
black
somebody
men are
who don't
not
look like you,
YNs.
No, she's
get
talking
out
about
of
the
here.
ones that are.
They
She's
had
talking about the ones
pictures
that
of him
are.
on social media toting a gun.
No
But y'all
word.
get
Most,
scared when it's somebody else. Now it's hard to do it when the person don't look like
no,
you.
I'm
Get out of here.
I'm not sitting there saying it's hard to do the
Nevertheless,
period. Cause I do it. But I'm saying I understand looking at another
vegetarian.
person. You got
Again, they do it all the time to each other. But when the person don't look like them, then they get hard. Vegetarian terrarium, $5. Come on, Sharon. Just because women don't like guns does not mean you have to call a pistol a nuke, player. Who said women don't like guns?
That joint is a nuke. I don't care what you say. Hey, look, all I know is this. When I was young, ain't no way I was running with that thing. I don't give a fuck who. I ain't running. Ain't no
I
way.
agree with you. That's for shit show, but niggas not built the same at all. That's what I'm saying. This just me being honest, looking at the youth under me. They not built the same at all, man. Like all they want to do is act like they gonna shoot you and carry your gun. Most of them really not even about to do that shit. They pussy too. I'm saying back in the day when you growing up, let's keep it real. Most niggas not toting pistols or trying to show they pistols, even if they is, right? But once the shit happened and something happened, I'm getting you up out of there. They not doing. They just out here with pistols for show. They can't fight. They don't even really know how to aim a gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now you putting in a situation where it's literally I have to take somebody off this earth. You know what I'm saying? That like mentally, I'm not gonna say that.
Hey, KT, the crazy part is this: if it's my neighborhood, it is no way that anybody in any store in my immediate neighborhood that I go to every day is chasing me anywhere.
Oh no, for sure. So I'm 100% with that.
Hey, look, I'm looking at the store. Oh, you know we both live here. So like you really want to cause all this problem for $1 water?
It's going to cost a lot more than $1 water.
Like, what are we talking about? I get you $1 back eventually. I ain't got it, Poppy. You want to fight me? It's going to cost you more. What are we really doing?
No, I agree, but that's all I'm saying. This is old school logic, y'all. That's not new school. That's not how the YNs even operate. They move on clout base. You get what I'm saying? Like that's why they'll kill another black person so quickly. Because most of the time they killing somebody who doing better than them or somebody who seems as if they're in a position. It is like robberies and shit like that. Man, it's mostly black people killing other black people that's both known names in the hood.
Don't say people, say men. Yeah. Don't say people, say men.
They're definitely not black women.
All right, black men, whatever. but again, I'm saying they are typically killing each other over clout, over who gains the position more than they are over actually even how would you say, like they need to harm this man. They don't need to harm him, but they understand that okay, I get Buddy out of here, I at least get some stain in the hood. Everybody gonna be like, oh, that's the dude who shot AR. You know, no offense, AR.
Come on now, that's crazy.
I'm just
using
using
stuff into existence now. You could have used anybody else on the panel. You want to use AR?
Well, Jesus. But nah, yeah, I mean, we do need to figure out how to move that to a different area. Y'all gonna say the niggas radical though? If we do, man, y'all keep telling me I'm radical. I'm telling you now. We need to wipe somebody
So,
out.
but what I'm saying is that this is the one time where everybody would have turned their eye. Everybody would have said, "All right, we understand." This is the one time everybody would have understood.
I agree.
Everybody would have understood that sign. Like, you know what? This is the one time all the thugs, go ahead, do you burn this? What Tupac said? We burn this bitch down. If what?
For sure.
Hey, do it. This is the one time. You know what I'm saying?
Burns
Just
down,
like
get us
even when it happened, even what happened with Floyd and all that. Like most people was like, hey, F that. Burn this shit down. We don't care. They don't really get F about us anyway, right? Most people excused it anyway. So imagine this one. This one had been 10 times that.
Oh no, for sure. But I think that go back to even where like those black people are located for real. Like those communities are. Like I said, South Carolina, for instance, for real, they really submissive. Like they, I don't know no other way to say. I ain't gonna say submissive wholly, but they, again, they live in constant racism, and they kind of like, man, that's just how it go, buddy. Like they even talk like wildly country white people. I ain't gonna hold it.
They just talk like Southerners because they're in the South.
Like,
nah, it's a
like,
difference.
you know,
between
like for me, it's just like they literally had to bomb Philly. America had to bomb Philly. Like that's what would happen in most places. That's how it should have happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, they should have had
called in the National Guard to SoCal.
We would all been like,
you know, Rodney King and Sasha Harlem.
Sean.
Yeah.
I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
How come I didn't see the dance today?
Yeah, because y'all was going back and forth. Sometimes I'll be trying like to leave it with the conversation.
You gonna give it to us before the end of the show?
Hey, yo, that was crazy. That was crazy. Well, thank you. I appreciate that pause. God damn, that was crazy. Oh shit. Matter of fact, you know what? You right, Shadow.
Carmel. Oh, what?
I will. Diva, you got any final words?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me